Installation. Let's play. Game over.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the DPC. Very excited for today, as today we have a wonderful game day full of deciding matches, pretty much, as the teams are really fighting to avoid relegation. And there's no prize to be taken away or anything. That's gonna be bad no matter what. Major or no major, Div 2 still exists, and all teams want to avoid it. So that's why today remains as exciting as ever. We start out today with Infamous versus Lava. A Lava team that's been doing a little bit better as the league has progressed. They finally found their footing. I would say the same thing about Infamous. Who's going to take it? We're going to have to ask. That's why we have a panel of experts in front of us. Lacoste, Lyrical, hello. Always wonderful to have you guys on panel. What are your thoughts on Lava, Lacoste? Have you seen their improvement over the season?
I did. I'd say the best they looked so far is their last series against No Ping. I would say it was, I'm not going to say pretty one sided, but they dominated the whole series. Other than that, I've been not really impressed too much. Like, yeah, they still managed to win against SG, but SG is one of the teams that like didn't win a single series, so you can't take away too much from that one. Like them as a team, not getting any wins at the international. Also, I think it hurts them quite a lot. A bit surprised that they decided to stick together after what happened.
Yeah.
But if they believe in the team, if they think they can do good, I mean, currently they're 2-3. They still have like two more series to play. This one today against Infamous, which I personally heavily favor Infamous, and they also have to play
Mm-hmm.
against Hokori. I think that's gonna be a deciding one. Also, like who's gonna get relegated? Because No Ping, they have scored 2-4. So they only play one more series, and that's gonna be against Thunder Predator. So Thunder Predator looking very good at the moment. So maybe they don't even have to worry about being relegated because like Thunder Predator, they just showed like some great performance so far, and I don't think SG can win.
Should always be worried, Lacoste.
Always be
Always, they're
worried.
coming for you.
I have no cares in the world, my friend. I don't worry at all.
Yeah, I definitely agree though. It definitely has this feeling. You just look at those standings and it's like 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. It's just like all of that middle pack feel like they're in contention with each other. And for Infamous, at the very least, it feels like this is a team that had a very similar script to what was going on with Lava throughout the first part of the season. And then really it was this week 4 turn up that they had against Beast Coast. Now, granted, some of that is a question of like, okay, they had already taken a ton of wins on Beast Coast. They were in a really good position coming back after a break. There's some question marks there, but they still ended up showing up and pulling together what I thought was like a little bit of a cheesy-ish strat, running back with the Ursa mag.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it out. I would say that Infamous looks very similar to a lot of European teams, the way they draft. Uh,
Right.
South America, they have their own meta. Like they know themselves, like they know the teams very well. They scream each other a lot. It also means that there's gonna be like inside meta that it's gonna be developed. But look at the way that Infamous drafted, the way they play, they stand out. They definitely stand out. These are not like what we can call like classic South American drafts. I think they've been heavily influenced by some of the more Western teams because it doesn't feel like if you like show me these drafts, I would definitely say EU East or EU West for sure.
Hmm. I can see that. I mean, especially when you compare it to like Beast Coast, right? When we're looking at that
Yes.
draft, I remember looking over that draft. You go first pick Knicks compared to the typical Weaver Banes that we see a lot, right? Beast Coast really kind of breaks the meta in that sense. Uh, what do you guys think that? I mean, Lyrical, you talked about this, but can you elaborate on this idea a little bit more? Because obviously, Infamous being Beast Coast, to many of our viewers, must seem, oh, this must be one of the best teams, right? Why
Right.
do you say the whole idea that it might just be a matchup specific thing?
Well, to me at least, it felt like they were coming out with like strats that were specifically designed to kind of like throw them off kilter or present like a very specific problem that wasn't really addressed throughout the rest of the draft. And I'm not sure if that's like just sort of Beast Coast saying we're the best team in the region, we're going to do the style that we want. And they're like, we're not going to care about what you're doing. And then, you have Infamous that are like, okay, we're going to present a very specific problem, which is like, if y'all get, RP'd in the late game, or we have this DP that we can sit behind, and she's going to be able to push towers, that creates like this problem that you need to address. And I don't know if this was the thought process or not, but Beast Coast didn't address those issues, and they're relatively quick games. So
I would say that Infamous is very good at counterpicking, especially if you look at the series against Beast Coast, because Tidehunter has been super popular in every single region, I would say. But what's a good Tidehunter counter? Not just a lane counter. And if you see, like, there is a Sven and also Tidehunter, Ursa is good against both of those. And if you like think of a more traditional Tidehunter counters that is not like something like, Faceless Void, Doom, anything that can lock them down. Like even Grimstroke is okay-ish with the Phantom, something that he can crack and off. This is where DP comes into the play, where she can use the Spirit Siphon and also like get on top of you with the Exorcism, and you can't run away. And in the second game, they also heavily counterpicked with Legion Commander, who decided to go with the Shard, and also Morphling against Gyrocopter. So they're very good at like understanding what has been historically good in Dota, even though they're like they have some young blood in the team, but they also like implement their own ideas, like seeing heroes like Hoodwink, Clockwork as well, which are not that popular, but they think it's strong, and I respect that. This is also the team that is still they can still go to the major if major happens after Valve's update. So like things like at least for I don't think they can go to a major by default if major happens, because Thunder Predator, they're 5-0. Thunder Predator still has to play Beast Coast,
Right.
so the best score they can get is 5-2. I mean, they could if Beast Coast loses both of these series, but they also play against SG, so unlikely that's gonna happen. But we might see some tiebreakers for sure.
Yeah,
Might
good chances.
I think we're gonna see tiebreakers. I'm gonna call it.
Okay, all right. And then they have to get against Beast Coast, which once again is the enemy they want to fight against. I want to point out the Lacosta to the Sven Ursa comment is that that Sven did get picked into the Ursa. That was the Beast Coast choice. They just picked the Sven into the Ursa. A questionable choice that became a meme for the Peruvian community this week.
Oh no!
People, yeah,
what's
the
meme?
meme for this community. Yeah, it's a meme. It's a meme. People keep saying, "I never knew Sven was an Ursa counter," and I'm still not sure about that. and then people just like they show the ranked games, like I'm gonna pick Sven into Ursa every single game. A bunch of people losing the ranked games because of this. It's pretty funny actually. It's become a good meme.
Well, we had the whole segment there of the history between the two captains and everything. They were inside each other's heads. That's what's going on, really. It's the mental warfare of the chess pieces being played by both opponents. Wasn't that? I'm trying to remember. Was that Stinger that said that, or was Excel that said that? I don't remember.
Yeah, that was Stinger. Yeah, Stinger said he was going to crush the chess pieces.
He got
But he did it.
into
He lost, so it looked pretty bad. It was. I mean, that's what happens when Beast Coast makes the promo, right? It's gonna make Stinger look good, and yeah, Infamous just looking at like the better team against Lava. Let's talk about this style now against Lava, because Lava. I mean, if we talk to Beast Coast struggling in the draft, they have some bad drafts, but mostly they're pretty consistent. Lava, on the other hand, we've had some big oofs when it comes to their drafts, especially in the beginning.
Yeah, at the start, like if I remember seeing them play a lot of Brewmaster. They think it's really good. I saw some Brewmaster. It did fine in a couple of games with like Aghanim's type of rush, and then maybe like Refresher.
Yep.
I believe there was one game in North America with Eon Disc on top of it because it was a bit longer game. They also decided to pick like Axe, which I don't think it's a good hero. They managed to win that game against SG, but yeah, this just doesn't feel great at the moment.
Yeah, that's just hoping that's not someone who's necessarily going to imitate their score line. Maybe it's time to shelf that.
Get it out of there. We don't want to see it anymore. They take away the Snapfire. Lava do one of the most picked for Infamous over the past DPC, and also was one of the most contested across. I feel like most regions usually pair together with Mars to take down the first phase, and then back to the Weaver. The only other hero that really stands out to me that I would consider as like another support would be Bane.
Yeah, I was thinking about
okay?
the offlaner for both of these teams. Like Tidehunter looks really solid. Maybe
You sound like you're having a fit. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought you was a stroke.
No, I just wanted to say it before it gets picked because I've been a big fan of Snapfire Tidehunter, Snapfire Mars.
Right.
These have been like my, I would say, favorite offlaner duos. in the last couple of weeks, months, maybe even, considering that they've been picked throughout TI as well. But they look super strong. Weaver Clockwork as a support duo, you have like a lot of heroes that can play very aggressive and also a lot of vision with bugs and also rocket. Like just if you have a bug on yourself, Clockwork can initiate. Not sure about the Void Spirit. This is the hero
what
that
the hell?
this hero is not picked at all, pretty much in Europe at all. I think because Queen of Pain is most of the time either like banned or picked, and Queen of Pain completely ruins Void Spirit, but he also received a little bit of nerf, and we don't see him being picked almost at all in Europe.
Right. But let's give you a little bit of a counterpoint to this. Lava, they usually kind of ride or die based on Leostyle's performance. He's the pillar of the team. One of the issues they have sometimes, they give him a hero that's in scale or a hero that struggles to create space. And he has to kind of fulfill those two categories. It's a very niche thing they have to do, pretty much everything for his team. Queen of Pin is great for that, for example. Maybe that's why they prioritize this. They see Void Spirit as one of the few heroes that fills this niche that is actually okay to pick in the first phase.
I can understand why they picked Snapfire. The team is called Lava. She spits lava with her ulti.
Makes sense, yeah.
Void Spirit. I don't know. I
I'm not
can't
sure
find
either.
anything for the hero.
I just don't know why you don't take something like Alina there. You know, like that. I feel like that would be a more traditional one that we might end up seeing. I feel like it doesn't have that many bad matchups. I feel like it scales. It can make space.
They
can
wanted
fulfill a
something
lot of roles.
elusive against Clockwork and Weaver because it's not a guaranteed lockdown. He can get
Alright,
out of
I
the
see it.
trouble. Maybe they thought it's going to get banned out in the second banning stage, so we need to pick it up right now. Also, Void Spirit plus Snapfire, you can always like do stuff with these two heroes. Void Spirit can also play a bit more aggressive than usual if you want to bail him out with the cookie.
Mhm.
It's not like he doesn't have abilities to get out of the trouble, but knowing how some of these players play, double Astral into the Simulate, and then you're out of spells, so you might need a cookie.
Always good to have a cookie.
It is a bit concerning, the fact that they're taking this long on the bans, though, with what is supposed to be a pivotal pick to your draft. It's a little bit concerning. You should be like pivotal pick, you have a strategy planned out, ban the 3 heroes that you know is going to counter it, right? And then you pick around this hero. But instead, they're taking over a minute for the first ban, trying to
Because
figure
they
out
got
what works with Void Spirit.
surprised by their own pick, and they're like, shit, what do we do now? Like, how... Whew.
Yeah, I mean, is the faceless void ban really that integral a part of the strategy that they're going to swap it up? I mean, I guess the only other thing, has there ever been like a situation where we've seen Void Spirit flex to another role? There's no way that's going to happen. I should stop going down that train of thought. I just want to see if they pick something that super hard counters Void Spirit.
It's been a
in lane.
long time. I think when he was introduced as a hero, we saw a little bit of a flex on the off lane. Some 4 and 5 was never impressed. I just feel the hero is supposed to be played on a mid lane, at least with the toolkit that he has right now. So I highly doubt it. Unless you want to lose the game, feel free to flex it.
Okay, always a good plan.
Yep.
I wonder if you can do something like, I mean, these are the heroes that counter him super hard aren't super meta in the mid. So like a Necro or like a Huskar or something like that doesn't really feel like it fits. Trying to think if they could like do maybe a
I didn't know you
Kafka or
were
something.
toxic, Gaben. Well, what is that? He's talking about Huskar, like Necro.
Get
You'd
in
probably
there.
say Broodmother as well, but she got banned out.
Yeah, too
Hoodwink,
bad.
Hoodwink, Clockwork, Weaver. They had Clockwork and Hoodwink against Beast Ghost. So this means it's either like a mid Hoodwink or it's a carry Weaver.
Find the hidden core here. So
I think this
Axel
might
as
be
well-
mid Hoodwink. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just feel against Void Spirit, it could be decent matchup.
Yeah, I'm thinking of would Alone be the kind of person to play a mid Hoodwink though? Who's that? Who's Sue's playstyle? He's like kind of a carry from the mid lane, I guess. Like,
This hero really scaled. Yeah, Lou would be surprised
Yeah.
how well this hero scales in the like super
does.
late game with the 2 acorn shots, with the talents and everything. Like it's just super strong. Okay, this hero causes a lot of issues for Infamous's lineup. Clockwork, he's not a offlaner type of a hero. He's not tanky. This is probably going to be position 5 Clockwork anyway. He is the initiator, but he's not tanky. And looking at these two, like Weaver, Hoodwink, they're very elusive, but Disruptor will bring them that catch that they need against these two heroes. So they need something beefy. They need something in the front line. And also Disruptor kind of says you cannot pick Tidehunter. We have enough lockdown. We have enough magical damage. We have enough control with the Static Storm. And also, we've seen that quite a lot. Like, Kunkka's X marked the spot, because Kunkka's has been super strong in the safe lane. We've seen some off lane on the mid lane. The hero just, I'm not going to say it doesn't have bad matchups, but most of the time he comes out even. Flash farms, and X marks the spot is great against the Glimpse. There's always that counterplay.
Yeah, I think this is the right way to go with this. It's not like the super hard counter to Void Spirit, and it doesn't necessarily even deal with like him that well, but it's a great answer for Centaur. You can find that main target that you want to get when the Stampede comes out, and he's also going to break even to like maybe verge on the side of winning against Void Spirit in lane. The thing that does sort of get really weird now is that this is there's like a lot of flex potential for Infamous, right?
Yes.
As far as what this could still be, but I don't feel like their draft has a clear identity. Like the way that the fights start look very funky to me. It's like
it's also a skill
hook
shot draft. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're hook shotting in or you're X torrenting, which I mean X torrent I think late game starts to get spooky against BKBs, and then it's like, do you really have the follow-up super lockdown to kill these heroes? I don't think so.
This could be like safe lane Kunkka, Hoodwink mid. It could be off lane Kunkka. They can still pick the safe lane hero. They can pretty much flex, I'm not going to say every single hero, but every hero can be played a different role if they feel like it. So for what Lava is thinking is that they need an offlaner, so I assume that would be like either thinking Weaver is position 1 and Kunkka's
no idea.
mid,
They banned
or mid
Bloodseeker and
Kunkka
Darkseer.
and these are offlaners traditionally. In SA, I know K1 loves to play Bloodseeker as a carry, but most of the time from other regions that I've seen, he's the offlaner, and he would,
Yes.
I would say, provide them a bit more control. I think it's a good like Phantom Assassin game, so maybe that's why they decided to ban it out, because Phantom Assassin loves to jump in and out, and with Rupture on, she can't do that.
He also counters Void Spirit pretty hard, so because you can't. All his skills actually give you rupture damage.
Let's throw it back. Let's get a jug. Let's go.
No, because then you have a jug, Lurko. That's the problem, right? With a hero is that you've picked the hero.
Yeah, but like, what do you do against Jug if you're this lineup for Infamous?
Could
Like,
you not go
they have hookshot, I
Lifestealer?
guess.
Do you have to jug? You not Lifestealer? That's my. I guess not.
That's
not
even
so much.
better.
Yeah, you know what? If there's ever was a jug game,
Can they fit? They can. Like, they can go for Ursa. I don't mind seeing Ursa. I think it's like decent against the Centaur. Not like, I don't think he's gonna dominate the lane, because Ursa level 1, level 2 is very weak. But he's a Diffusal Blade carrier against Medusa. And I think against rest, they do have lockdown with the Disruptor. But I feel like they should swap things around. They still have a minute and 40 seconds, so they can decide like what do they want to get. I also don't think it's a bad of a PL game, but their heroes on side of Infamous look very wonky. I don't know, they just seem weak. Weaver, Clockwork, Hoodwink. It's also very limited amount of damage that they got. Like even with Kunkka, Medusa, it feels like a good Medusa game. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, and they have heroes that can do stuff around that Medusa. I think the Ursa is probably the best pick that you have as Infamous, but I don't think that they're going to be able. I think he's going to get kited. I'm really worried about their ability to like actually go in and find that Dusa and like start a fight and get easy pickoffs afterwards. It feels like there's a lot of great counter initiation from Lava or just disengage.
Yeah,
so what
you can choose a fight with just casual Disruptor, Cage, I always keep forgetting the name of it, Centaur ulti, even Medusa ulti. This will solve some of the issues that they got. but I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough.
Okay.
They still have decent amount of magical damage with Snapfire Void Spirit to deal with TB. The Medusa doesn't deal damage to Terrorblade with 2 items, but once she gets to that like third and a half item, he can feel the damage. I'm gonna say I like what Lava's got. I don't think this Terrorblade last pick is any kind of a gotcha pick. They needed to salvage their own draft, and I still feel like Lava outdrafted them pretty hard.
Yeah. What do you think of that Weaver offlane as well? Can you tell me about that? Because
that's the weird one to me that sort of sets things up. Lacoste has had enough. He's done. I'm tentatively liking the Terrorblade last pick because it feels like it changes the dynamic at the end. Or before I was like, okay, they're gonna pick Ursa and lose. But I think that they just changed it from picking Ursa and losing to picking Terrorblade and losing because Terrorblade dies a billion times. So I think I'm actually gonna go Lava. I like the Terrorblade more than the Ursa because it changes the dynamic, but
My man.
I think Lava gets this.
all right, the panel believes in the draft. I'll be honest as well. You look at the both drafts. One draft is very small. You know, they look weak and puny heroes. The other draft is impressive monsters. You know, you got to go with the impressive monsters draft, right? It's got to be Lava. Let's see if they can take game number 1 against Infamous, or Infamous will show us the hidden strength of their draft. And to narrate this engagement, we have there's not much trust from Lacoste here in the potential hidden strengths here on Infamous.
Wow, okay. Thanks, Avo. Gosh, I look at this draft and all I see is just classic old. I mean, they're Lava now, but they used to be Thunder Predator, right? Leo Styles over on his Void Spirit. You've got Muzan Snapfire. You've got Kotaro. Like, for me, it just makes sense. But of course, it's a different patch, and we got some different things going on with Infamous.
Yeah, I think what Infamous, I do agree that they got outdrafted. I think what really threw their draft for the loop was the Centaur pick, actually. It's an offlane hero that you don't see very often, but it's kind of a cool counter against Weaver, right? Because Weaver gets all this damage advantage. He's going to double attack with Geminate. If you're retaliating on every single attack that hits you, the amount of damage you can throw back at the Weaver is really high. So kind of remove the flex pick, right? Because it's either like, I mean, you could potentially play it as a 4 and maybe put like Clockwork against him, but because they basically showed both potential supports, either Weaver or Clock, Centaur beats both of them, and now they're forced to put it in this like 3 position instead because it just doesn't match up very well. They're too worried about losing that lane there. So I think that kind of like started things off for them in a really good way for the draft. They were able to round it out nicely with the Disruptor and the Medusa, and hopefully for the other team's sake, for Infamous's sake, that they're going to be able to take it to her and kill her a bunch in the lane stage, because right now it looks a little bit rough.
Getting some of those nice tips out of the way nice and early here, and the runes get snapped up. So nothing too wild right off the bat. Of course, when you look at the heroes that they have on both teams, not really the kind of setup to get those kills super early.
I think the Hoodwink 4 will be interesting. I think it's an okay support, but generally there's just better heroes right now. Another example of a team that did this, EG at the start of their season, played a little bit of Hoodwink 4, shied away from it as time went on. So maybe they believe it's not good anymore. Well, we'll see what ends up happening.
I mean, this is kind of a classic thing with Michael. I know during the drafting phase, we saw the Void Spirit get picked up, and I know that Lyrical was asking, like, is that a common thing? Like, do they flex that ever? And it hasn't been for quite a while, but Michael was one of the few people that did actually play, you know, the Spirits. I believe it was Michael and Matthew, both of them, which is kind of funny, considering they have very similar names.
They really do. Biblical names.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm sure they're thinking that when they went for the handle, but you know, both of those guys were actually flexing the Spirit Brothers as a position 4. Granted, again, not something that we see often any longer, but at the time it worked out for them. It was very difficult to draft against them because of that. But in this case, you know, we get the Hoodwink as the 4, so it is a little peculiar. It is one of those things, though, that I feel like, you know, Michael probably just feels very comfortable on, and it's not a person who really worries too much about having things super meta as long as they can make it work and they have that confidence.
And I think the hero can work, certainly, because they've got great disable right now between Clockwork, between Kunkka, and Hoodwink. So with those 3 together, they should be able to chain disable pretty nicely. That's the thing that they'll be looking to do, certainly. Across the map, though, CS is looking pretty darn even right now. Not too many camps getting blocked on these side lanes, actually. It's a bit interesting. So we're actually we will see a lot of pulling and contesting of pulls. Oh, almost a TV kill top, though.
Almost, but battery assault from Affliction, making sure that Lumiere can escape just in time.
Close one.
That is something you have to be very afraid of in this lane, just because, you know, you have the double disable, like we talked about in the other lane, actually, but, you know, when you've got the cookie, you've got, like, these are two heroes that both of these players are super comfortable on, almost signature in some senses. They're going to be able to set things up very, very nicely and get the most that they can out of this particular lane, which is going to be difficult for Lumiere. And Affliction's doing a great job, but it's still difficult for him to kind of deal with.
Michael making a mistake letting the Disruptor both stack the smoke camp and commit the pull without interrupting that. As a result, he feels the need to contest it. He's going to lose about a salve worth of HP here. So a tough one for him. But Weaver will rotate over, clean this up a bit. We'll solve some of these pull issues. So far, the offlane Weaver's at 16 last hits versus Deuce's 21. About to be 24 if things go well here. I'm not really sure how he's going to build this, to be honest. I mean, he's queuing up Urn, so it's likely going to be pretty similar to what we see from, like, a 4-position Weaver. Maybe we'll see Spirit Vessel, or sorry, it could be Spirit Vessel, it could be Solar Crest, it could be a small item into an Ags. There's a lot of different ways that he could go, so I'm curious to see what he ends up going with, since he's kind of been forced into this core position. Or, hey, maybe it's a choice.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a little bit more utility or if they would be opting to go like for more of a damage build. I know what's really popular too is, of course, you know, picking up the that shard and the scepter if you're able to get the farm. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what Sacred wants.
Oh, they actually caught him here.
They did. It's a good bushwhack though. Is it enough to keep him alive? It's looking pretty okay here. So they're gonna go right back in. They want this kill and they'll get it on Kotaro. Calculated. The chase is on now. They want Katyu. Not sure if they're going to be able to quite get it. There's going to be the Shikuchi coming up. They've got the bugs. Never mind. This should be a kill. Very nicely played here by Sacred and Michael.
Did that vacuum him into the tower as well? Is that why he died so fast? Was he taking damage? I'd have to see the replay to really know. But that was, hey, they looked like they got some good damage in. He popped wand. He didn't even have to fairy fire there to get that one. And on the other side of the map, another carry dies.
Another carry dies. The dynamic duo again here, top lane, Snapfire and Centaur. Affliction, though, fairly tanky. He's just going to try to get off some of this damage right now against Frank. But
yeah, that's the best thing he can do.
Not going to be able to do anything beyond that.
And Centaur just went for a double bracer build. The Vanguard is apparently dead mostly, which is slightly surprising because it is decent against Terrorblade, but bracers are going to make his double edge a lot better, that's for sure. And he's gotten 2 points of these. So this is part of the scary thing. Snapfire is a great nuke hero. We've seen this with like the Mars combo, but I mean, frankly, Centaur kind of works similar, right? He's got 2 nukes between his 2 abilities. He's very survivable. So cookie the Centaur forward. He gets a hoof stomp off, gets a double edge. There's a Snapfire blast afterwards. Like that's a huge amount of magic damage to throw out from these guys. So they've got to be careful in the TB. He's got tons of armor, but he's got low raw HP. So he's actually quite vulnerable to this quad nuke setup.
And I love the wordplay you just did. I don't think you noticed it, though. You're like,
do.
Frankly, over on the Centaur. And I'm like, ha, because his name is Frank. I got it. Purge didn't, though.
The best unintended word player.
You are, actually. You're very good at that.
At doing it accidentally, which means I am not good at it. Kind of. I feels bad to take credit for something that isn't real.
Just take the compliment, Purge. Take the compliment.
Love accidentally making clever things.
Chase is on in the bottom lane, though. Katyu's trying to run away here from Michael and Sacred. Look at the Acorn shot up. They've got the Shikuchi, and this bug's just chomping away on him. So he's just going to spam out the spell before he dies. But will eventually fall.
And Sacred is going for an instant rush into Spirit Vessel, which will be a pretty good way to get kills on the enemy heroes. The best one it will be against Central War Runner, most likely. It's okay against Dusa, because it does do a huge percentage amount of damage, and her HP stays higher longer because she loses mana pool, so it does a little bit more damage to her than other heroes, but the anti-healing against her, kind of irrelevant. But hey, it's a good early action item that will make his hero feel pretty strong.
Yeah, the meta popped here in the top lane. Lumiere getting off a couple clicks. Oh, beautiful cogs here from Affliction. Keep on putting as much damage as possible, but they're fairly tanky. It's not the easiest.
He just turned and walked away because he's like, this isn't going to go well.
This is like all I got.
The cog like ended and he was like, get the hell out. They're going to turn on me. He's terrified, dude. Double bracer with the Ring of Health now. So yeah, Frank is any chance he gets to drop a double edge, he's gonna have a good time. And he's gone back for more retaliate now. They got their kills in the lane. Now he just wants to be able to lane stabilize and get as many CS as possible. So I expect we're gonna see Infamous probably ditch the top lane pretty soon here. That means any pressure that comes from the Leo style and Void Spirit will likely be towards the safe lane, or he's gonna just min-max himself and not have to worry about top. Maybe he comes top when they take tower, but I just feel like Lava's in a much better position right now.
Yeah, look at this. The positioning. They see Affliction, though. He's already dropped his ward. Jump forward. The step forward into the Remnant. They have plenty of damage, so they'll be able to get a kill on Clockwork. But again, Kachu in the bottom lane does fall. Now chases on over onto Kotaro. They have to go use his TP. Oh, the follow-up, though, from Kim. Does a couple more clicks. Oh, they still end up losing Kotaro despite the teleport from the Snapfire.
Radiant structures.
Bit of a disaster.
At least they got the kill. I mean, Snapfire's gonna be really happy about that one. Dude's about to hit 6 at, let's check the time, 750 here. He just hit level 6. It's an incredible amount of damage. Do they even have boots on the enemy squad? Clockwork doesn't even have boots. Like, how's he gonna run away from these if he finds them? For now, he'll take the experience. Kotaro will re-TP bottom. Let's see if Kim can do something good with it.
Get a little bit of the Deny the Illusion rune. Leo style is getting very aggressive, but the teleports come out so quickly. He's forced to use that step to walk away. And they do have vision of Leo style, but they don't have any ways of being able to cancel the teleport from that side. So top lane, though, the rotation coming out. Frank, he is a very tanky centaur, but they've got so much damage that they'll be able to clean him up.
Nicely done.
And another fight over on the side. Affliction is gonna walk right back into Kotaro thanks to that nice glimpse from Kachu. So just mayhem breaking out all over the map.
Yeah, it's kind of cool how Lava reset their waves here. That Medusa moved into the jungle. It happened to get him a kill because he was near this Clockwork. And then they just let Snapfire hold the wave a little bit. Snapfire does have ulti available, and that's what they're aiming to do here. Let's see if this ward spots him. Oh, it's really close. Okay, he's in vision now. They do see him. Killing Kunkka would be a great boon, especially because the boat is down, so no damage protection there. But yeah, with him getting spotted, not sure it'll happen. And they end up smoking. See how this rotation goes. We're gonna aim
The
for a
thing is, they
TB.
need to be able to lock someone down for long enough. I think that is the
Yeah.
tricky thing.
They have no vision though. That's the worst thing. Nighttime smokes are so dangerous.
Sketchy.
The smoke will break probably unless they
No,
Alright,
they
they're
go
gonna go for the
past Lumiere.
tower. Alright, doesn't happen. That's basically what they're hoping for. They're gonna arc back. Alright, they see the clones. They definitely know approximately where he is. Yep.
Very close to a tower, though.
Alright, they
Leo
gotta-
style
they gotta
trying to
grab
smoke
him.
pop. Get into position here. The jump forward immediately with the Snapfire cookies just to make sure he can't get us under off.
Oh
They're gonna
man,
clean up some camps.
there's nothing in the game that was gonna save his life there. That was very quick death. So they do end up finding him. That's perfect. And in the meantime, Infamous doesn't know where that gank's coming. That means they don't want to defend top
Leo
either.
style going right into Affliction here. Plus the boat steps out. Oh, but the glimpse back immediately following up. He's gonna try to get some of that damage up, but he cannot survive with that many heroes teleporting over to the tower. Now Kachu is pushed back there with the side. Look, the sharpshooter will connect over to Kachu. They just run right underneath the tower. Infamous you. Just feeling the aggression, knowing that they have this advantage, and a bit of an unfortunate dissimulate there for Leo style.
Yeah, that was actually a pirate glimpse that we just saw that pulled him back there. He was trying to time it out. His spells were just coming off cooldown. He unfortunately didn't have dissimulate, as he had used it to clear the creep wave. Didn't expect so many heroes to be there, so ends up getting pulled back and killed. But the game still is looking pretty darn good for Lava. Their safe lane tower is still alive. Spirit Vessel's up on Weaver. He is queuing up the Ags to try to help offset whoever gets gone on his team. But right now, considering that the initiators are like, what, Clock and Kunkka, I'm not sure how effectively this is going to work necessarily, but it'll be interesting to see. All right, and Frank is now, after taking the top lane, going to rotate to save the safe lane tower. And he also does not have boots, but boy, is he tanky. 2 bracers, Vanguard, and a hood. 20 HP regen per second right now.
A little bit of a hunt going on here in this top area. They found themselves Affliction again. Nice cookie hop lined up here from Snapfire with a little shredder and plenty of damage. Although alone, making his way over now. Looking at trying to grab the Snapfire. I'm not sure they're going to be able to quite do it. Nice scatter blast though will slow them down just a little bit.
And Stampede saves his life for sure. Would have been caught absolutely against FaZe Boots Kunkka. So they get a rotation kill. Nothing lost. On the bot lane, meta is pretty much gone here. Disruptor wants to glimpse him, but only level 2 here. Not going to be able to catch him. But they're basically getting full map control. Now a movement towards mid is what Infamous is going to go for. Let's see how Lava can react to this. So far, they're doing a great job stopping all the movements that Infamous are going for.
Line up the X over here with Leo style. Just gonna poke a bit. Some of the teleports coming out though. They're gonna try to challenge this. They do have the Snapfire Kisses alive if they need to use them. Infamous is just gonna scatter a little bit. Katu again being spotted out over here. Let's line up here with the sharpshooter. Will connect and Sacred will collect, what, his 3rd kill on this poor guy? Oh, hookshot a little bit off the mark, but the bushwhack right on target as now it's looking bad for Snapfire. Can turn it around, it doesn't matter. It's another kill for Alone. So this tower should belong over to the side of Infamous U.
They finally get an objective after a good little skirmish there. That Observer Ward spots the Disruptor coming up the river. They run him down, and from there, it's basically just wide open. And this is a bit unfortunate for Lava. They would like to buy more time for the Medusa hit creeps, but Kotaro is farming real quick. He's on a great farm path here. 7,200 gold. He's about 1,000 some away from his Manta style, and once he gets that, he can remove a lot of the annoying things that Infamous is going to throw at him. But here comes the next move.
Next move, it's over onto Frank. One of the tankier members here over on the side of Lava. The X comes in, they get the break applied. Oh, nice step out of Alone using that toy. They'll follow up again with the X marks. He's not going to be able to run away from this despite trying to use the Stampede. It's a good static storm from Katu. Will survive Frank for just a little bit longer, but Affliction will fall. Frank gets clicked down by Michael. They're hunting for Leo style. Oh, again, that X coming right back in. It's another kill for Sacred. This Weaver in the off lane is doing so much work. And now Katu trying to just buy himself a little bit more time. They do have the kisses. Can they get the kill onto Weaver? No, but they'll get the kill on Katu. And they'll get themselves a courier.
And they know Snapfire's back here, but they're a little spooked to dive him at the moment. Here they come.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Throw out that Spirit Vessel charge on the Snapfire. Alone making his way over. Just brought back his Terrorblade, who wants to be a part of this fight. Snap. Oh man, these sharpshooters have been on point. They'll just strike back and get the kill on Kim.
So Lava did a good job at the start of the game, making moves and dodging their opponents. The last few that Infamous have made are just a little bit faster, and they keep forcing Lava to react to them. Lava stopped reading them as effectively, and as a result, Infamous gets that nice Centaur kill. They try to get a turn kill, committing a lot of resources, but they also lose the Void Spirit. Then it's like Snapfire TP'd in, thinking he'd be fine, so then they didn't put enough pressure on the map, so now 2k gold advantage going to Infamous. On the bright side, it hasn't been Medusa dying. That's one good thing going for him, but it's going to hurt their map control in a big way, and Infamous's lineup is pretty good at pressuring with their heroes, so might be spooky for the next 10 minutes for Lava.
And of course, you've got like a Clockwork, right? The Clockwork is one of those heroes. Ooh, the hook shot over into the mid lane. Followed up with the Torrent. Everything they need to get rid of Granny. I was going to say, you have a Clockwork, right? That's able to provide you vision, which is another big boon. Although, ooh, Medusa's Courier. All right. Luckily, nothing on it. It's already delivered the items over to Kotaro, but...
Yep. Got his Manta already. He's just going to try to cut this creep wave. That way he can pressure the tower without being in danger. And then Void Spirit will see if a support comes to check things out. But so far, the Hoodwink plus Clock has been working out really nicely. Just the hook shot guarantees the follow-up Bushwhack, which is a 2.4 second stun. Kotaro farming cogs in the moment. Clockwork has 2 hats. He's got 1,500 HP. It's really impressive.
It is very cold out there, you know, so sometimes you just, you need those 2 hats.
But in the meantime, Juice still not pressured. Her net worth is really high, but look who else is high. Alone, 5-0 and 4. Higher net worth than a Medusa right now because he's been owning so hard. He's already got Halberd, so even if they do fight the Medusa, he's got a 5-second disarm on her, ready to go.
Bottom lane, trying to make the play over onto Frank. He goes, uses the Stampede, just realizes that he can teleport on out. But Infamous has taken up residency over here in this bottom area of the jungle. Frank, though, has completed himself a Blink Dagger, so that should come in handy for their next fight. But the pressure coming out from Infamous makes it very difficult for them to find these initiations, it feels.
It does, but Centaur having a Blink now is going to make a big difference. This got delayed just a little bit. His net worth is not quite as high as he would have liked.
Looks to doing a little bit of baiting. See Alone making his way over. He's got a boat here, the hook shot over here. Onto Kim. The stomp, though, coming out from Frank. Can they finish him off? Yes, they can. There's the Snapfire Kisses coming into play, but they're just jumping on top of the Snapfire. They'll cancel them out. The Sharpshooter comes through. It's still Sacred who gets the final hit.
All right, map control continues here. Still no pressure on Kotaru, but same goes for Terrorblade. Terrorblade's net worth is very close. He's already got Scotty, and this is one of the rare times where the Scotty advantage goes towards the non-Medusa hero. So if they can get on top of Medusa, and if Lava's already cleaned up or semi-dead, then killing Medusa afterwards is going to feel pretty easy. Her only salvation basically is Stone Gaze, so she's got pretty small windows here in these team fights, if not backed up by her team, to stay alive. Grobo's a great pickup though. For the Dusa. Alright, and they're trying to force the fight now that they've got their timing here.
Again, they have the Blink Dagger on Frank. They're looking for the true Terrorblade, but he's actually stepped over to the side. They might have to be happy with getting themselves Affliction. Smoke does break. Frank jumping forward over onto Affliction. I think you're just going to end up losing the Clockwork. If they can get anything else, though, they do see Lumiere, but the teleports are coming out in mass. Lumiere getting some clicks off over here onto Frank. They'll go use a Stampede. Looks like Alone's still hoping he can grab anyone here, but it's definitely Lava. They've had enough. They're happy with that engagement. They got a pick off. They force teleports, and already you can see that they have just teleported out to other lanes.
Possibly
Possibly
a mistake on the X target there for Kunkka. I get the desire not to go on the tanky guy like Centaur, but if there's no disable follow-up there, then catching Void Spirit's pretty close to impossible, especially if he hasn't actually gone into the fight yet. He's going to have both of his Astral Stuff charges, but Infamous is going to try to turn this into some tower pressure, though. See if they commit meta to it.
They do have the Static Storm available. They're going to let the Deuce clean up. The jump forward, though, over onto Michael.
Oh, time-lapse already. Wow.
Yeah, Sacred is very farmed. X marks the spot. Frank just stands there, gets the cookie forward, but the sharpshooter does connect. Nice slow double damage over on Alone is very scary. They'll go for Reflection. Nice bushwhack coming into play. They should be able to finish it off. It's going to be Affliction with the Rocket Flare. It gets the final hit. I'm just not sure how they approach this now. They do have Leo style back in, but they're down their tankiest initiator.
Just so much damage. Being dealt. Great Observer Ward placed earlier here. It's going to spot everybody on Lava perfectly while Infamous moves around. They're just doing such a good job playing the map, it feels like. They're just perfectly positioned. They're putting their opponents on the back foot pretty constantly. Maybe they're not always executing it perfectly, but they're not making any major mistakes. And thus, they're just playing Dire side perfect. Now they get to control Roshan. That goes away for the Radiant side. They've got pretty good minus armor. 4 points in Swarm. I don't know if they have a medallion or anything, but this is going to die fast.
They've got what they need here, for sure. You can see that, side of Lava, they're not happy about this. They'll use the Snapfire Kisses. Affliction, though, over on the side. Trying to cancel them out. Not going to be able to quite manage it, but he is separated now. Kachi already into play. Sacred joining back in. They're giving up a couple of these clicks. Looking to see if they can kill Affliction, but they're not going to be able to. It's over on the side. They just pop Michael and catch you. Stone Gaze comes out now from Kotaru. They're going to try to run away with this Medusa. Affliction trying to cut off some of their distance here. Trying to make sure that they can't just leave the way they want. Leo style jumping forward, though, manages to go get the pop, but the jump back again. Coming out over on the side of Lava here. BKB from Alone. The Scotty just slows them down so gosh damn hard. They're going to be able to get the kill on Kotaro as Frank hiding in the tree line. He's left all alone. He's going to have Blink in just a second. No, it's going to get canceled out.
He
Manages
south.
to get out just at the nick of time. X marks the spot over onto Leo style. To go for pop. Walks right into Lumiere. Does have the Astral Step, though. Able to walk away.
They're doing such a good job with the Weaver Ags there. I mean, I thought Clockwork was going to die for sure, but he gets time lapse back. That buys them so much more time to run at their opponents. Now knowing that there's no Snapbar ulti, they say, screw it, we're going to commit. They run down their opponents with the Scotty advantage. They get the Deuce kill, which is incredible. And now likely should be able to finish Roshan, yeah. Well, unless we see a steal.
Oh, no. Leo was trying to get in there as fast as he could, but it's not looking like he's going to be able to. Let's get X. He's going to be forced to step away. So Lumiere will pick up the Aegis.
Pressure continues now. Kunkka's got his BKB finished. He used it in the last fight, level 16, and he's got another shawl on top of that, which is incredible. That way, even if he doesn't have BKB up, he's going to be hard to kill. We'll go
Get
here.
the X off over on Katu with the boat. Michael get into position. Nice bushwhack. Couple of clicks. And that's all that's needed. I have to say, I've been watching Alone now for, what, 2 years now? Like, he's very young. This is an extremely young player. But he's super talented. I watched him, I forget what team he was on at the time. He was playing as Storm Spirit. Just insanely talented, very aggressive. But you could see that little bit of, experience. Like he bought himself a BKB on Storm, and he just refused to ever pop it for whatever reason. And, you know, that is a little bit of that inexperience, maybe a little bit of being too confident because he was doing so well, and they ended up losing because of it.
Yeah.
But this is a kid who's got a lot of promise, and you can see that for sure. You can see some of that experience coming into play now too as he's continued.
It can be hard sometimes where you just want to min-max it or save it for the perfect situation, but good players, it's hard. Ooh,
Oh, nice X coming out from Alone. Affliction with the battery assault. Just going to try to slow down Leo's style as much as possible. They use the Stampede. They're going to try to get him out in time. Oh, the sharpshooter. Oh, my goodness. And the rocket flare. That was some serious shots coming out in that.
I mean, that was really cool what Alone did there. I mean, he killed the creep wave. A Void Spirit runs into the right, so he TPs to his tower, then X's him from the north instead. That was a cool way to deal with it. And made the chase down a little bit easier. But yeah, he just wants to. Lava wants to prevent Infamous from slapping towers right now. That's why he's trying to cut the creep wave. He didn't think he was going to be punishable that hard. So rough one for him.
It is indeed. A little bit of poking and prodding over at Kotaro again. Infamous have a pretty good firm control here of this jungle. Frank looks like he's going to try to cut the wave back here, but they have a very healthy creep wave, so they should be able to take the tier 2, no problem.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Man, it just feels like Lava knows they can't fight anymore because they tried so many times and it kept going poor. So now they're just like stuck to like cutting creep waves. But all they can do in the meantime. Got Shard queued up for Snapfire. He does have Philly Stone, so he'll get there eventually, but this feels like Lava needs a lot of time before they can feel comfortable taking fights.
That bushwhack almost connecting on Kotaro.
Got a tree.
Teleport in. Leo style jumping forward over onto Affliction. The drag back, but they get the Snapfire kisses off on the side. Lumiere's taking so much damage. Goes for the Thunder play. Over onto Frank. They'll be able to just rip apart Centaur. This is not looking good now for the Snapfire. Just gonna try to get as many of the spells off as possible, but it's gonna be the next one to fall. Infamous, they just have all this control, and Kotaro's just been fighting on his own little island, and he still hasn't managed to get the kill on Affliction. Okay, finally manages to do it, but it's taken a lot of time, a lot of effort. Now Kotaro all alone, no mana left. That's gonna be a very dead Dusa.
And this really fast Ags on Weaver has actually been so effective. Like, it is incredibly powerful here. Because every time that they begin the fight and do a bunch of spells, just a lure, Clockwork's Life, boom, time lapse. And all of a sudden, Void Spirit just doesn't feel as good. He's a burst hero basically, and if he uses 3/4 of his kit for the 10 seconds and he gets offset by time lapse, how do you win fights afterwards?
That's the question that Lava has right now, trying to figure that out. I like the, it's interesting because we talked about his itemization. We weren't sure exactly what we'd see from an offlane Weaver. Obviously the Spirit Vessel, the Ags, but the addition of the Blink Dagger, I like this.
Yeah,
Just because of the way that he's been able to position in every single one of these fights has been so good. And he's getting off these great time lapses because of it.
Exactly. We saw this build in NA the other night. I think it was NA at least, where they went Blink instead of Aether Lens. A lot of players were going Aether Lens for more cast range, but Blink is far more cast range than Aether Lens is. And time lapse is a 20-second cooldown anyway, so hypothetically you should be able to Blink and time lapse. It's a much easier way to ensure that your allies are protected with it.
They're baiting Michael, hoping that they have enough burst, but they don't quite, so Lava forced to retreat here. That's not great when you have that many heroes nearby and you're that afraid to commit for one.
I mean, he does a lot of damage. He has 22% spell amp with the Kai Assange. I'm sorry, it's even more than that actually. 16 plus 6, that's 22 plus the 2 nulls, so 28% spell amp for all of his damage here. He can kill people, but not when there's a Weaver sitting behind them, ready to make those plays.
Teleport's coming up to the top lane. They see Katya and they see Leo style. Just casually walk up. You know that they're not going to be able to get their hands on Leo style, but they should be able to get the kill on Katya. Oh, but they find Leo style with a good hook shot. Not quite enough to lock him down, though, as you can see. Are seeing Michael look at him. He wants this. He wants this bushwhack so bad. Is it going to connect? It will indeed. He's lining up the sharpshooter. He's got to aim it just right. He's going to try to break some ankles. He turns right back around. Again, it connects. The rest of the team is there. Alone is godlike.
Did he just I'm pretty sure he just hoodwink nailed him there with the bushwhack without having vision.
Yeah.
That's That's pretty impressive. They really hunted him down. And now he's got a freaking Octarine core. Is this Ag's lab? Just instant rush. 7.5 second cooldown on Bushwhack right now. Ulti's a 33.8 second cooldown. Perfect circumstances for Infamous. Like, they had some laning stuff that didn't go perfectly, but outside of that, everything's been looking amazing for them in this match.
I'm just seriously impressed with the way that they're chaining everything together, too. You know, it is a skill shot draft. It's pretty ridiculous, Lumiere. Forward here. Doesn't seem to have any fear here. We'll go for the Sunder play over onto Kotaro. He's just going to try to burn through as much of that mana as possible. And it's very nicely done, as they will get the Stone Gaze off, but X marks the spot right into the arms. Frank jumping forward, trying to get as much as he can, but they have the BKB. They'll get the kill. And they're just going to start wailing away. They'll get the kill on Frank. Turn right back around again. They managed to go for the glimpse, but they'll go back in, and the damage coming out from the Medusa is considerable. Again, Leostyle looking for this opening. Can they burst him down fast enough? That was the question. It's not looking like they're going to be able to. Over on the side, again, forced to run away. Another good Bushwhack here, followed up, but Lumiere, he's just man-fighting everyone. It's a good drag, though. They finally managed to go take down Terrorblade. Oh my word, but they're gonna have to get some more people up in a hurry here, because Alone's still alive and kicking, so is Sacred, so is Michael. They're just knocking on the door, and all they have is a Snapfire to try to push them away.
I mean, this is still way more than Lava was expecting to get. It all came down to that incredible Manta dodge of X. That's what happened. He was supposed to get X'd back, Infamous committed to it, and then because Medusa was able to get back to the fountain, it meant that their committal was a little bit deep instead, but it does look like they're going to be able to maybe get 2 sets of racks here, or at least the melee barracks. The AC and all this physical damage is a lot.
You just have to be so careful as a Centaur, right? Because usually, you know, you're the big tanky boy, you can kind of throw your body up front, but when they have break, when you have a hoodwink on the enemy team, it just becomes so much scarier.
Yeah, because you're not gonna punish them as much when they do end up going on you. But at this point, Centaur has great items between like the Halberd and the Vanguard and the Hood, but what he really needs is a huge amount of armor. Between the AC, the bugs, and the overwhelming physical damage that TB has, Vanguard doesn't do shit, honestly. There's just way too much damage at this point. His net worth deficiency is certainly there, and his game impact hasn't really felt that strong. His laning stage went good. He side pushed some lanes, that was fine. But I just haven't felt much value since then, unfortunately.
Yeah, just Quiver getting found here. Could be a little bit helpful.
Radials,
They found themselves a Alone, but it was just a setup, it feels like here. Sharpshooter coming through again. Some of the body blocks coming out here against Frank. They have the Battery Assault. It's a good static storm, but they're going to end up losing the Snapfire. Glimpse back again here. Will prevent Sacred from getting any closer to anyone. Bushwhack a little bit off the mark. They are down a Snapfire. I believe she bought back in the last fight. And Infamous just continue on putting down the aggression.
Yeah, there's no reason to give up here. Just spread out on 3 lanes. Yeah, and he's going to go for the bot racks. Alright, they've got meta ready, but they've got to wait until it's the right time. Don't need it just yet.
I don't know how they approach this right now.
It's really hard. Good vision. Yeah, and they're just going to let this one go, it looks like. They don't feel comfortable winning the fight without Mortimer's Kisses. They basically need a chain stun on Lumiere without impressing BKB and then dying during that if possible. And yeah, they're just going to take Megas and walk out. Much safer to do. Roche is spawning here. It's going to be a quick spawn, but they're going to be really happy to see that because it's going to be really obvious if Lava tries to get out of their base.
You can see how hopeful they're trying to think over on the side of Lava. They've got, you know, disruptors queued up the Ags. Like, maybe we could do it. And again, you do have a Medusa. A Medusa is one of the few heroes that can kind of deal with mega creeps, but at this far of a disadvantage, 20k net worth difference between these two teams. It is just... And now the addition of a Satanic completed for Lumiere. Oh my word.
Yeah, that's a lot more HP.
I don't know how you deal with this.
They've got tidal.
You can't even get a pick off.
All they need to do is X and tidal wave back heroes. Like they've got the tools to separate these guys. Smokes are breaking. They're just gonna hit buildings. They do not care. Got so much safety here against Lava. Here comes the initiation.
Gonna try to make the jump forward here alone, taking a lot of damage. He goes for the BKB play. The follow up with the boat dropping down. They manage to go and drop the static storm, but they're able to just walk away again as just raining hellfire down over onto Lumiere. He doesn't seem to care really much because he does have that Aegis, and he's looking for a Sunder play. We'll be able to go use it. And he's just so healthy. What do they have? They have nothing left over on the side of Lava. Frank jumping forward, though, yet again. The step forward coming up from Leos. Now with the ult, they pop over onto Sacred, over onto Kataro. Manages to get the Stone Gaze off, and they've got a lot of damage. Are they going to be able to be in the right position? That was the question. Kataro left pretty much over here on the side. Frank looking for the opening. Just managed to get the stomp off. Are they going to finally take down Sacred? Yes, they will. They get the kill on the Snapfire. On top of that, another kill on Frank. The buyback comes out. They want to get right back in there. Kotaro doing everything he can, but he's out of mana. He's out of friends. The boat comes through. The GG just gets called. Infamous you. Just looking way too polished and way too synergistic here.
They just did such a good job moving around the map at the 10 to 20 minute mark. Like they're ganked towards bottom where they killed the Centaur, and then Lava made mistakes trying to save him, losing more heroes, losing that tower. Then there was more mistakes. It just started cascading, and then Weaver had such a fast Ags timing. Even though TB had to leave his lane early and died a little bit, it didn't matter in the end because they were able to take away map control from Dusa. Dusa's not able to keep up and farm as much, and then they had a Scotty timing, which was so effective against Dusa. So it was basically just Infamous taking great team fights, exploiting weaknesses from Lava, and not even letting them play Dota the way they wanted to. So.
Yeah, I think that... we're gonna... talk a little bit about this post game here. We talked about that early pickup with the Spirit Vessel coming out. The early Ags, though, just absolutely insane. Definitely causing a lot of issues. And I just feel like the way that Infamous played as a group, watching the way that they lined up every single one of those skill shots and whatnot, like it felt like they were completely on each other's page.
17-minute Ags for the Weaver there. It was how early it became almost impossible for Lava to burst one guy, assuming Weaver was in position, which he was every single time. So that made the team fights really hard. That kept Clockwork alive. A hero that had just fluffy hats, they kept him alive for two sets of lives effectively every fight at the start of the game. And that just made it so much harder for Lava to take good engagements.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive showing coming out from the side of Infamous. Lava, we talked about it. It seemed like it was a very, solid draft that they would have run in the past. But, this Weaver in the offlane, I know Lacoste looked absolutely disgusted by it. And the guys were not feeling super confident, but it definitely paid off. And I'll be interested to hear what they have to say about it.
I am interested as well. Lacoste, what are your thoughts on this game? What did you think happened there? Because we had a panel that was very sided with Lava in terms of draft.
It was until Infamous started playing some really good aggressive Dota. 10 to 15 minutes, just we're gonna run at you with the lineup that they got. I've been very impressed by Alone Skunka, the rotation that he made the first couple of ones, which allowed him to the bottom lane went really well for them in terms of kills, but there's also some signs of life because Weaver got a lot from the lane, but also Snapfire managed to get level 6, I believe, minute 7. So they got some kills from that, and also Medusa was staying on top of the net worth 7 to 10 minutes in, even though she managed to die twice. It's just I think it goes down to also offlane, what offlane brought in this game. Frank, he also put a feeder in his name. I don't know if he's psychic or what's going on, because it was not working out. There's a couple of mistakes that I want to point out. Double bracer build on a Centaur into Hood and Vanguard. And if you look at his item build in the end, he also did not have any of these bracers. He sold both of them and had a magic stick, not even a magic wand, just a casual magic stick. It's, if you want to buy any of these items, nulls, bracers, bracer is the worst one, period. It's just really bad. If you want to start with 2 circlets, 2 gauntlets, that's fine. Don't upgrade the bracer. Or if you want to get double bracer on hero like a Night Stalker, because you're a momentum-based hero on a Centaur, it really doesn't do that much. So I think it's a bit of a missed timing as well. It didn't allow him to play Dota. I'm fine with Hood and Vanguard, that's completely fine, but it delays your Blink Dagger by almost full 2 minutes.
Well, and so one of the things that was interesting about it, though, right, was that it really felt like they broke down the laning stage. Because if you think about the very beginning of it, there was the death on Kataro that looked kind of bad, and it's one that shouldn't have happened. They got Bushwhack pulled into the tower. That one hurts a lot. And so that death was happening, but they were kind of owning the TB, and I can understand like the impulse, like Lacoste was saying, of like the one thing that's good about bracers is amping up that double edge damage, right? But like it ends up becoming a trap eventually, and
It really is a trap. Like
Right.
you should not go for it, definitely.
right. And then like once that ends up happening, now you're sort of stuck in this weird position where Snapfire has to rotate bottom because like Disruptor died so many times in that lane against the Weaver, and that's why you get that fast Ags. Like, so that was one thing that really stood out to me, was how many times they were able to kill Cat U. And then the other big thing was, I'm wondering if that second phase of bans, they were wondering about banning out the Kunkka, because that's the only, like, that pick absolutely wrecked them. You already talked about it, Lacoste, how good Alone looked on it. This guy was doing everything. He was Xing back glimpses. He was like doing the pump fake torrent things and then catching Leo style out. He literally just outplayed him so many times in this game. And I went on and I found his Twitter and I followed him because I want to follow this dude's career. Moxie was talking about how young he is. It's awesome. He's a baller.
He has been great so far, not just in this game, but also a standout player from the whole team for me. I would say, like, Void Spirit also, like, he got completely shut down. They don't have a single silence, but Alone's Kunkka with X Mark managed to get a control on him. And, like, the big turning point I think everyone knows in this game was this Weaver getting so many kills and getting the Ags. It's like playing position 4 Weaver, same kind of item build, you just hit an earlier timing. And we've seen Clockwork go in so many times. You use ulti on a position 5 Clockwork 2 times in a fight, like no one dies. I think like you want to save it for higher priority, but considering like they baited some of the spells and your Terrorblade was full HP, full mana kind of a thing, I think it's okay if you drop it down on position 5 Clockwork, who gets like 2 cogs, 2 battery assaults in a fight. And they've tried to like use in one fight like full Static Storm and Mortimer's Kisses on top of him, didn't even kill him.
Well, and it's like you have these two ways to turn the HP back around, right? Whether it's the Weaver time lapse or it's the Sunder, and then you just have slow, steady damage over time from Medusa. And it's like, well, what are we gonna do now? We're done.
Also, like Medusa, I don't think it would matter that much, but a lot of these things tend to add up together. Medusa going for Silver Edge, like they got literally nothing to break in this game. She had casual. Maybe she felt, Terrorblade's going for Butterfly. I have a Crystallis. I can't upgrade that into Daedalus, which I think is fine, but because she's not going to have a True Strike and maybe needed a bit more like defense. She maybe thought, I'm standing in this middle of a fight. I need to get out of the fight, especially against the Sunder. But it's not enough damage, especially against the TB. Like we saw some signs of life at the end when they were already playing against Mega Creeps. And I would still say if this draft is played out, 10 times, I would still say that Lava's draft wins at least 7 times out of 10.
Right. I kind of agree. And I think the one last thing I'll throw in there is that Moose really needed to be the hero here on that Snapfire. He had to sort of pull it all together in the end. And whether it was through team decisions of where he needed to go at certain points, he didn't find those high priority kills on the Terrorblade that they needed to really slow him down to give Medusa a chance to stay ahead. And it, when the draft is dependent on that one thing and it doesn't happen, whether it's on the player or the team, it didn't happen.
I like it. I like a panel that stays true to their opinion. I actually would agree with you after watching that game that Lava, they might not need to work on the trap necessarily, but rather the playstyle of themselves. We can deal on these things a little bit more as we get ready for game number 2. But before that, we're going to take a small break, and then we'll be here back with game 2 between Infamous and Lava. All right, we're back. Game 2 between Infamous and Lava. And this was always a tough one because when there's a draft issue, right, it's always very easy. What do you guys change in the draft? Do you guys look at certain heroes? You pick them differently, right? There's a couple of different clicks. But when it's a
Yeah.
gameplay issue, how do you fix that between two games? You don't have enough time to talk about it. What's your best bet?
I think you change your draft to make it so that they can't outplay you. Make it the most simple draft in the world. I'm talking Death Prophet. I'm talking Razor.
Right,
I'm talking these
right.
heroes that are just, there's no potential for outplay. Just the hero is what the
10
hero is.
seconds remaining.
Okay. So like Centaur, for example.
Oh God, what have I done?
Uh,
Oh, no.
I mean, it's not a traditional offlaner anymore, I would say. Maybe he just feels comfortable on the hero, because I remember, like, during the major as well, we called him Frank the Tank, So I remember him playing it quite a lot. Maybe it just was something, give me Centaur here, I'm gonna do good. NBC, Infamous this time around, addressing the offlaner that we just mentioned, banning out both Beastmaster and Mars, one of the two heroes that tend to bring so much to the table in terms of team fight. Beastmaster, Vision as well, of course, but Lava, they understood where the problem came from. Fever, who had Ags, Magic Wand, and Full Spirit Vessel 17 minutes in, so they decided to ban it out. I think that's a good approach so far.
So they sneak the Snapfire, which I like. Please don't pick Void Spirit here.
Well,
Yeah,
they can pick
that
the
was
clock
also one
themselves.
of my issues, picking up Void Spirit in the second phase. Usually this hero is saved up for last pick most of the time if they don't have like any kind of stuns, if you feel like you're gonna have free game in terms of going in and out of the fights. Okay, I like this a lot.
Yes.
Nyx Assassin has been very popular in all other regions. It's been played as a 4 and 5. Mostly I've seen it as position 5. It's not a strong laner. It's more like counter-reactive to what the enemy is doing if they play too aggressive underneath the tower. And he shines later on. This hero is not meant to win the lane. It's more about surviving the lane, going even, and then like playing against the Snapfire. You don't even have to like stand inside Lava Spit. You can walk in with the carapace on, and it will still cancel the ulti. One of the things I've seen, Bane is still in a pool if they want to go for it. I think that's also a very good one. You have like a stable position 4 and 5. They go with Jakiro. It could be also an offlane Jakiro. I've been very impressed, especially in some EU lower division games with the offlane Jakiro. New Ags, like new kind of a build on Jakiro with Ags. You should try it out. The hero does some serious amount of damage with it.
So what's the build up then? Like, how do you
Lens,
build
like
up
double
the
null lens into Ags.
For you talking about the offlane one?
Yes.
The other one that General did the other day was Witchblade.
Witchblade can also work.
He said that it was basically like differentiating if there's like a way that you can easily purge off the damage from it or whatever, or something else. I don't remember what all he said. I was not paying attention to it, but it was a super strong. And I like this too because I think there's a lot of Leo style heroes at that point that you could have picked. I like the idea of a Puck maybe, potentially going in for the Death Prophet I talked about, so you could kind of have your pick of the litter. But now with the Kunkka getting taken again, I feel like it kind of lowers the numbers of heroes that he can really take.
DP still sounds fine.
Yeah, I agree. Just
Yo,
He
Gabe,
does have to win the lane. though.
Huskar, say it.
let's go. Get in there. Huskar Dazzle, bring it back.
Radiant team back.
I don't think so. I know it seems
Okay.
pretty crazy, but I don't think they're gonna pick a Huskar here.
I wouldn't mind Alina again. I think this hero is like really, really strong. And I haven't seen a ton of it recently. And I know that Leo style plays it. But maybe
Even against Konka.
I think it can be okay because you tend to be able to outlane him, and so you're going to hit 6 before he does. So at least to me, when I've seen that matchup happen, it's like it's not great, but it's not terrible. And I think that you answer him really good in the late game, particularly once you get BKB.
Yeah, I
or
think picking up
whatever.
Lina or Invoker is fine. I'm slightly leaning towards Invoker a bit more because you can stop Snapfire ulti from far away with Tornado. Also, like the region that you get against Kunkka can work out as well. very nice in the laning stage. Later on, you have Nyx Assassin to play with the Sunstrike. Nyx is very cool post level 6 against Kunkka, where you can carapace off his Tidebringer, so that's going to be good. I think a lot of value so far just from this first phase Nyx Assassin pick.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Go
So they said to
Ember.
go for the Ember. What is
don't
what is
like
that
it.
within the ease of execution? Okay.
So the big reason I don't like it is because it's really similar to Void Spirit.
Yes.
And the way, like, to me, this actually, there's two different thoughts to this. To me, I feel like this is Leo Style saying, all right, you got me that last game, I'm gonna get him this game. And I don't know if that's the right mentality to go into. I would say change it up, but it shows he's confident.
They still have flexibility with this Kunkka. I would still put it on the mid lane because pretty much Void Spirit and Ember are the same hero, and Kunkka does really well against both of these spirits. Now with the Dead Prophet, they have a bit more
5
like
seconds
control, AoE control with Silence. They have Roche taking potential with her ulti. Dead Prophet has mostly been played on the offlane, but it can also be played mid or safe lane. Same goes for Kunkka, so a lot of flexibility still left for Infamous. I think the most obvious one would be Dead Prophet on the offlane, Kunkka mid against Ember Spirit, and still pick something for the late game. Very surprised Lava decided to go with Ember because they know that Kunkka was picked and still decided to go with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
What did you?
I don't know. I think that this is a really bad situation to be in for Lava right now, if I'm honest. Like, I think so. My thought process is that it was going to be that Jakiro 3, and now I think you need to change it to 5 to try and like survive this lane of Spearbreaker, Death Prophet. Pick a strong laning position 1, and then pick something else off lane that enables all of this stuff. Because I'm like super worried about like how do you kill them?
Okay, so they think it's Dead
that's-
Prophet on the offlane because this
Yeah.
is the matchup that you pick. You lane really well into it, whether it's with Jakiro or Nyx Assassin. The problem is Spirit Breaker. Yes, you can stop his charge with a Gust, but they have heroes that get on top of Drow Ranger. Like if we're talking about the mid game, Dead Prophet can get a Blink Dagger, Siphon, Exorcism on top of Drow, Kunkka with either like Shadow Blade. So they have ways of dealing with the Drow Ranger. I wouldn't say this is a perfect Drow Ranger game, but they're trying to like get certain heroes that are good in the lane. So what they could do, I mean, they can just get, I don't know, anything that jumps Drow Ranger that potentially buys into BKB because they have no BKB piercing abilities. PA Sven sounds good for
5
Infamous.
seconds remaining.
Ursa again too. Any of those sound great.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, I think that the Drow is like it's a nice, like you said, lane answer, and I think that that's really what Lava need to lean into now is just try and win their lanes as hard as possible with this last pick they're gonna have. And yeah, they're banning out offlaners
10
now.
seconds remaining.
Even though they have 2 very good heroes against Tidehunter, possibly 3, Kunkka can build into Silver Edge. Spirit Breaker with the shard can apply that break mechanic against him. And also Dead Prophet is one of my favorite ones. Spirit Siphon Exorcism, run him down, can't crack that off.
If they go like an Agi core here that like tries to get on top of
10
Drow, I
seconds
think you could go Darkseer last for Lava.
Radiant team pick.
I think that'd be pretty
You're a
sick.
big fan of it, huh?
What are the
Yeah.
situations in which a Darkseer could not be picked? It's just he looks at all the iterations. He's like, how?
No,
can I
no, no.
fit
He
in
has a
Darkseer?
point. He has a good point. Like
Yeah,
chains,
thank you, Lacoste.
slight Jakiro combo, Nyx Assassin stun.
That's true.
10
Good
Yeah,
lane.
I'm down for it.
And the lane is really good too,
Yeah.
right? With Nyx, Darkseer.
You enable
and then you've
Nyx.
Yeah.
There aren't many heroes that can enable position for Nyx. I think Darkseer might be the only one.
Yep.
But it depends on what if they pick Ursa here, I don't think you can Darkseer. You're gonna get bodied.
Or is there so what you're thinking about though? Like if you're Infamous now, what carries are you siding with? Because obviously IG carries against Drow, not your first option unless Illusion Heroes. Was actually unless PL, to be honest, not even Illusion Heroes.
I like any of the ones that Lacoste mentioned of
Okay.
PA. I like Ursa too. What was the other one that you said?
I said Sven because
Sven,
they
Sven,
have
yeah.
nothing. Sven also gives them a bit more momentum, I would say. With his ulti, that Prophet ulti, they have very strong, like 20 to 25 minute timing.
What's the PA? All right.
Let's go dark.
Are you
here.
still siding with the dark suit then?
I'm down for it. I think they're gonna pick Underlord and lose though. that's my classic go-to call
Because they played Darkseer, so it might be something that they are looking into. I don't mind. I think this might be the best pick to be able to like execute the combo, because their draft like doesn't look that strong at the moment. What is there left in the pool? Let me just go through some of the hero list. I'm stupid if I don't see the heroes. I
Yeah.
I can't think.
Underlord. There's Sank.
Legion's another.
Pango.
Oh, no,
I
it's
think
banned.
Pango's also
I like the Pango
one who's
actually.
okay, because like they have Spirit Breaker ulti only, and he can stop Snapfire ulti. Ooh,
What?
they-
Okay.
I mean,
All in for
it
the
gives
lane,
them
I suppose.
break. They're focusing on the lanes. I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough. I really like what Infamous got here in the second one. I was very confident game 1 as well, so we might see a game 3, considering I just chose Infamous instantly. This is something I learned from my boy Kyle. Gotta be confident no matter what.
Oh, Lyrical.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that as well. Yeah, I'll go all in on the Kyle confidence bandwagon. Infamous into game 3. That'll be easy peasy. But yeah, this Viper. I mean, the thing about it is that like last time we saw this like really great offlane last pick that completely changed the dynamic of like what this was trying to do. I guess the only thing that really changes here is that they've got like more kill potential on that top lane. So they are going all in on like, let's win the lane. So that's their avenue to like find victory. But I'm just not confident after seeing that last game and how Infamous played that they're going to be able to do it.
Well, what's their carry again?
Drow.
Drow
Drow.
Ranger. Yeah, she needs to pop off. I also think Nyx Assassin needs to have a really good game in the mid game. Top lane needs to go well for them, but there's a lot of factors that need to go well, so we'll have to see. I'm a bit worried with the draft that they got.
One thing I will say that we talked about fixing their gameplay. If you're playing Drow Ranger, you're not inclined to run into the enemy team 3 times in a row like he did with Dusa, right? He might not feel like that's an option. So maybe Kotaro's positioning will look at it better, right? Maybe they're fixing their gameplay this way. Who knows? I'm grasping at straws here because we would like a game 3. You know, save the 2-0s for the last game of the day. And as we do so, and as we wait for this potential game 3, we're going to have our wonderful casters narrate this matchup. This time I get to call their names. It's Moxie and Purge.
Thank you so much, Avo. I don't know. I feel like Lacoste was the kiss of death last game. Do you think this draft is that bad coming out from Lava?
It definitely has some dangerous things with it for sure. They don't really have the best frontliners on their squad. It's usually something that you kind of want for a Drow and a Jakiro to sit back, repeatedly cast your spells from safety. But hey, maybe Viper can do some good stuff here. They are going to break the smoke as they walk high ground here.
Looks like they're going to be able to put a lot of damage over onto Moose, get his spells off before he dies, but First Blood going over to Affliction.
Very dead. Frank did break the smoke, but they didn't have vision on the spot, unfortunately, so not able to prevent that. But I think one really cool thing about the Lava Draft is their ability to siege towers is like insanely good. They've got Viper Shard later. They've got Jakiro as a support with, if he goes attack range with the Shard, it's insanely good. And they have Drow Ranger. So if they can get a gold advantage this game, or even go even, make it hard for Infamous to fight into them, they could definitely take buildings without too much difficulty.
Chill, bro. Chill and flex, bro.
A little bit of a skirmish for that rune, but nothing too wild here. Liz will spot out Lemiere as he walks by.
Could have gotten
A
an
click
extra
or two.
bounty if Kotaro went for it. But they were afraid. But he'll get that one eventually.
I feel like after game number 1, right, you gotta be feeling a little bit spooked about trying to go off on your own and picking things up.
Yeah,
Be
for
right
sure.
off the bat.
And there was a lot of talk about how Ember Spirit is kind of scary to play against Kunkka, and Kunkka does have some lockdown, but I imagine Ember's just better because he has way more invulnerability periods than Void Spirit does. And you don't necessarily want to use a Fire Remnant to back to your teammates, but I feel like you just have more tools in your toolkit than a Void Spirit does to dodge out these moments and these X combos with Slight and stuff. So I feel like Ember, he's maybe not gonna lane him easy, but I think it'll be okay.
I mean, that's one of the things that Quinn has said in the past during like interviews or during the NIDPC, I'm pretty sure, is he's just like, Ember's one of those heroes that if you're playing him correctly, you should never die. Like, maybe you take a couple risks here or there, but generally speaking, you always have a remnant up, you're always able to get away, and you make sure you don't put yourself in a bad position.
Yep, exactly. Hero being ran down here. There's a kill on the top
There's
lane.
the kill. We talked about it popping off. Frank, though, bottom lane taking so much damage. This time it's going to be Affliction who gets the kill. So pretty interesting here in the fact that they're very aggressive against this Death Prophet early here. But they're able to turn it back around again and find the kill.
So that's a Drow Ranger getting a solo kill against a off-lane Snapfire, which is pretty incredible for Kataru. He is out of regen though, so this gives Sacred an opportunity here. So slow.
Definitely not a hero. Oh, good cookie hop from Sacred.
He does it. Oh, great. He skilled Gus.
It should be okay.
A lot of Drows don't want to do that because they're just like, man, I just love farming with multi-shot in the mid-game. But it's like, you know, 1 point in Gus would have saved you from like 2 deaths in the lane. But now Sacred controlled the wave in such a way that Kataru's kind of screwed anyways. In some ways, it's better if he dies. He's just now getting regen, heading out towards himself. He'll do a pull at least, but the wave is pushing on the other side, so he's going to lose a lot of experience from this, unfortunately, for him.
It's an interesting decision to try to leave them just... Okay, looks like the Jakiro is going to go and teleport to lane now. I feel like there's so much depending on Kotaro really popping off. And it just seems weird that they wouldn't want to secure themselves that sort of advantage.
It's fine. I mean, he lost the creep wave for a little bit here, but he still has significantly more net worth than his opponent, so it'll be all right. As long as you get that.
All right is not popping off though, Purge.
Hey, he got a solo kill. He's popped off already, as far as I'm concerned.
All right,
That's really
fair.
impressive.
Your admiral is on board.
That's fair. I feel like we haven't talked much about the mid lane. Alone sitting a bit low here, but does have some very nice CS at the top of the charts currently. Leo Style not too far behind, but definitely not feeling as comfortable, for sure. They both have themselves their bottles.
So far, so
They're
good.
jump in the bottom lane. They're going to start chasing after Affliction. Frankie's ticking
the
down,
stun.
but we'll be able to get the kill on Affliction first.
That was a
As
big
Lumiere
loss.
does find the kill.
He had a Fairy Fire and an 8-stick wand there. He absolutely could have bought a lot more time there against the PA. Tough one. But Kim gets a good stun off. At least Lumiere will be a little pressured. Viper heads back to lane. Doesn't have Urn yet either, so doesn't get any charges. But the lane is going pretty darn good for PA. Double the last hits of what Viper is dealing with. So this could hurt Frank a lot. If you get behind in this kind of a matchup, and look at this fast Claymore for PA. All he wants is damage. Plus 20 damage he's now picked up with a Blightstone. Single target physical damage is the counter to Viper. Viper is stupidly slow at 275. So if Viper struggles in this lane, it's going to be a bad time. And Lumiere can always destroy one of these poison attacks with Blur. If he does get into a really bad situation, he's got that as an option. So this is not looking great for Frank if they don't start stabilizing.
So what's the best way, do you think, for a stabilization? Like having some sort of rotation come out from Leo?
Yeah, that could be an option. It's not exactly the best gank hero against PA, though, because there is...
Right.
he gets
Oh
solo
my
killed,
god!
too. Ooh, what a
I
kill.
just caught that over on my screen. That's a tip moment for sure. The young gun, 17 years old, by the way.
Nice kill. So yeah,
One of the, I don't know if that was his meme. There's someone's meme. I don't remember who it was. If it was Pakaz or if it was Alone, but it was just like 17 años, by the way.
that's a good one.
Lumiere chasing after Kim. Does have the impale up though. It's absolutely fine.
So like you can rotate and gank the PA or whatever, but the goal of Viper typically is to lane control when you're lane. So the fact that he lost that fight at the large camp is a tough one, especially like he got a kill on the 5, but then he dies to the carry afterwards. That's not what you want. That's a struggle.
God, look at this mid lane. Like Alone's just chasing after Leo here. Ooh, he just came back to lane too.
Yeah,
Like his
that's,
TP's on cooldown. He's not even level 6 yet. Like this is a rough life for an Ember Spirit.
yeah, used boat in that instance to do a lot of the damage here.
Top lane, Choo Choo comes Michael. They're gonna be able to protect Sacred. Kotaro needs to be a little bit careful here. Cookie
Great
hopped
dodge.
just a little bit too far forward. Michael forced to run out. That dual breath should be able to tick down. I think they're going to end up losing Michael, but they don't end up losing Sacred. So he served his goal here, but he's sitting very low now with no regen on the
Was
Snapfire.
Super important he dodges the cookie there. Based on the bash chance that Spirit Breaker was working with, that was a... Drow would have died if he got cookie there. So gets away with it, gets another kill.
Oh, is Alone gonna get him? No. He's got Remnant up. He's got the 6. Man, Alone, he wants this though. Runs right past here. Get the kill on the Nyx assassin. Lumiere though is able to just jump away from Frank. This bottom lane going a bit of a disaster for the side of Lava.
Yeah, it is, for sure. Not even 6 yet on Viper. Viper's almost 5. PA just hit 6, so their gold advantage is pretty big. Another kill mid.
Leo just came back to the lane. They followed with the boat. They've got lots of damage. Already using the torrent. Michael is nearby. Alone sitting a little bit low. They're going for the
Great
charge.
dodge.
A little bit of a dodge, though. Very nicely done with the impale. Alone, perhaps he is bitten up more than he can chew. He's going to go running up here, hoping that maybe he can get a denial off. Will they help him in time?
Oh.
No, it's still going to be Leo style who gets the kill.
That was
They'll lose
so
Michael
important.
as well.
He needed that kill really, really badly and barely catches him with a flame guard edge. I thought that deny was coming, but alright. 1k advantage now for Infamous. Not the end of the world, but they are providing some space against PA.
Bit of a deny here. They're trying to hold Lumiere in place. They get a couple of these clicks off. It's not looking good though for the PA, so they'll finally be able to get the kill.
Alright, they get him. Nicely done there. Drop another toxin so you don't have to worry about him dodging your attack.
Sacred doesn't have anyone to help him just yet, although choo-choo, here comes Michael. Not enough to save Sacred. Perhaps they can turn this around. Perhaps they can get a kill on Michael here too. No, it looks like Kotaro, he wants to farm. Gonna go hit creeps.
He's farming heroes right now. 2-0 and 1, 34 and 11. Has not died yet. Has gotten 2 kills. He's got basically everything he needs. His ulti damage was doing a lot against Spirit Breaker. I mean, they have a lot of high base armor heroes here, but not too many that buy a lot of armor usually. So if they can keep doing this with Kotaro, I mean, this is going to be the atypical Draw Ranger actually winning lanes.
Double silence here. Lumiere does teleport in, but Affliction just getting chased around the tower. They have such a creep wave that it is just very easy for them to make these dives. And PA now probably feeling a little bit spooked here. Frank has the Viper Strike and start putting out damage as much as he can. Blink available if they want to try to dodge around, but they get the impale off and they'll cut down Lumiere. In the top lane though, there's also another fight going, so lose Kotaro. Michael clicking away at Katya here. Katya trying to drag him over here into this creep wave, just getting some of these spells off, trying to put out a little bit of damage as Leo Style does follow up. They want this kill on Sacred. Sacred though gets himself a double kill. There's the charge from Michael, a good slight coming out here from Leo Style. Cooking up forward. Can they get the denial off in time? No, Leo Style again, this time making sure with that flame guard that they can still collect the kill like last time.
Great rotations. Really nicely done there. Sleight of Fist against Spirit Breaker is like the counter, because it just stops his charge instantly. So as long as you don't time it perfectly, it's just very difficult to counter. But I think the most important lane that's going well now is definitely Viper against PA. They crushed him in some of these engagements here. And this has now forced PA to go back to the jungle. And he actually went for a Void Stone to try to accelerate his laning, keep his mana costs up. But now Frank gets the free farm that he's been searching for all game.
Smoke play coming out from the side of Infamous U. They know that the Ember's still up here, but they're gonna have to make sure they can lock him down. Kotaro nearby alone, getting into position. Nice gust coming out, but still gonna be able to go and grab Leo Style with that X. They have a nice silence. They should have plenty of damage here, but again, with that Remnant, the cookie forward, not gonna be able to quite finish off Leo Style. Oh, with a follow-up though, as Moose makes his way top, gets the impale off, and again, alone, he's hunting. He wants Leo Style, gets the X off again with this torrent. He's gonna try to just jump away.
Gust is a good skill. Let it be known. That fight would have been so different without Gust.
So over, right?
Yeah, somebody just gets comboed and dies most likely. Instead, they get to play away from it.
They don't want to give up this tower just yet. They fortify. Tara's just going to clean up the creep wave here. Silence the X-Boat over onto Kotaro. Follow up the Snapfire Kisses, but that's by Carapace. It's a good time here, as now Alone is going to have to teleport away. They don't have any way of canceling out the TP as Affliction left behind. Kotaro and Kachi will turn the tables, get the kill, and protect their tower again.
Nicely done. And they get an urn on the Draw Ranger as well. Probably will give him a second one. Yeah, that'll keep him fully HP. 2, 1, and 3 now on Kotaro. So
God,
now,
I thought you meant that he bought the urn, and I was like, oh no.
oh no,
That can't be good.
it's I wouldn't be perfect, but urns. You shouldn't buy 2 urns by all means, but it's not that expensive. Yeah, he'll be just fine. He's got his Dragon Lance on the way.
Oh. Affliction, another slow. Do you have Sacred nearby? I'm sure Frank's gonna go for the dive. Nice ice path. Cookie hop forward, but that arrow's coming out from Drow Ranger. Do a lot of damage. Affliction will eventually die though from the poison. This time Michael now gets spotted. I was trying to look at him, Serpentine. Look at this guy. He's got his DS shoes on, but not quite enough because Leo of course does have the slight, did have the vision, and now alone. He is definitely alone, getting chased right underneath the tower. Multiple heroes chasing him. He's very fast. It does have those phase boots. Leo, though, he wants this. Turn around, get a couple of the slides off. Gonna follow up with the boat. Nice impale. Should be enough though to kill alone, as eventually down he goes.
It was a really good try. Cutting the tree to the right to force him to run across the map was very effective, but Lava's just doing such a good job running down Infamous right now. It's kind of feels like a repeat or a reversal of last game, actually.
Definitely feels like a reversal. You know, maybe Lacoste is, maybe that Kyle luck's really rubbing off on him, you know?
There has to be one.
Just like the Highlander, there always must be one on the
broadcast.
Western Europe broadcast.
Viper, see if you can get a kill here. Doing a great job so far. Michael probably just going to charge through. Oh, ooh, only charge there.
I don't know about this. Yeah, look at
Surprised
Moose.
I mean, they'll find it. They'll chase him. But oh yeah, Moose.
Oh yeah, they'll look at the 3. It's all pincering down here over onto Michael. Get the slide off, not quite landing the shackles though.
Yeah, hit the neutrals. Goodbye.
Oh. Choo-choo, making his way over to the middle lane, but alone taking a lot of damage. Good cookie hop to protect him.
Still going pretty good for these guys. Interesting item queue up here for Drow, opting for a possible Lincolns. He hasn't started building it yet, but that's what he's thinking about. Can't say I'm the biggest fan. There's a lot of things that could block it, but it is good against charge. It is good against X, potentially.
Look at this. Nice hunting here from Moose. They'll find Sacred, and they're going to try to finish him off, but they just can't do it quite quick enough. They knew that charge was coming.
He could have potentially committed 2 remnants there to get that kill, but it would have been a bit hairy. And not necessarily guaranteed that it works, so just doing the safe thing, pressures him back. The opponents won't be coming anytime soon. Alone will clear these Ancients up from the safety of their tri-camp. But so far, I gotta say, I think the Death Prophet's feeling a little bit mediocre at the moment. Like, it did fine in the first couple minutes, but since then, all of its rotations have felt mediocre. She's only got 1 point in Spirit Siphon, going for some silence levels now to try to give them some teamfight advantage in these engagements, but skill matchups don't feel that great, I gotta say.
A little bit off the mark with the silence. Spike Carapace coming to play. Frank is here. I'm gonna put out a decent amount of damage. They know that they get the Snapfire Kisses off this time because the Spike Carapace is already just absolutely used, so... Chase is on. Land over onto Affliction. He's gonna be able to finish off that 1 ward, so value. And he manages to get out with his life, so I think Infamous is pretty okay with that.
Yep, they're not quite done yet. He does end up buying the Ultimate Orb on Drow Ranger, so Lincoln's appears to be what he's committed to. It's kind of a cool item. I think one of the best things about it right now is the mana regen it gives is ridiculous. It's 4,600 gold. It gives you 5 mana per second. That's ridiculously massive. Most mana regen items are giving you like 2.5 right now, so giving you almost double. That does pay off on Drought, and his skill build actually is pretty cool. 2 points Frost Arrows, 3 Gust, and 4 multi-shots, so definitely some innovative stuff here. Going for a lot of Gust, but I mean, you're against a Spirit Breaker, you're against a PA. Gust is an incredible skill this game. Have a lower cooldown, higher duration. Hell, he might even get the Gust Blind, honestly. The talent that I've never seen a single person ever get. Against a PA, imagine if PA's on top of you, might as well give her 50% miss chance, you know? That's pretty powerful when her gap closes so incredible. At least
the way you keep talking about it, I fully expect the next time that we go to cameras in the post-game, you're just wearing a shirt that says the word Gust on it.
Do like a wide Gust. At level 15, you can get Gust with. Oof, it's very powerful.
It's practically a windy day right there.
Yep.
Michael leading him on a bit of a chase over here. Does see a courier, just raindrops and a TP, nothing too exciting, but does have to be careful because he's about to walk into Kotaro. Rather, Kotaro's about to, oh no, turns right back around. There it is, there's the Gust. And they've got an Atos online, so there's no way that you're allowed to teleport away.
I mean, it kind of makes sense to leave Frost Arrows at lower levels. It's only 5 damage per level, which is good, but not incredible. So, I think it makes a lot of sense here in this context.
Leo really wants this kill on Affliction, but
Okay, he went damage.
forced to back off.
No cool gust, unfortunately.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next.
Or maybe it'll
time.
come back to bite him in the butt, you know? And then you'll be like, ah, I know exactly why.
I mean,
Get me on that panel.
It kind of makes sense, anyways. Ooh, might see an engagement.
I see a little bit of one. Expert spot. Leo still, though, he does have double damage. It's a good silence, though, coming out from Affliction immediately. So they end up losing to Jakiro. They're going to turn back around, try to trade with these supports here. Spirit Siphon keeping Affliction alive just a little bit longer. But they do manage to get the kill. So just a trade on supports. Nothing too wild. Have we seen any other group really, like, I remember that Eastern Europe was super big on this position 5 Death Prophet for quite a while. But has anyone else really favored it recently?
I know that she's trending again. I haven't checked all the regions, but almost always played as a core, yeah. Her support has been a little weaker. Her movement speed's not quite as strong as it was like 6 months ago when it was being played. Or 6 months a year. I can't remember. Time flies.
It's all relative right now with COVID years.
Exactly. But certainly she fell off and now is back a little bit again. But this is the first time I've seen her as a support so far.
The hunt is on. Rolling up the triangle.
Right now, to me, she does not look very effective. She's got 4 points in silence. It's going to do one thing. It's going to help them kill Ember Spirit. And can they land it? They do.
They got the silence, but follow up here, Leo. They need to lock him down for long enough, though, is the issue with the Torrent. Looks like it's pretty good. No, he just sips away. Drop the Torrent, or rather, the Remnant earlier. They do see that Moose is here as he's kind of waddling around. They have a sentry.
It was a great try, but unfortunately, the Kunkka got there a little bit too late. He wasn't able to boat and do his X combo. As a result, they didn't have quite enough damage to get the kill. Bit of an overcommittal, but hey, level 4 silence is going to force Ember to play a little bit more careful. Some of the other heroes are great to silence too. Next Assassin is one.
Charge, a little bit of a split going on. They're going to try to take down the Death Prophet first. Should be able to find that as they take down a courier. There's a buyback. It's a good macro pyre. Cookie Hop coming out, though, trying to protect Michael a little bit more. They do see moves. The chase on over the back lines. They want Frank alone, though. Having a little bit of difficulty. X marks the spot, dragging right back in. Michael ticking down alone, though, is left alone as Katara sits on the low ground, finds the kill. These long-range Snapfire Kisses, though, will manage to go and collect over onto Moose. Cookie Hop over onto Affliction.
It's so hard to
Lumiere. Lumiere's still here.
I don't even think they know he's there. He was looking for an opportunity, but he doesn't have treads. He's just brown boots, Battle Fury with a Mithril Hammer. So he's got damage. He's going to snipe the courier here, most likely. He's going to lose it, unfortunately. They basically committed heavily to Viper. Viper, despite being a little bit weak at times, is not weak at this point in the game. His net worth is quite high, 77, third highest. He's got huge magic resistance due to 4 points in corrosive skin. So the stuff they tried to kill him with, pressure-wise, it was Spirit Breaker, it was Kunkka, and maybe they committed a little bit of Mortimer's Kisses to him, but that's exactly what he's good against. Magic damage. So if PA isn't there with like Treads, Deso, Battle Fury or something, I just don't see Viper dying at this phase. His laning stage ended up going well.
Silence gets dropped over onto Moose. Nice ice path over onto Michael, though. Got a little bit more damage. Cookie Hop going to protect him a bit further. It's a bit of a warding war for the most part, trying to make sure that they still have control of this bottom part of the Radiant jungle. Because there is a tier 2 up. And they just don't want them to farm, and they want to be able to take the tower.
And it's going to be a lot harder to do this if Spirit Breaker has vision of them at any point, because then he can charge in, and that allows Infamous to pick a good team fight. And will he spots on them.
Creeping forward here. So, lands the Impale, Leo style nearby, says Katya, this is going to be a dead Michael. So, very nicely played on the side of Lava. This ensures they can take the tower. That's going to open up the outpost over here. And they see Lumiere. Got the Atos right now from Frank. A couple of these clicks up, and now he knows that he can just teleport out because the rest of the team not nearby to cancel the TP.
Totally fine. They just want to make him run around the map inefficiently looking for stuff. He's finished his Battle Fury now, or sorry, his BKB. So now he can go Magic Immune when he fights, but he still does not have a Boots upgrade, so his attack speed is entirely reliant on Phantom Strike, really. So he is not going to feel quite the same here, but I don't blame him for rushing the BKB. certainly something he needs against the enemy squad. Gust would hard counter him. Ember Spirit doing Searing Chains on him would hard counter him. It's a lot of dangers.
A good setup. They baited Leo style and they followed up with lots of damage then.
Wow.
It's just, even with the BKB, cannot survive the amount of damage. And the assault jumping forward again. Leo style with the Remnant manages to go and land over onto Affliction. It's not looking good for this Death Prophet, of course, moves nearby. Doesn't even need it. Clean up the position 5 over on the side of Infamous. They'll take the mid tier 2.
Really nicely done. Great pressure there. Chain stunning is basically what won them that fight. I mean, BKB was available on Kunkka, but stun into low HP and physical damage means he dies, doesn't get to use it the way he wants. Even after he pops BKB, he dies. And then they say, all right, let's see what else we can get. And then they found this 5-position Death Prophet that doesn't do anything.
She's had some good silences.
Yes.
But
they
it's not as
haven't turned
effective
out
as what
kills,
you, I'm sure you.
unfortunately. Compared to other supports, yeah, her effectiveness has not been very high here.
Good. Impaled. Called Viper Strike. They're holding on to that Atos, but does have the BKB, so Amir will be able to teleport out, but Kotaro manages to get himself the Aegis of the Immortal during this time. So I think you're happy with that. You force out a BKB defensively, you get an Aegis online for your position 1.
Yeah, they're definitely really jacked about this. Hurricane Pike up now for Drow Ranger as well. So gives them another solution. Any Yules? Nope.
Malone forced again to use that BKB Leo style hunting. Doesn't know where the rest of the team is though. We'll back off.
He must have been scared about a Yules. Nyx Assassin does have one. It's a great counter to Kunkka. You use him while the X ends, then he stays in place. He has to be in the air while the X is ending. So you can definitely time it by clicking on the buff icon. But that's 2 BKB charges, or 3 now actually. He's down to 6 seconds on Kunkka for his BKB. That feels bad because they haven't even had a good fight with it yet.
It's definitely feeling like Infamous U is on the back foot.
Yeah, he will go for the
They see it.
Right. Some good attack range.
You're used to seeing Infamous, kind of leading that aggression, and this time they're having to play a lot more carefully. They're not getting these initiations that they want, and anytime that they try to make these things happen, it definitely feels like Lava just jumps on them, pounces immediately, because they're laying bait half the time, right? You can see that, like, Leo style will just be hanging out in the mid lane, the rest of them hiding out in the trees. Very nice positioning coming out from the supports on top of that as well.
Yeah, they've been doing really good. Almost Lincoln Sphere on Ember Spirit as well, so they just control the map completely. Nyx Assassin's going to spot any Infamous heroes that leave their lane, and Core's playing in between. Look what the Infamous has to do to, like, look for a possible team fight here. Sitting behind PA while PA hits creep waves. He does buy his treads, so his attack speed is much, much better now. Extra 35 here. Very tough to fight.
Ooh, look at that! Look at that scan. They know someone's up here. It's gonna be a casual charge through from Michael. Just does a little bit of a U-turn. Ooh, the Ice Path though, clipping right at the edge here. They go for this. There's a lot of heroes here. About 4 of them. The follow-up, they're just gonna be able to try to take down Affliction immediately. Michael now with the Atos just being held into place. Come out. Hoping maybe they could get Lumiere, but they'll go right over into the mid lane. Ice Path, just for a little bit of vision. That's one thing that, they're looking. Oh, they managed to go and land it over onto Lumiere. Do they have enough, though? Cookie hop forward. Frank thinking about going in deep. He does have to be a little bit careful. Turn their attention over to the mid tower. Torrent landing over onto 3 from below, but the Ice Path does connect with this fight. Carapace has set it up. EKB comes out from alone. Leo style. Be able to zip away. Samu's here. He's getting some clicks down. They go and they use the dust cell. Get themselves a consolation prize. The rest of the side, Katsu not going to be able to walk away from this. It's not looking, but oh, never mind. Never mind completely. Sacred, Cookie hop forward. BKB coming up from the mirror. We're gonna get the buybacks coming out en masse now, but it's not looking great for Sacred. Turn back around, finish off Affliction. It's just so hard to get their hands on Leo style. Kotaro gets himself a double kill as they'll chase over onto Alone. That Gust coming into play, and there's plenty of damage coming out from the side of Lava. They'll clean up over on my
Great team fight there. I mean, they played it perfectly, retreating with 4 heroes. It was a good time for Infamous to dive and chase and fight, but Spiritbreaker got messed up by the Ice Path and a little bit of Drow damage. He's behind on net worth. Drow has tons of net worth. And then, very importantly, Frank was the guy that got targeted, but he threw his ultimate immediately on top of PA. PA was not able to dodge it with Blur. and as a result, PA just has 60 less attack speed, which after the first couple seconds basically meant that her BKB is countered because she's not dealing that much damage during that. Viper ends up staying alive, even throws up the high five, and then they're able to clean up afterwards.
I will say it is a very strange thing when you're casting a team fight and then you hear the whoop whoop noise from the high five. It's like, one of these things is not like the other. Team is coming back up though on the side of Infamous. They're looking to re-engage here. Spike Carapace immediately coming out. That Yule's into play. Look at this multi-shot from Kotaro though. It's just so much as they find a lot over to the court. Just right now, they say stay down, but using the secret line. And they get the silence off over onto Lumiere. They'll end up losing the PA. The zip forward Leo style. Look at this. The GG. It's called. This is the lava that everybody had been waiting to see, knowing that they could. And we're going to game 3.
That was a fun game, I gotta say. Remember how it started? Ember Spirit, struggle busing it. Drow Ranger gets a solo kill, but gets a little zoned. I think Kotaro played amazing in this game, though. Getting the solo kill in the lane, transitioning that into more kills in the lane with help from his allies. They recovered the offlane as well. It looked like it could have been tragic game 2 for Lava, but they ended up recovering in so many places on the map and then utterly dominating. They made the Death Prophet 5 look crap once it was lost in the laning stage, and then they just pushed their limits in a really strong way. So well played by Lava.
No, definitely very impressed. I think one thing I wanted to touch upon just briefly is like the fact that they had vision. I feel like vision has become such a big part, especially in a lot of these games where the teams are very evenly matched in some points, right? But the fact that, you have an Nyx assassin who can travel around. In game number 1, Infamous had a Clockwork who's be able to throw out the vision. And I feel like that seems pretty important when you're very close, just having that little bit of an advantage. But yeah, beautiful game coming out here from Lava. Infamous, they're a really good team. They're going to have to go back and figure out a different strategy, though, because we're going to a game number 3. And I know our panel will be very excited about that.
Well, at this point, I can't trust you anymore, Lacoste. Whatever you say, it's
Hey, it
just,
was
I
me
feel like
too.
you're doing...
That's
Well, yeah,
fine.
but
you
Lyrical,
guys get baited.
I look, he does the Lyle show, and all of a sudden this happens. I think there's some sort of coincidence here, but I don't know.
Too much influence from
happened
Kyle,
that game?
indeed.
What happened in that game? Tell me. What went different to what you expected?
Mid lane went well for Kunkka once again. He played extremely well. He got a solo kill, as we can see here, pre-minute 6 without using a boat. But then, Leo Style and the crew, Nyx Assassin also played a really good game. I also didn't think they're gonna flex this Death Prophet to position 5. I think what they've done at the start was okay for Phantom Assassin, because they tri-laned and also secure her lane, but it also means that Drow Ranger will have a free farm on the top. I also think it's much better if you give XP and the gold the Dead Prophet instead of Snapfire, but Snapfire as a 3 has been something that South America has been playing, seen it multiple times so far, so maybe they think there's something more to it, where Snapfire gets items and has more influence in the game than from position 4. Drow Ranger, she completely popped off. I like her itemization. Dragonlance into Lincoln Sphere to be able to protect herself from charge, jump from Phantom Assassin, X marks the spot combo. Sounds pretty defensive, but I think in this one it was pretty good. Also, Otaro's positioning has been great. It was never seen, but it can also come down to itemization. A lot of these cookies also were not landing in the right direction. I've seen it a couple of times where cookie just goes in. I don't think it would matter that much. Before the game started, I said Nyx Assassin needs to pop off, and he did. He had some really good time using the Carapace. Very easy to set up against Death Prophet. And Death Prophet 5, not a thing, apparently.
Yeah, I mean that's one of my biggest takeaways as well from this. I mean, there's a couple of things that we can talk about, but in particular, I remember one moment at 17 minutes in where Death Prophet was coming in for a kill along the top lane on the Ember, and she was so close to being able to secure the kill there with the silence, landing on the Ember. There was Kunkka moving in afterwards, trying to get the kill. And then she was level 7. So she only had 1 point in silence, and there was 1 second too little. And that's one of those moments where you're thinking back and like, if this would have been a core Death Prophet, this is the way that you shut down the Ember. Is you have the Spirit Breaker charging in. You can try and bait out the Slight. You have the silence afterwards. When those things don't all coalesce together the way that you want it to, it's going to go badly. And one other thing that I'll mention, like the sort of mind game dynamic of what's going on between these two guys mid, in a way, I think that the decision to flex the Death Prophet says that it was basically like Alone saying, you know what, I'm going to be able to take care of this guy without that extra lockdown. I can control Leo's style. And this was Leo Styles' game to pop off, like Kevin was talking about. Like, if you have more ways to outplay the Kunkka because of that longer period of invulnerability. And I think that he really got sort of exposed not having that extra bit of lockdown that you would want from a Death Prophet.
Like these young players, they want to style on people, but they also got to respect some of the more elderly people in the scene. Maybe he thought, I played Kunkka in the previous game, pretty much the same hero, but as you said, he has a bit more time to maneuver and has more time to react on Ember Spirit other than Void Spirit. Also, one thing I noticed that was a really cool thing is Lumiere on Phantom Assassin. He was using Courier to jump between the camps, to give vision, and then he jumps between the camps to allow him to farm much more. Also, like Battle Fury Rush, I don't think I've seen this for a very long time, and also not even upgrading the power treads, just keeping the brown boots for a very long time. Is one of the things that just doesn't feel right. But the map was shrinking, so maybe he thought, I'll get that Deso, I'll get that BKB. I need to be able to fight. Lava, good performance, I would say. Like Ember Spirit plus Nyx, they played really well, and also Drow Ranger was very active. And as I said, I love the itemization on her.
Can't wait to ask you guys about Game 3. Before that, though, we're going to take a small break as I ask you guys what will happen in that last game. Stay tuned, guys, if you want to see the development of this series between Infamous and Lava. Welcome back. We have one last game for the series. One last time for my panel to curse a team. I cannot wait to see who gets the kiss of death from them this time.
I'll wait for Gabe to go first this time.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good call. I'll help.
All right, Lava. What did you guys see? Sorry, let's look at Infamous first. What did you guys see that you think they should improve? Did you like their draft? I mean, I know you did actually. Would you stick with that?
I would just put Death Prophet on core.
Yes.
But
So you think
what's up?
it was a Snap 5 and then Death Prophet 3? That was your option.
I think that you could do Snap 5. Yeah, you could also have done Snap 4, and I think it would have been
Sure.
not as good probably because then you've got double melee down bottom. But yeah, I think just putting that situation there, and I mean, I can kind of understand the logic of it. Like, there's sort of two ways to think about it, right? It's like, okay, if you can get a lot done, if you can get a lot of kills with the Snapfire, it's great. But you're like bumping the Snapfire up to a core when she is super hard countered by the Nyx Assassin, and that just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you're not going to get damage out from that ulti. We saw it canceled so many times.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're just lowering the effectiveness of Snapfire by putting her on position 3. And maybe they thought, we're not going to play around Mortimer's kisses. We want to get the Blink Dagger and the Shard to be able to, like, deal damage. And if Nyx Assassin use Carapace, then we'll pop it or try to kill Nyx Assassin. There's, like, a lot of different thinking over the regions. I hope we still get to see the major, to see how these like regions clashes and who has the best way of thinking, because I see it like different approaches in the regions that I was covering, North America mostly, and also EU West. They don't pick these like weird position 3 heroes. They're like scaling position 3s that can take over the game even sometimes. And like Snapfires on position 3, we've seen Fever that was super effective in game number 1, hitting a bit of a different timing, going for that Spirit Vessel Aghanim's and then playing for like 5 minutes earlier timing on the hero. And also like Centaur's not a hero that we see too much. Viper is very situational, I would say. It's been played, but I don't think as much as in South America. And in South America, it also, like certain teams played as position 5. So you have to worry about that one as well.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's the one that was created in South America and will stay in South America till the day it dies. Panda still gets first banned most of the time because he was the inventor of it. And I agree with your offlane assessment. It's interesting, not only that you talk about the scaling cores, but if you know in South America, there's a much less prevalence to care about taking the tier 1. Whereas in other regions like the OD Meteor Hammer, the Beastmaster prevalence nowadays, Death Prophet even 3, there's a lot more ways to deal with that tier 1 in the safe lane. Now that Konkas and Queens of Pains and stuff get picked up. In South America, they just don't care. They'll leave it up for the whole time. And this might lead to what you guys were talking about, the map like staying really small if you actually lose your lanes. There's a lot less ways to be able to recover. And
yeah, also
kind of showed that.
Yeah, a bit of a different approach. Aya was completely uncontested.
True.
So far. So
yeah.
I guess they just don't like to play. They don't think the hero is... Or they think they know how to play against the hero. Just focus Io, LOL.
So
Queen of Pain is in the pool. Queen of Pain is in the pool, Gaben.
Right. Well, and this is interesting, right? Because they also banned Nyx. So now if they take Quap, they're going to have Snapfire with no Nyx counter. So that's the trade-off that they're offering them. Yeah. Right, exactly. No clock, no Nyx. Like, two of the big ways that you counter it. I wonder if there's any way you could do, like, an Invoker or something, and then you could have long-range counters. No, you just take Quap. That's easy.
Too valuable, yeah. I mean, it's one of Leo's best heroes, and it suits his playstyle. You can be the pillar of the team. Puck, do you pick Puck here?
Yes,
or like the
I think you need to do it. It's the only bad matchup for Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain does... Like, Lina is the other one. I've seen... Like, we discussed it quite a lot on our panels in different regions. Lina... Because I've seen Queen of Pain, like, not lose matchups against Puck. It's a bit hard. We're talking about Puck getting level 6, getting the coil, and then one hero rotating to just make Queen's first, I would say, like... 5 minutes after getting the coil miserable.
What?
Okay, this is a mid last rack. I think they just have a bit of a different. I'm a bit confused because I know South America, like they they love to play different heroes and different roles. I've seen Lashrak do like relatively well because he can outrange Queen of Pain. You're not getting close to her. You don't care about the Shadow Strike, so both of the heroes are gonna farm. But potentially, it can also be a mid lane. Sorry, off lane.
I'm shocked. And now you get Spirit Breaker Quap as a combo. So there was a couple of games. I think I don't remember who it was. It was one of the Eastern Europe matchups that we were watching, and they were talking about, in the post game interview, they're saying your team didn't have any stuns. They didn't have any stuns. It was just Spirit Breaker, and they're like, we don't need any stuns because we've got so much overwhelming damage with like this Quap shard, having the Kaya Sange, jumping in and just blowing somebody up that it doesn't matter. And they have this hero that's like so susceptible to getting bursted in Leshrac. And like the save, quote unquote, is this Earth Spirit, and like they're giving up the Snapfire for this. It's such a big departure from what Infamous were doing before. It's really interesting.
I want to see next ban from Lava. If they ban one more hero in the mid lane that just says, we see this Leshrac as something else, which is not mid. Because Invoker, he does also relatively well against Quap. You don't care about the Shadow Strike damage, and you don't care too much about the Spirit Breaker charge, I would say, where you can use either Cold Snap or Tornado to stop the charge, so that's always going to be good. If I see, if there's, Lina or Puck ban, maybe they've been screaming against each other, they've seen this Leshrac, they have a bit more information than us, like what happens inside, so sometimes it's hard to guess for us, but for them it's not that hard.
You talked about the odd offlaners, right? Whisper has been running. He's the innovator of all these odd offlaners, right? He's the one that brings them to the region, and he was one of the guys that brought the Leshrac offlane as a big thing. So it could be they're trying to do that as well. The Snapfire was also his, so.
Alone has a really high win rate on it. I was looking through his pro matches, and it was one of his highest actually. Was on this Lesh.
It's one of his best.
Look
heroes.
at you, Gabe, being on the panel and doing research while on it. Wow, good at multitasking, huh?
This is why I have multiple tabs
called
open.
out.
I've got 6 tabs open on my computer. Lacoste. It's the dream.
How many monitors do you have?
3.
So 6 tabs
really?
per monitor.
Yeah. What do you mean, really?
Is this what being a tier 1 caster is like? Is this what I will get someday?
Well, I need at least one for Twitch chat, right? Like at least.
Right. And what are the other 2?
This is the most important one.
That's I think that this Lesh could be really strong, and I'm wondering if it's their answer for Quap, and I'm just thinking about this poorly. Like if he gets tanky enough, then maybe run out of damage on Queen. Maybe that's the goal, because they already have like this Earth Spirit who also is crazy tanky.
Is the lane good for Lesh though? I was under the impression it wasn't.
I have no idea.
It's good. Leshrac does well. I mean, doesn't lose to Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain doesn't lose to anyone, pretty much. Maybe Lina, depends on the players.
Right. So as long as you trade even, you're pretty happy against the Queen of Pain, essentially.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Right.
Queen of Pain
do you punish her when she
strong.
rotates and takes the tower? Is that also part of the Lesh plan? Like
You
a
need
DP
you need a point in stun. You need 2 points in lightning for that lane. So your Edict, if Queen rotates like level 6, you're gonna have 2 points in Edict, which is not the strongest for taking the tower, and someone else could be on a mid lane. But both of these drafts so far, you have Earth Spirit Leshrac. They can play extremely aggressive, and same goes for Queen of Pain, Spirit Breaker. Like these 2 heroes at every stage of the game can secure kills. This is something that NA has shown as a counter to Spirit Breaker, picking up Shadow Demon. He charges, you use ulti, you dispel Bulldoze. He's not moving, you can legit just walk away and he can charge you. You also have a built-in save, so you can use Disruption on a target. It's a very cool way of thinking. Like certain heroes come back into meta when certain heroes get popular. Like Luna's popular, Shadow Demon's always gonna be good unless they change or do something really bad to nerf him completely to the ground, change his abilities, and same goes for Spirit Breaker. I think it was Wildcard who actually showed it first time in an official match.
Yeah. One, I mean, it's interesting too, sort of building on that point that you were making, that you now have, okay, if Shadow Demon's taken, they have this option to go for an Agi core that's like terrifying to run against, and so they take this Grimstroke. We've seen a ton of Aghanim Scepters get picked up for them. It does set us up likely for, I'm assuming this is going to be core Spirit Breaker for Mr. Frank. But I'm okay. Never mind. Nope, it's going to be. But the reason I was saying that is because it's sort of weird, right? Like, if you're now, what's the lane gonna be? Are they gonna do Spirit Breaker 5 and then Grimstroke 4? I guess.
It depends if they want to
why are
pick
you-
like range hero, then you can pair it up with Spirit Breaker. If they want to go for melee, then Grimstroke is gotta be 4. I don't even know what I said. If they have range hero, they're gonna pair it up with Spirit Breaker 5. If they have a
Okay.
melee hero, then they will pair it up with the Grimstroke, I believe. They will have to choose, and that lane will take a bit of a hit.
So, is your concern, Gabe? How do you trigger the Cinder Brew? And Grimstroke has an easy time, and Spirit Breaker, you have to kind of charge in.
No,
Is that
I'm
what
more,
you're thinking?
I'm more concerned about like Spirit Breaker sort of being stuck in a lane and them not having anybody to babysit, or not being able to, like having to sort of stick there and babysit a carry. But maybe you just pick a more self-sufficient carry and it's fine.
Okay.
They take the Faceless Void now, and they have a good amount of damage thrown to it with Lesh, but it's kind of like weird damage because he's ended up being like far away. I'm not sure if I really love this, but I also don't love Brewmaster. So hopefully one of these picks is going to end
Tell
up
me
looking
why.
good in the end.
Tell me why you don't like it.
Why I don't like Faceless Void or Brewmaster?
Brewmaster. You seem
Because-
to not like a lot of heroes in this draft, Gabe.
That's true. So like to me at least, I feel like the strength of this is, all right, we're going to lift up one so we can deal with all the rest. And now, like, what, you're just going to sort of let Leshrac sit there with the Pulse Nova going, or what, are you going to try and find the back line? I also feel like the laning stage might be rough because I think that this hero is just not very good right now, in my opinion at least. I'm concerned.
I think it's okay. I've seen it do better than I expected, and I was a bit of a hater on Brewmaster, so glad he's doing a bit better. And they do ban out Buck that we mentioned. They also go for Kunkka, so they're still protecting Queen of Pain, and most likely they think this is just an offlane Leshrac with the Earth Spirit. So Shadow Demon plus Faceless Void, it's a very weak lane. It's very abusable. So Brewmaster, if he's paired up with the Grimstroke, they're gonna have a really good time. A lot of value from Inkswell in this game. You have like 3 heroes that love to go in. Queen of Pain at the later stages of the game, once she gets that Kaya Sanj plus Shard. Silencing any of these heroes is going to be very valuable, especially if you have Inkswell on it, maybe even with a Shard to have a Dispel mechanic on top of it. So that's going to be very annoying for Faceless Void and both supports to play against.
I can feel you there. That part at least does sound kind of nice, and I like that combination together. The thing that just scares me as I was doing my research, Lacoste, as you love to hear me do. 5 picks throughout all of SADPC, 0 wins. Nobody's won with this hero. So,
Brewmaster 0, say that again?
It's 5 picks and it hasn't won a game.
5 games, okay.
I don't know. I'm afraid, man.
Stats
this the-
don't lie.
Is this the best one for the best game for Brew as well? Because I don't find Brew against Lesh to be like a particularly. Wow. Quite the
I guess
opposite.
the
I'd say.
Dispel with if he goes like a Yule's build.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Actually, I never thought of that. Because I thought Cyclone is usually the best tool, right? And it's good against Void. It's not very good against Lesh.
No.
But the Master Spell, yeah, that's a very good point actually.
We'll see. I think he just goes the Kaya Sanj build and then tanks up and starts running around. And this now, like you were talking about, Lacoste, the like ranged melee of Drow Spirit Breaker. This looks a lot better.
Yes, it's strong because they think it's Leshrac on the offlane. Same thing what they did in the previous one. So I think that's fine. Also, Faceless Void is not really good against Raw Ranger in terms of like pre-BKB fights. There's your hero. Game.
Oh, let's go. I have to pick him. I don't care. Infamous is winning. GG.
All right, Lyrical said this first. Lacoste, who are you going to go for?
I'm thinking about this Brewmaster. Still not on the Brewmaster train, especially now that Gabe has provided me with some stats, and these stats are not good for Brew. I like Drow Ranger, however. One thing I dislike about Lava's draft is they don't have a save for Chronosphere. So if they decide to go on one hero, that hero is most likely gonna die.
Join me.
Oh,
Join me in the
joining
darkness
joining
of
you in the
Darkseer.
dark side, Dark
Let's
Seer.
go.
All right, Dark Side on the Dark Seer.
All right.
Okay,
it was
let's
very
go.
hype.
Let's go. Yeah, it's
It's-
hype. I think they have a very strong combo. But they also need to be very good at executing it with just vacuum into Earth Spirit, and the 2-3 man Chrono should do a trick. They have Magnetize, the overtime damage, and Leshrac really pumps out. Also, very hyped to see how this time around mid matchup is gonna go.
The
Right.
one last thing that I'm going to throw out there is that I think, I don't remember when it was exactly, but there was a change that got made with Drow Rangers, like cast point on Gus got brought down, and it made Drow a lot better against Darkseer. But you can still abuse in the lanes. That's what I want to watch for. That's going to be a big thing to watch for.
All right. The kind of interactions you get when you have a Darkseer lover on the panel. Thank you for that, Lyrical. Will our panel curse the Infamous one last time? And so, will Infamous decide to sue our panel? We're gonna have to see, because this is the potential major whatever happens qualification for them. Or will the panel be right this time? Will Infamous take this game? Is Brewmaster actually a good pick? So many questions, but only answers given to you by the casting duo that we have ready for you. It's Moxie and Purge.
All right, well, bag 'em and tag 'em, boys. Lava's won this game. Both of the guys cursed the poor Infamous draft. What do you think, Burge?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what they're saying. I like Brewmaster, but he does have some issues closing games out. It's like you have to win these team fights and get into a good position. But I think if Kotaro has another draw performance like he did last game, I think they have a really good shot of winning this if he has a net worth advantage. But if they're playing from behind, I don't have a lot of faith in their lineup. I think it'd be a bit tough. They have some disables, certainly. On the other side, there are a little bit of weak disables as well. Other than like Chronosphere, basically, they just have like Disruption, Earth Spirit stuff, and maybe a Lesh combo. So how the fights actually execute might come down a little bit to who initiates first. Spirit Breaker is a great option though for setting those up.
So is it a situation too where you're just I mean, this is another hero that's very comfortable for Frank playing the Brewmaster. And again, you said, a lot of it comes down to will they win these lanes? Are they going to be able to solidify that sort of a lead? But I have a feeling that, again, even looking at over at Kachu, also known as formerly known as MJZ, formerly known as Woo. Please, for the love of God, South America, stop changing your names. It is so hard to keep track of you all. This is also a hero that he's very comfortable on too. So you have some nice combos that you can make with the Brewmaster and the Grimstroke combo.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. The downside to that lane, though, is that if you just disrupt whoever is Inkswelled early enough and then walk away, then they blow up while they are far away from you. So it kind of leads to a counter there. But if you can get like Phantom's Embrace off with Inkswell on Brew while he's chasing down, then yeah, it's going to be really effective. But Shadow Demon opted for Boot's start to help avoid this situation. He doesn't want to get that close to his opponents, so he's just going to do his best to stabilize the game for Void.
I just feel like the mobility too. Like we talk about not having great lockdown, but being able to use the Soulbind and use it on like something like a Leshrek and maybe an Earth Spirit or something that wants to be mobile, right? Because they want to skirmish, they want to be able to move around quite a bit, and if you're tethered down to someone, it's going to make things much more difficult.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, it is a really, really good Soulbind game for that reason. All three of the cores on Infamous are pretty mobile, so locking them down would be great. Better chance you hit them with like Quap ulti or Inkswell or even Drow Ranger Gust or even Spirit Breaker charging 3 heroes. It's going to give them a much better outcome there, most likely. Another pair of boots picked up actually by Spirit Breaker. He's going to try to just have a little bit of movement speed advantage over his opponents. See how that all rounds out.
Like I've seen Sacred play Darkseer so many times.
It's a good hero selectively.
I feel like that's something like in his toolkit though that he falls back upon quite often. So Lyrical should be in for a bit of a treat. This is a guy who knows his Darkseer.
Yeah, he definitely does. But Sacred does too. See if he can get close to the Draw Ranger, get some pressure. The scary part is definitely level 2 timing here for the Darkseer plus the Earth Spirit. Then he's got Rolling Boulder, Boulder Smash, and they've got Vacuum dealing 100 magic damage right now is quite fantastic. And at level 2, I doubt Draw Ranger will have Gust, but we'll see what he opts for.
You never know. But Lumiere already taking quite a lot of damage as he fought with Frank over that rune spot. And no regen on him either. Affliction just having the 3 tangos on top of that.
Well, with these 2 heroes, they'll be able to zone him a bit. Got 3. The downside is that after he gets this 5 stack of poison, he's going to be just about completely out of mana. Dodges the 5th.
And he didn't get the 5th.
Oh,
There
he reads him. Locks him in too. Yeah, probably won't die here. He's going to almost die, but... Yep. I mean, 5 Shadow Poison stacks, by all means, a lot of damage. But Shadow Demon is now down to 50 mana. Is that worth it? Not sure.
It's going to change the way that he's playing the lane in any case.
Yep. He's just going to try to approach the creep wave now and see what he can do. But that's going to mean a tri lane for them is going to basically zone the Earth Spirit and the Darkseer. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to give a good lane for a Draw Ranger, similar to what we saw last game. So this time, Kotaro doesn't have to do it for himself. His teammates are going to do it for him. 2 heroes now basically zoning the scary duel lane. And this is what makes sense with the Spirit Breaker with boots as well. It makes their chase and their contestation even stronger. So now that Kotaro has started things off with an 8-3 lane beginning, Darkseer's only at 1 last hit. This means Kotaro is going to have boots coming probably. No, he's going for Gloves of Haste next. But Treads will be afterwards, and once he gets that, his lane is going to feel pretty stabilized for a bit. And he's almost level 3, by the way. So, yeah, great start here for Lava.
I told you, the guy's cursed, infamous.
They did.
I was thinking about that. You mentioned earlier. You're just like, yeah, there's got to be one at every broadcast, and I was just like thinking in terms of like, oh, like on every, because the last time we saw Kyle was on the Western Europe one. And I was like, oh yeah, who is the person who curses on each of the broadcasts now? Who is the Kyle of each region?
I think we're going to have to check some data to truly know the answer to that one.
Maybe we can talk to Knoxville or Leomar, see if they have those numbers. Otherwise, pretty quiet. Just seeing a lot of harassment back and forth. Checking in with the mid lane here. Of course, we have Flop just a little bit further ahead. Not by too much against Alone. I will say I like Leo style on these kinds of heroes. I feel like he does a lot more with heroes that it can be a little bit more risky, a little bit more flashy. Have to be a little bit careful though. It's sitting down, but does have the water.
Nicely done. Just got to throw that split earth when you know the dagger's coming. And he actually committed 2 points into dagger. Not always the most common thing, but see once almost gets hit with it again. But yeah, not too many people skill dagger this early. They sometimes get one, but a lot of players sometimes even just like skip it. They say, I don't even want to deal with dagger. I just want my blink and my scream of pain to be leveled up as fast as possible so I can farm quick. But Leo style wants to win the laning stage a little bit here with it.
This was a long journey that Katsu took chasing after Michael.
Were you watching?
They have their own little duel.
He's got to do this because if he doesn't, then this experience gets denied. Far away from anybody getting experience, so this way Grimstroke got a little bit of it. And another thing you can do is basically just lower their health. That way they don't feel as comfortable to stay on the map. So, a little pressure coming mid.
See the charge over on Alone. They're going to make sure that they put this down, and it's going to be Leo style this time. Who gets the first blood?
And 2 water runes.
The water runes.
And he's gotten 3 points of Shadow Strike. He is here to win this lane. Like, he knows what he was going for. And the Spirit Breaker rotation makes that so much easier. 5.1 armor, huge HP for Spirit Breaker to dive there. And he had boots as well, so it was actually a pretty effective charge.
Charge. Oh, interrupting the roll on Michael. They have the ink swell, they have the damage, and they'll get the kill. Another kill here for Kotaro. Rather his first one. Take a look, see if they can find Sacred. Sacred's just gonna have to teleport away.
Lava's getting everything they want. winning the mid lane. Oh, except for Faceless Void having 10 more last hits than anyone else on their team. Other than that, they're getting everything that they want out of this game. That will be a good start.
This is exactly how they want this to be played, you know? Avo always says that this squad in particular puts a lot on the shoulders of Leostyle. Like, Leostyle has to have a pretty good game to make enough space for Kotaro generally, because Kotaro, he likes to farm. He's one of those kind of the old school cores that, you know, is not going to be super, super active super early on generally. So it is very reliant upon the mid, you know, creating this tempo. And have to be a little bit careful here, moves. The roll, Inkswell though, coming into play. Does manage to get a little bit of the hit. They'll connect with that stun too. We'll pop the stick. Get a bit of a rotation over into the mid lane. Leostyle needs to be careful. Affliction setting up in position. They should have the split earth. There should be a dead Queen of Pain.
Nice.
So they do get their own kill.
Definitely a tip moment.
Gank
Luckily, I caught that whole thing. He walked up to the mid lane, basically up to high guard, because he's like, I want to dagger this guy. He's only got boots. I've got 2 nulls. I'm ready to fight. He ends up eating the split earth, gets the dagger off, trades a little bit, and then finally when he chooses to start walking away, that was the moment that Shadow Demon walks forward, disrupts him, then he gets hit by a second split earth, and that's why he ends up dying. But I mean, he was bullying the lane in a really effective way, but that time got punished, so definitely a tip-worthy moment.
Alright, Delone grabs himself the action rune. It is a arcane rune. One of the best runes here for these spellcasters. There's a lot of people over here. They're smoked up, in fact.
Oh, they're just gonna chrono. He just hit 6, and they're gonna chrono.
They're
him.
gonna chrono him. They want to make sure that Leostyle can't keep making problems in this game. Alone will get the kill, and Moose had made this rotation. Does have a charge available. He's just gonna run away. Oh, no, canceling it out, realizing that they're backing off over on the side of Infamous.
God, that's such a beautiful rotation. I feel like we do not see that shit enough. Like, a carry just being like, I'm gonna fucking gank the mid laner. Just shows up, ganks the mid laner dies, and he just goes back to hitting jungle. Because in a lot of cases, what you just assume is like, oh, he's just off jungling somewhere. Nope, smoked with his 5, they roamed mid, do a quick chronosphere, and now Leshrac gets even more net worth. And Leshrac had an arcane rune. So he even got to turn this into like a nice jungle clear afterwards. No punish, no anti-rotations. Finds an ocean heart. Everything is coming up for Alone. 2 neutral items, beautiful.
Is that now that you know that Faceless Void doesn't have Chronosphere, don't you just launch a counterattack at this point?
It's kind of early is the problem. He like just got the damn thing. Like, yeah, you could brew split on him or whatever, but he's just gonna time walk into trees or time walk away twice. Getting a kill on Void is pretty difficult here. Unless you rotate like Drow with Gust.
I mean, you've got... Oh, yeah, we don't have any points in Phantom's Embrace. Yeah, that's true. It does make things a lot more difficult.
He's not the easiest carry to kill, yeah.
Some way to lock him down in terms of like silence. That always helps quite a bit, especially if you have to cut it off. But I like those damn bugs that Weaver throws out. Except it's his dead wife.
Yes.
What a piece of lore. Charge over onto Affliction as he uses that Tumbler's Toy to get over to low ground. Good hold there with the disruption. You have to be a little bit careful. The roll a little bit off the mark. Let's try to kick out another stone. I'll slow them down with a nice stroke of fate. Just a whole lot of stuff for nothing over here in this mid lane.
Yep, and they got a DD now on Queen of Pain. She's got boots coming too, so now it's going to feel a little bit stronger in terms of rotations. Not looking good.
Dead Katu.
2 points, Edict, plenty of damage there. So Leostyle will clean up the creep wave a little bit. Lumiere's done a great job rotating back and forth here. Oh, he's going Meteor Hammer on Brewmaster. Interesting. Okay. I have heard of other brews doing this, but I mean, the hero.
Get the silence off. They have a charge though. Turn back around. Nice Gust landing over onto 2, and with that multi-shot, they'll be able to clean up the kill on the Earth Spirit.
That felt really good.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sorry, I thought there was going to be more of a fight. They're just putting damage on the tower.
But yeah, quick rotation back. The Meteor Hammer basically is going to give Brewmaster some nice mana regen that he needs. But more importantly, it's going to help him damage the tower. Normally you push tower by pushing creep waves, but it's a little bit harder.
I just
did
use
this for
it
safety.
to disengage. Although they're going back in. They've got the Panda with the swell. Not going to be able to connect, but they do manage to slow just a little bit. They have the rock. They've got a little bit of a silence with the Phantom's Embrace. Should be able to get this kill.
Oh, nice. Very cool how they did that. Great rotation from Grimstroke to go for that one. But Inkswell on the Invis guy meant that Void seeing it coming would have been difficult. He did jump away in safety, but they're able to get the chain disable off with the silence and get the kill. Nicely done. Are you intimidated every time Puppy says that as well?
No, the one that
No?
I'm actually more... You're gonna laugh at me. The one that triggers me the most or gets intimidated is your voice line when I'm playing in my
really?
pubs and I miss something or I do something that's not great, and then I hear your honestly, I'm really impressed, and I'm just like, oh my god, I'm so triggered right now.
Suppose you have to listen to my disappointments sometimes.
Yeah, because I can definitely like feel that disappointment of just like, Moxie, that wasn't your most efficient use of that. You should have probably done this instead. And I'm just like, oh no. You know, it's like playing with your friends. You don't want to let your friends down.
That's true. It's true.
Affliction.
An incredible smoke break accidentally running left. And Affliction missed his as well, so they're going to have to watch the replay on this one. Look, they're really looking for him. That would have been a great kill if they got it, but he read the gank a little bit and chose the time to walk away. Sacred gonna die? Yep.
Yeah, that charge is not necessary, but now they can join in the mid lane, maybe put some pressure down. There is a Faceless Void here, though, with the Chronosphere.
Spirit Breaker's like, Chrono me, please, God, do it. Please. Anybody else other than my teammates? Yeah. Arcane Rune pick up here for Quap is going to be great. Helps them pressure up this mid tower. They're still trying to stay spread out a bit, but with the raindrops and the 19 stick on Queen of Pain, he should be pretty survivable, but they're going to try to slow it down here. Iron Shell, Chronosphere maybe. They're playing safe for now.
I feel like you kind of have to, right? Because the only one that's visible is the Shrek in that bottom lane. But as I say, this Affliction trying to get some information over here on the side does run into multiple heroes. So now there is...
Another kill on the board for him. Like they're just he's doing the same build as before too. 2 points, Frost Arrows, max multi-shot with the Gust. And the Gust is allowing him to get kills. Like it's not common to see Draw get this many kills, but he's making it work.
Frank in the top lane doesn't have the split up. Doesn't have any friends here just yet either. This very slowly getting clicked down here.
He's got boots now.
Stick charges. He's pretty fast though. Can he do it in time? Can he get out of there? No, oh, it's not looking good. He's gonna make him work for it, but...
Runs at him the moment that he expects Lumiere to jump. Lumiere didn't. He just kept right-clicking, anticipates it. Sucker.
He was trying for the next level play.
Getting damage? Oh my god, the tier 2 tower is actually pretty damaged. It's on like 40% of the HP up top with the Meteor Hammer. So he has actually done a pretty good job.
I mean, they haven't challenged him hardly at all. I mean, they're chasing around Leo style for the most part. Kotaro has a lot of freedom. He's been allowed to just hit creeps this entire time for the most. Get a couple kills here and there, you know?
Grim's gonna break the smoke here.
Yeah. Hatu is going to be the sacrificial lamb, but Frank joining in right into that split earth, though. That's a bit of a disaster. Goes for the split play. They get the slow over onto Michael. They'll turn their attention. Put a decent amount of damage. They'll turn it back around. They're still hunting a little bit here. They'd like to get their hands on Affliction. He's going to try to stack up some of the Shadow Poison, but not really getting too lucky here as he does. Oh, wow, look at the damage coming out from this Drow. Couple more hits. The multi-shot will ensure that they take down the Shadow Demon. And in the mid lane, Leo still poking away here out alone. Does have the Sonic Wave if they want to try to go for the committal. They do have a charge placed over on the Shrek. Just going to focus down the tower for now. See that Meteor Hammer coming to play, and they got the Fortify.
I like that charge. He knew he had regen, so he was like, alright, I'm going to charge in the moment that his dagger ends. I can interrupt regen. Instead, Alone reads it, sits back. Engagement's over.
Yeah, forces a lot of people over to the middle lane, though, to protect this tower.
It does, and in the meantime, Void's hitting creeps. Pretty good rate. Not as farmed as Draw Ranger is. Draw Ranger has 4 kills now and 1 assist. So Kotaro kind of just showing the world how to play Drow here. This is very helpful. Don't be afraid to rotate for these little support skirmishes, because Drow is pretty credible at helping out. 4-second Gust is practically stun against supports this early in the game when you're also pairing it with Frost Arrows, so it works out.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Usually Kotaro is the person who sits back and he just, you know, kind of farms nonstop. He allows Leo to be the one who makes these rotations, usually pairing up with Frank, but definitely worth it to be active if you can. Catch you in the position to tank the gank, so to speak. We get slowed, the silence, split earth, and that edict. Impulse, rather. Coming through.
Another easy one. But still just a support. Doesn't matter that much. Quap is going standard build. Queuing up Sanj, which is flying out right now, just to give her some survivability if she does get caught by Chrono or other things. Brewmaster aiming for Ags. He's got 1400 towards his Agadim Scepter, so still needs a lot till he finishes that, but it'll make surviving in team fights a lot easier for him. He can get the split off in time. But pretty darn even game, I gotta say.
Yeah. The fun thing about, you know, watching a lot of these teams, specifically out of like the South American and the North American region, is a lot of the teams are fairly closely matched at this point, and it's all these just little details that can really make or break a series for them, which is, in my opinion, way more like interesting to watch.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Does make it fun.
All right,
They are smoked up.
and Alone. Gonna walk right into Alone, but the follow-up here, dropping the Cinder Brew. They've got Michael first. They're gonna be able to just blow up the Earth Spirit right off the bat. And there's an Affliction over on the back end. He's just gonna get clicked down too, so we'll end up losing the supports with the Chronosphere coming in over onto Frank. Gonna try to slow him down just a little bit. They drop the Soulbind. Frank does end up falling, but the rest of them, they're held together here as they go for that Sonic Wave. Look at the damage coming out from Katara. They'll end up losing the Spirit Breaker. Lumiere, though, he's silenced. He's held into place. He's trying to fight. He just cannot get out in time, as they'll be able to clean up the side of Infamous and a team wipe.
I mean, great positioning by Lava to all be together. That helped things out a lot because it basically led Infamous to making a kind of poor committal where they all kind of did slightly different things. Earth Spirit very clearly dead, right? Shadow Demon walks in, tries to disrupt him. That doesn't work. He ends up dying. And then at the same time, the rest of the Infamous was like, oh, we're committing. Yeah, let's Chronosphere this guy. So yeah, they blew up Brewmaster really easy. But the problem is that that's all they could accomplish, really. They got a little bit too grouped up at that point. It was the 3v5 against the rest of the squad, and Lava just cleaned up easily. Now that they're on cooldown for Chronosphere, and they've still got Brew Split, we're going to see Lava get really aggressive.
With the disruption, they have the silence, though. They're going to just chase into the woods. Slowing down the Cinder Brew. That little pig pole making them go a little bit faster, but they're hoping for a bash. Try to slow down even more, but Frank is here, and it's still going to be Moose who gets the final hit. Roche is up. Have to be careful. Alone stepping on the outsides here. Go in for the split, jumps forward, he sees Gotara, they're going to be able to blow him up fast enough. It's looking pretty darn good. They find a nice little pick, but it's going to end up costing Alone his life for sure.
Oh, Roche kills.
Michael, they're going right in for just a little bit. Yes, Alone getting just denied by Roshan as Michael trying to claw himself away. He cannot do it fast enough. They'll use that Nether Strike over onto Sacred, knock him back, keep him in the Cinder Brew, keep him in everything. So, yes, they lose their Drow. But they end up losing a little bit more on the side of Infamous. But Roshan helping a bro out when it comes to Alone.
No kidding.
Has managed to get that denial.
I feel like Drow also got bashed by Roche there because she felt like she was stunned a very long time. Finally gets BKB up and then dies to the pure damage that Alone was putting out. So he got almost 700 gold. He got 650 gold, killing Kotaro. Then he dies to Roshan, preventing the enemy from getting experience or gold from his death. So not that bad for Infamous, all things considered, because that pulled away this big timer where now Void's got his ulti again, so they can teamfight Roche a lot easier. So nice play by Alone to go for that one. He definitely read that circumstance well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A little surprised that they climbed into the pit like that. But yeah, that's not the way you want that PKB charge to be used. For sure. And they're smoked up over on the side of Infamous. They realize, all right, we know that they're looking towards that Roche pit. We just managed to pick off the Drow. She's got no BKB. What can we find? But not a whole heck of a lot of vision. They're going to be throwing some up along the way. Katara making his way back over to the pit, though. That's... I don't know about this one. There's a Void up. There's a Void with the Chronosphere up.
Their vision's so good, though. They de-ordered all the wards around Roshan. They've got sentries freaking everywhere. Like, look at this.
Yeah, they're able to do it.
They're sieging the mid tier 1 because they're scared to fight into them right now. They all of their vision controls the area they're standing in. Fighting into Roche is just too scary. And Lava started this so early, it just gets cleaned up.
I can't believe that, honestly. But they do manage to find themselves a Spirit Breaker. Moon's giving a little bit of information, though, on the flip side of things. So, doesn't feel like Infamous want to fight into this Aegis right now. They're going to back off.
Yeah. That's a good call by Lava to sprint in. after Roshan gets finished there, because it's going to be an opportunity to maybe get a kill pick off. Didn't happen, but hey, now they control the map. Robo gets found. Great item for either Drow or Queen of Pain.
Also spooky though, doing a Roche like that. Like again, you know, the vision was great, but knowing that there's a Void and a Lestrek that can just knock your front door down.
Yeah, it was scary for sure.
All right, well, they're smoked up over on the side of lava. No one's showing though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A lot of couriers just sitting around. They're like scared to get them sniped right now. They also smoked, so that's the other reason. They don't want to reveal. Like, this ward is basically spotting with their relative positions.
Here comes Moose. Okay, there we go. They drop the vision. They can see Affliction. Affliction's going to be the first person on the list, as they do manage to find Frank, though, over on the bottom, on the low ground. They'll already take down Affliction, though, Michael, with the silence. And there's so much damage coming out from Malone. He's just getting kited. Mercifully, they'll be able to get the kill over onto Moose, but all of these arrows coming out from Qatar will ensure that they'll be able to follow up. They are still hunting. You've got Michael, who managed to take off the silence. He's going to try to go for that courier. Snipe will be able to find him, but Leo Style jumping forward. Nice roll forward from this Earth Spirit. But they got to hold him into place. They don't really have the capabilities of it right now. So he does make it out. And the rest of Lava looks like they're just going to reset. Void continues to farm. Didn't feel like that fight was advantageous. Does have the Manta online at least, so he'll be able to Manta off silence.
That's okay.
What's the play here?
But it doesn't feel good. Manta's a pretty bad Void item as a whole. It's not one you want to buy, basically, because the overall damage and attack speed it gives you is just, like, really just okay at best. Certainly you want something like Mask of Madness, usually. That does way more damage than Manta does. Your illusions can damage during Chronosphere, but like he just has to, he feels the need to buy this because otherwise he's just going to get Phantom's Embrace, and he doesn't want to have to buy a BKB, so or deal with Gus. So, an unfortunate circumstance. Now he is going back towards BKB, so definitely a little goofy. But if he thinks it's the right item, let's see if he can make something do make it work for him.
We have an Axe coming out for our Brewmaster. It's looking like it. Another thing I liked about the Meteor Hammer, too, I just realized they don't have a lot of ways of interrupting it. Like, typically, you know, you see an OD get picked up, you know he's going to go for the Meteor Hammer. Oh, hold that thought. Ship's passing in the night here a little bit. Spirit Breaker just runs out. Leo Style needing to be careful. There's quite a few as he jumps in. Oh my word, the Sonic Wave comes out. Affliction blown up. Michael now is just getting slowed, silenced, everything as Leo Style gets himself a double kill. The BKB gets popped from Kotaro. He wants his kill on the lone, but he's just got to be able to hold him into place, and he does not have that capability.
So easy with the shard timing to pick off the Shadow Demon there. He gets to link in aggressively, and like you said, they have weak disable, so there's not much that can punish him there. He gets to make a choice. Do I Sonic Wave this? Oh yeah, he's dying fast. Goes for the kill and they get him.
It's a good vacuum, but immediately they go for that split. There's just no follow-up here. Frank's just gonna go and poke around a little bit using that Panda. They have a lone. That's a little bit scary here. The rest of the team is right behind, though. They do have a Chronosphere that they have to respect over on the side of Lava, but the Void not with them either. He's working on what appears to be a BKB. He has to get it. So now he's got a Manta and he's got the BKB in his sights. How do you feel about that?
It's a lot of defense, very little offense, but it really comes down to the 20 talent. That's the talent that kind of changes Void's fate in a huge amount of ways. That's 120 attack speed during Chronosphere. That's what gives him the damage, basically, in combination with some of his other items. But surviving, getting a good Chronosphere off, and getting that 20 talent is going to allow him to solo kill some heroes, but not looking great.
They broke the smoke. They were trying to bait with the Drow with the Shadow Blade. Moose making his way over towards Alone. Just going to back off, though. No need to push it any harder. They have vision. Airbreaker with that Shadow Blade. It's gonna end up getting Split Earth on him and just getting run down. Tara's still here though. Oh, the Gust, the Soulbind followed up with a lot of damage, plus the Phantom's Embrace, plus everything that a Grimstroke can pump out. They'll go and they'll remove 3 heroes, rather, from the map. Very well played coming out from the side of Lava.
I'm really liking this like Drow Ranger plus Quap picked in the same game thing. Like if you can make your Drow Ranger have good net worth, this seems incredible.
Oh, there's Chronosphere. It's over on
that damage. Incredible damage.
Katu too. Okay, they managed to go and they take down the support. Leo is getting bashed up. Does have to be careful. He's going to be forced to blink away, but they should be able to kite him just so well. That's exactly what ends up happening.
Yeah,
oh,
that's-
and all the tips.
Moxie, I tried to tip Faces Void right there. That was what. That's what we just saw. Wow.
Oh, no.
That's not a good one. I don't bad Chronosphere. His Lesh is already dead. His Earth Spirit's already dead. I don't know. You saw his damage. It was
It's
pitiful.
baby damage.
It was pitiful. He struggled to kill the Grimstroke. Grimstroke has a Force Staff and a Magic Wand. That's it. And yeah, it's not looking good. I don't like the Manta so far. I don't know. Like maybe
Just
it
too
could
many
work,
defensive
but
items. Is that the issue
yeah,
that you've got?
it's too many defensive items. If this was like a Mjolnir BKB or something with a Yasha, I'd be like, all right, cool, I'm into that. That would have been
See that
better.
replay?
It's basically the
Oof.
same cost. So yeah, that was
That replay is painful to watch.
not a good one. Meteor Hammer plus Cinder Brew is pretty cool too. But anyways, the reason Drow plus Queen of Pain is so cool is because they do 2 different types of damage. So like even when they BKB, it's like Drow is still a huge issue. So you look at a hero like Leshrac that just got caught. He's got Yules, he's got Kaya Sanj, he's got Boots of Travel. He is killed so easily by Drow Ranger. And there's a lot of heroes like this that are spellcasters that rely on BKB to be fairly tanky. But if they don't have time to pick up a plate mail, then Drow Ranger is going to be an absolute menace if you hit a good timing against them.
I'd say they definitely have hit a great timing with Kotaro. Full Silver Edge, double damage is in the bottle right now. Ooh.
These players don't feel like they can bother buying the plate mail. It's genuinely a common thing for like these Leshrac Death Prophet type heroes. They're like, well, I need mobility, and I need Yules, and I need Kaya Sanj. It's like they get in this unfortunate position where these the Drow Rangers feel like they can do whatever they want in some of these engagements. It's not that expensive, I gotta say, but yeah, better mobility and initiating correctly is going to feel stronger as a whole. Ward is buying them a lot of time, at least. They have perfect vision of lava. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. They got Chrono.
Trying to make forward. They do have the Chrono, but do they have the damage is the real question. The jump forward over onto Kotaro. They go and they grant a beautiful wall. There it is. There's some damage coming out. So let's take down Kotaro. Let's take down Kachi. They'll get themselves Leo style. They're a 9-time kill streak. They want Frank. They've got themselves an Earth Panda. And they got themselves regular Brenda. He's going to go for yet another split though. Going to try to stay alive just a little bit longer. But look
Ooh, they
at
got
the
him.
damage. It's finally happening. There we go.
What a
There
fight.
we go, Infamous. That's what we wanted to see.
That Observer Ward that sat over by the Ancients, that's what did it for them. They got to see their opponent's movements perfectly, buys them time to use their abilities. And roll in Vacuum Wall plus Chronosphere, easy kills there on all of the enemy heroes. Drow
How much
Ranger doesn't
damage
get
did
BKB
Leshrac
off.
put out during that too? Oof.
Actually not that bad, 2.5k. You know who did a lot was actually Void. 4,200 damage from Faceless Void in that fight. Probably from things like Maelstrom procs and time dilation damage, but still, yeah, a lot of damage for him.
He heard us call him baby damage. He was not a...
He actually
Not
didn't
fond
get
of that
the
name.
he actually didn't get the attack Chronosphere during Chronosphere talent.
Really? He went for the
70
time lock.
Yeah, went for time lock damage, surprisingly.
Huh. Alright.
It can work too.
I will say they got a beautiful Chronosphere, but they didn't get a lot in terms of objectives just yet. I guess, you know, they can kind of play on time a little bit, but look at this. Already coming out from the side of lava. They're making moves over towards the side of the pit. They go for the smoke play. They see that there's an illusion being popped out. Lumiere in position, though. The jump forward here from Leo style. So he gets the silence off and doesn't quite manage. Oh, but clipping, though, coming out from Sacred. He gets a big old punch off. And they'll go right back and forth here. There's going to be Zip Forward coming out from Wizard Sonic Wave, though, coming into play. They want to burst alone. They haven't quite managed to do it. They get the Soul Bind off over onto Lumiere and take it over onto the side. They'll take down Alone. They'll take down Moose. They want Sacred, though. They almost managed to do enough damage to Lumiere. Buybacks coming out. Now everybody going right back in. Void zipping back and forth again. Doesn't have that shard. For their next engagement, they say Leo style is going to get locked into place. Kachi now in for some trouble as Lumiere just casts his way over on him, finds the kill. More buybacks coming out. They are not ready to give up this Roche. Not here, not now. They will not have Leo style though. He is already down. No buyback for about 60-something seconds.
What a chaotic team fight, though. Holy crap. That was weird shit. Wall on the top, there's a punch. Spirit Breaker's jumping around. Kotaro's playing the side, trying not to get caught by Void and Chronosphere. He ends up staying alive, so it's fine for them. But yeah, 2 buybacks. That means if they lose the next fight, that is a Roche going to Infamous. But they're looking for a fight, trying to force things out. Lava is sitting back. He does buy Shard on Void, actually, already. Ready to jump in and find his targets. And we'll see if they start Roche. Yep, they're going to begin it.
I mean, they don't have layout for another 20-something seconds. They have the damage now. They can definitely Roche super quickly. I don't think they can contest it over on the side of Lava.
That is going to be a Shard going to probably Leshrac, but who knows? Could be a Spirit or Earth Spirit 1-2. Yeah, they'll give it to Lesh.
It's too good, I think, not to give it to Lesh.
It's very good, yeah. Especially with Chronosphere, actually. What's the delay? 5-second delay. So you could hypothetically split Earth into split Earth follow-up if you time it right after Chronosphere. Could be really good.
This is such a back-and-forth game. It's actually wild.
I feel like it's got to favor Infamous from here on out, though. Chronosphere is just so powerful. 5 seconds to disable. Leshrac does tons of damage just by being in the circle. Kind of covers their bases.
They don't have any, like, really hard lockdown either. That they can, like, you know, it's not like they have a sheep stick. They don't have an abyssal blade. Like, maybe get the jump on the Void and try to take him out early.
Yeah, it's going to be tough when he's got these double defensive items, to be honest. But, I mean, they've also got a plate mail on Leshrac, too, so he's finally passed his vulnerable point. So he's got to be a bit more careful here.
I feel like every cast with you is an episode, like, where it's like, okay, so today's item is gonna be the plate mail, and today's spell is going to be Gust. Lumiere, ooh, he can get the jump here. Okay, they're gonna jump right through, go right past the Faceless Void. Looking for the opening, they do manage to get the silence off, drag back over into the wall, over to Kachu. It's only Kachu though, but they do manage to go and grab Kotaro, and he's already used the BKB. This is not looking good. They're gonna end up losing the Drought Ranger down for 70-something seconds. Sonic Wave over the back lines will take down Affliction. They go and they drop that split Earth Leo style, just trying to get away a little bit faster here. Doesn't have to blink up just yet. Sacred trying to just keep tabs on him as they already got the split off. Another buyback here, the Void. Still has the Aegis. Lumiere hunting once. Leo style. Leo style is silenced. They'll get the kill. They do have buyback though on this Queen of Pain. And while this is going on, Alone was getting hunted here on the back lines, trying to put out as much damage as possible. Not going to be able to quite have it as the roll forward coming out from Michael. Lumiere trying to get over there fast enough. There it is. There's going to be the use play up into the air. The roll forward. Frank's not looking too healthy right now. Another normal punch. He's got to split up, but he's silenced. He's going to have to try to go for it, but they lock him down into place too hard. He cannot do it.
It's a struggle now. They get Chronosphere, they get Ranet. The time dilation completely undercuts what Quap wants to do. She does not have a BKB, and it feels bad buying BKB against just time dilation, but if you're walking around with a 4 time dilation, your blink's not coming back. It means your blink shard doesn't feel good. It means you're not getting Scream of Pains off every 7 seconds. You're not offsetting Drow's loss. And it looks kind of like Infamous is running away with this game. It's only 4K advantage, but it's looking good right now.
Ooh, Lumiere giving Kotaro a little fright here. Nice Gust play though coming in. The roll forward here. Managed to get the soul bind out over onto Alone and Lumiere. This could be the opportunity that they need. Michael, you're beautiful. Just landing over on multiples. They almost managed to take down Lumiere. Not going to be able to quite do it, but now Alone. He's looking pretty alone. It's a good vacuum drag back here. Coming up from Sacred. Lumiere jumping forward, trying to do the time dilation. Alone, he's not looking too good. They'll lose Sacred. They'll lose Alone. And now if they could just get some vision on Lumiere, they'd be so happy. Leo style, he's looking. He keeps blinking forward. He just cannot get there fast enough.
Is that Inkswell with Shadowblade Charge or something? Because that was an incredible stun there.
That was a miniature Ravage, my friend.
It really was. That
Lumiere
was the opportunity. Not able to get the kill, though. If they would have gotten Faceless Void, they would have been incredible. Still really good, though. They more or less defend. They lose their melee break, so there's 3 dead heroes without buyback. Now they get to go high ground with all their heroes. Here's a replay quick. Ulti ends up hitting Leshrac, not Faceless Void. It's a bit interesting. Carl playing the sides there, and all of a sudden everybody's just dead. And now in live game, see if they can
this
get the
feels
rack.
so bad. You've got an Aegis.
Oh, they stunned him.
You're a
They
Faceless
stunned him.
Void. They get the stun. They get the silence. Can they blow up Lumiere? It's looking pretty damn good. And it's gonna be no. He's still alive at the last second. Again, still has that Aegis, but things were looking very dire for him in that 1 second. They were looking very scared. They jump in. They'll find the kill. Leo style perhaps going a bit too far, but Lumiere pushes him back. Still has that Aegis online. Is trying to look for a bash over onto Leo style. Not gonna be able to quite find it. Just keeps zipping around, trying to poke. Doesn't have the rest of his team up. Knows that he's got to be so incredibly careful. 33 seconds on the Aegis, but the buildings, they're crumbling now. For the side of Infamous U, Frank sending the Panda over. Wants to keep some tabs here. Gonna make sure that the Zer Spirit can't get in quite as easily as he might like. And just like that, the tables turn so quickly for Lava as they're able to get into the base.
That was a Meteor Hammer into Chain Stun on the Face's Void that just happened to land. It was insane. I cannot believe that he almost lost Aegis for that. Ends up not mattering, but really nicely done there by Lava. Ooh, this is a big kill thing.
This is a big one if they can get it, but do they have the detect? They go for the Chronosphere, and they don't have anything to try to protect. They go for the Soul Bind, just trying to keep both Lumiere and Alone tied together, but they need the damage. Where is it? Katsu, he will fall as the next one. Chase is on over on Moose. The buyback now coming out from Drow. The Spirit Breaker is going to get just bashed down. It's a double kill. No buyback over on Katsu, no buyback over on Moose.
All for the rune. I mean, I get it. They don't want Void to have like a DD or something in this moment, but that was pretty costly. I mean, even buying back on Drow felt like a weird thing to do. Like, that was a fight in the middle of nowhere. Surely it wasn't going to be offset. Minimum, you could delay your buyback in case they push, but that one feels rough. Maybe a little too trigger happy, sorry. But at least Lava gets time for likely Spirit Breaker to respawn.
Smoke play coming out. They don't have the Chronosphere, but they do have a gem this time around. They have plenty of damage, so these Shadow Blades not going to be the saving grace for the side of Lava should they get a good engagement.
Dire are scanning.
Already leaving the area. They're going to go right over into the triangle. It's just Frank.
We'll
Going to back off. Lumiere jumping forward. Okay, they find themselves a Panda. It's a nice lock into place. Aeon just coming in handy, but the silence here coming out. He's trying to get the split off. He's just not looking like he's going to be able to, though, at the last second. Okay, there it is. They'll end up falling. There'll be a buyback here for Frank. A beautiful Sonic Wave coming into play. Look at this damage coming out. So wait patiently. They want Sacred. They'll be able to get it. That disruption not necessarily working out for them. 3 heroes over on the side here of Infamous U, hiding over on the high ground. Gonna teleport out. They need to go home. There's a big wave coming in.
Huge for them to get kills there. Because buyback does come up for Darkseer just now, but Earth Spirit is not going to have it here. He needs about 100 gold. He's taken away with the Philosopher's Stone. He also needs 2.5 minutes. So if they can take this Raxo, it's going to make this game so much harder for Infamous. So they got to defend this in about 17 seconds with Chronosphere. Otherwise, I don't see how... It's going to be a lot harder for them to win otherwise.
Gotta be so careful in the positioning. And look at the way that they've got it, right? You've got Frank forward with the Meteor Hammer, Alone jumping forward into everyone, but they get the split off this time around. They've got the silence. Lumiere forced to run away. Tornado coming into play. Cyclone over onto Alone. We'll keep him from being over on the side.
That was perfect by Alone. He just wants to scare him back. He wants them to think that they're about to go in, so he blinks in aggressively like that, plays back. They weren't good at Chronosphere in that exact moment, and now it works out anyways, because now they can't fight because they don't have BKBs. They get Chrono, they have 1 billion% die. It would just be Chrono, Leshrac turns all his stuff on, blinks in the middle, gets cleaned up. We'll see if they look for a pickoff, though. If they can get one guy here outside the base, it would open things up. But either way, they got the tower. Almost got Aeon Disc as well. That'll protect Brewmaster decently well. But yeah, map control is excellent at the moment. If they just keep this up, it should turn into Roshan.
Roll. Okay, they're not going to go high ground here. They'll be able to take down some of the wards. Again, they still have the gem over on Lumiere. Let's whip down some of this vision. They know he's over. The roll forward from Michael. Just trying to scout, just trying to give them as much info as possible. The jump forward, though, over onto Michael. Can they just get rid of him fast enough as they can? And now they'll go and control this Faceless Void. That's looking a little scary. Does have that BKB. They get the split off over on the side. They see Alone. Leo Style jumping forward, gets the silence off over onto Alone, but again, just thrown up into the air. Yet again, good disruption coming into play. Buys just enough time. Leo Style, though, jumping forward, wants to be able to go and take out Affliction. Should have plenty of it. And they get the Chronosphere, but they go and they hold them into place thanks to that Soul Bind. Just holding them up into the air. Aeon Disc gets propped here from Sacred. They drop the wall. They'll be able to go and they take out Alone. Alone going to buy back Sacred, just getting chipped away by too much damage. Lumiere, he's circled by so many heroes, but a big stick coming out from Alone will ensure that they can get the kill onto Kotaro. Can they get a bash over the Frank? No, but they do have the Yule, so be able to go throw him up into the air. This is looking very difficult for him. He does not have any splits available, so they'll lock him into place. So now Drow is down. The Brewmaster is down. No buyback, but they're also down 3 heroes over on the side of Infamous.
I think that's fine for Lava, honestly. That's diebacks coming back for Drow at a time that doesn't hurt them too badly. Not being able to kill Void is a rough one, but it could have gone a lot worse with that Chronosphere. That was a great play by Frank there. He had his Wind Panda in the back, was able to throw Lumiere in the air before he popped his BKB, so he didn't get any damage output during that Chronosphere, except for right at the end. So, good catch, but with Alone and him ganking the map, they've got to be careful right now.
There's a
They
roach
do.
up.
Oh, it's up. Oh,
What's up?
then get it here. This would be
Kind
really
of a
big.
Chronosphere, though.
Free Ags.
They could try to make a play. I guess you have Affliction nearby, too. A little bit of a scan. Yeah, no one's over in the area. This is going to go down too fast. They're not going to be able to contest it over on the side of Lava.
Pretty quick spawn, I think, but I lost track of the timer. After
There's been
that
a
last
lot of
fight.
fighting happening. There's a lot of nonsense.
Spell Prison, great pick up there. Here's Aegis. They put the Ags on the Void. So going to give him even more net worth, and now he's going to get some easy bashes as he jumps in. Good thing he got time lock damage now, huh?
Yeah, it is. Man, it's all part of the plan.
I mean, it's basically all defensive items, more like hybrid defensive items. His raw damage kind of shitty, but killing this guy is really tough, and that's where his damage comes from.
They see him. Got the vision on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Go
under
forward
attack.
here. Coming out from Michael to zip through again. Coming out from Kim. Just going to try to jump over on Affliction onto the back line. Should be able to go and take them down. Good Soulbind coming to play too. They're just going to hold him into place. Lumiere is forced to pop the BKB. Stand and fight. Leo Style though getting bashed here. He's going to be forced to run away as Alone's doing some of that damage. Another charge coming out here from Moose. They'll back off on the side of Lava. They'll go back in now, hoping that they can get some sort of a catch and go for the split. Jumping
Blink.
forward again, not going to be able to quite get their hands on anyone. Lumiere waiting patiently
Chrono.
over here. Does have the Chronosphere. He's going to try it. Oh, but he gets bashed on the way through. The Sonic
Well,
Wave
deals.
throwing up into the air. The follow-up with a wall. And this is not looking great now. Sacred taking a lot of damage to join up around to the back lines. They're going to try to take down the love, but they can't do it fast enough. They'll end up losing Leo Style. Oh, Moose looks like he's barely going to be up, but they do get the Chronosphere off over onto Kotaro. They need a little bit more damage, and by God, they'll have it. No buyback now over onto Kotaro. Kachu's going to be the next one to fall. They're zipping back into this fight here. They're looking Leo Style. He's silenced up. He needs to just put a little bit more damage. Can they finish off Sacred? Can they finish off Michael's Wedge and Lumiere, though? Okay, they'll end up taking down Sacred. Lumiere, he's silenced up. They'll get another slow one. No, follow up with the Ethereal Blade. Frank chasing after them. They want to put out enough, and they do manage to go and take out the Aegis. But I don't know if they have anything that's gonna... Oh, he walks right into this Spirit Breaker. Oh, my word.
They're chasing him.
He's
not
gotta
out
be
yet.
careful. The roll side step coming out. Kachi throwing out the sides. They have to be careful though. Again, Lumiere is here. The jump forward again. Back and forth. Michael not looking good though. This is gonna be
Oh.
a dead Earth Spirit. And they manage to go. They get their hands on Lumiere. Are they gonna be able to get this
He's
kill?
down.
This
Got
is
Manta.
looking really good. The Manta though gonna be able to come into play. He's gonna try to run here. The jump forward here from Leo Style. Oh, he's just smoking here, baby. And they are chasing after Affliction. They can see him. He's going to try to use that headband. They jump forward. That should be a dead support. And the only one alive over on the side of Infamous Youth is, of course, Lumiere.
Dude, what an insane team fight. I really thought Lava was just about out of that one, but that pickup, the way SB played around them, he just baited them into chasing him down, and he was able to re-engage. We'll see him now.
I feel like Lumiere's like, oh my god, do they see me?
That's what it looked like. He turned to like click on him or something, but
Alright, the only person who has buyback over on the side of Infamous is the Earth Spirit. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Drow Ranger's got it in about 700 gold as well, so if she can pick up a little farm here, we'll see. This might be a good time to pressure, but everyone's up so soon. That fight was so close to their base by the time the creeps get there and all the heroes. It's tough. Kotaro has to walk so far. I think he's just going to hit creeps and they're going to regain the map again, but that Aegis made things really tough for that fight. Even though they did blow up, who's the first guy that they killed in the base? I do not remember. Shadow Demon, yeah. The Quap dove for Shadow Demon, killed him. They were able to chase, but everybody in Infamous fought back and got back in the fight. So it's kind of tough right now. But ooh, Quap has a side of ice now too.
That's
very powerful.
Very needed.
Yep.
Very needed against this Faceless Void. Yeah, you can see this fight as it breaks out over. I think this is second half of the fight.
This
That was a long fight.
Start kind of. The Chronosphere comes out to secure the kill against Kotaro. I believe they used an E-Blade there from Grimstroke to buy 4 seconds,
Yeah.
but still just way too much damage.
Dude, shout out to our observer, the magical, because these fights, like I'm watching them on my screen and clicking around the entire time, but he's also trying to watch these fights and also watch what I'm watching at the same time
Yeah.
too. It is hard. These fights are insane. I have to zoom all the way out.
Yeah.
So shout
been
out to
crazy.
him. Shout out to
Alright.
Gefilte Fish too for doing the production.
All right, let's see how close
Let's
they
go.
get.
I feel like you got to back off, right? They have too much time to like take a minute and figure out what they want to do in terms of defense.
There's also no Chronosphere. I assume they're gonna hit creeps because Drow's heading for a bounty rune at the moment. So I'm
Got all the things.
assuming it'll
The
be more.
Leo style. All right. Calm down there, friend. He just takes.
Okay, I like that. That's a good compromise.
God.
Take a little range barracks. It's going to give your team a little gold, 90 each. It's not a terrible position to be. It's going to make your creep stronger.
Yeah, but how
It's just-
dumb does he feel if he just dies?
Oh, by all means, yeah, I'd feel dumb, but there was enough heroes dead, and he knew Chronosphere wasn't quite up yet.
Oh my god.
So, and they must have
Alright.
refreshed. They must have double Chrono there too, because his refresher's on cooldown. So, Jack Chen on a hill, like that ward, a good one. Radiant jump. Perfect. Smoking a ward is what he's doing through the mess. Alright, Roche is up in 4 to 7 minutes or something like that. They got lots of time to go. More stuff is going to come. This time it's going to be Ags and Refresher, I believe. Because the last one was an Ags, so...
It's a lot of goodies.
Free Ags would be nice on a lot of these heroes. I don't think it really matters that much for Drow, but Queen of Pain would be really happy. Dark Portrait would be alright, not that great. Void isn't exactly the most traditional agility carry. Spirit Breaker would love one, but he's building one about halfway through, so... Yeah, guess it goes to Quap probably, if it comes up and they get it, that is. Other side, who knows? Maybe Lesh. Shadow Demons can be quite
Shadow
good.
Demon would be really good, like, wouldn't it?
Which one?
Like if they gave the Ags to Shadow Demon.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
quite
like that's
good.
always a very good Ags.
The problem is it's much better against carries usually that don't have mobility. So using it against Quap's not that good because she's just going to blink away. But against Drow would be amazing. Yeah, Drow wouldn't be able to get away once she gets caught.
They don't really have great ways of save. I would say, at this point, I would say that the Spirit Breaker, while initiating and also just a form of that save, okay, does have to be careful. Oh, okay, the Hex over onto the top here. Good disruption though coming out from Affliction. Buys a little bit more time. Moves, kind of dancing around here. Can't quite decide what he wants to do, if they want to go in for this fight or not. Chronosphere though,
They
over
got
onto the back lines. They managed to go and find the Drow, but oh, the Ethereal Blade. No, it's not going to be enough. They do a buyback on the Drow this time around, though. The split being used over on the back lines from Frank. Jump forward here from Leo style, just clicking away over at Sacred. Careful, he's got his own BKB. They go for the wall vacuum combo. They only managed to drop the wall. More buybacks coming out in mass. Lumiere going for the second Chronosphere. Does manage to get his hands over onto Leo style. It looks like they should be able to find the kill. No buyback on Leo. Jumping forward again. Good silence though coming out. Just bashing away over onto Kachu. But Kachu gonna try to use the Ink Splice. Still alive a little bit longer after using that E-Blade. Michael not looking too great.
Oh.
They managed to take down Quintaro again. Oh my god, people are just crumbling. But Frank, the tank in the middle of everyone, just trying to buy himself some more time, trying to stay alive, trying to be survivable. This is the last Panda, as he's just trying to get out of there. Does have another one. He goes for the end, does be able to go and just do one more split, just for the survivability play.
It's not bad. They can buy time here. I mean, they're pretty behind right now, losing 4 cores. All 5 of Infamous are up, but if he can slow this down a bit, this would be a good way to play. And he keeps sending the Spirit Panda against Void. Oh, he really needs to keep using him. They just gotta buy time.
Out.
He's gonna
Look at Frank.
backdoor if he can. He's got 1 split left.
Oh,
he
you
gets
see
found.
the roll! The silence, this is not looking good for Frank. They'll drop the walls, normal punch, everything they can do to take down Frank, and they'll find it. No buyback on anyone on the side of Lava. It's a disaster for Lava fans, for this team, because they're going right for the end. The GG gets called. It was one hell of a series. But at the end of the day, Infamous is gonna be the ones who take it.
Too hard to play against Chronosphere late game. That's basically the story of the game. The Manta paid off very well at the end. The Drow reveals herself, Gus the Void, and when he pops Manta, that's where bad stuff happens. You're not controlling him anymore. You're not necessarily even attacking the right target. And Infamous ends up coming back from almost getting mega creeped. So really well played by them. And Lumiere, 14-3 and 21 on Faces Void. Had a great game.
Dude, it was so back and forth. You know, there were a couple times we kept joking, oh yeah, that's Lacoste and Lyrical, they've totally, totally cursed this. Lava's gonna do it. And they looked good. They looked like they had it, but it just a couple of these fights just kind of went a little bit too far, perhaps, or just, really nice initiation coming out from the side of Infamous. And like you said, the Faceless Void towards the late game. Too big of an issue to be dealt with what they had. So congratulations, boys. The curse is broken. Lyrical and Lacoste, I'm sure, are pretty excited. And I'm sure Avo can't wait to talk about this over at the panel.
Thank you, Moxie. Indeed, the curse is broken. It took Infamous. It was hard. The power of your curse is strong,
Easy
guys, but they managed to make it through. The whole game, like I said, back and forth. It seemed like it was one good chrono away from ending the whole time, right? Just Lumire's performance was absolutely incredible. There's a reason why Void is probably top 2 heroes with his Terrorblade, right? The heroes he's most confident in. But I would ask a different question before we talk about the game, though, because I know there's a bit of doubting here. Maybe Lacoste, I'll ask you first. Thoughts on the Brew now that you saw him fully fledged here?
I don't know why Meteor Hammer. I can see some good signs for it. It's a good region item. Like even if you drop like Meteor, I don't know, once or twice on towers, it still amplifies your farm. I don't know like how you can make this hero work. I'm fine with Urn. I'm fine with Rush the Aghanim Scepter. But in the late game, this hero falls off, like as we could see.
Yep.
He's been very annoying in the team fights, going for the supports on top of Queen of Pain with the Queen of Pain. Poor Shadow Demon, like he got Sonic Wave every single time in his face, and it was tough. So Brewmaster so far in South America DPC is 0-6. Which means that you should stay away from the hero. It feels like it's one of those debate type of heroes where you pick him, it looks good. Like he provides you with a lot of control, but at the later stages of the game, the hero falls off completely. I think we gotta give credit to like Faceless Void, the way he played. It was not an easy Faceless Void game. You're playing against Spirit Breaker, you're playing against Silence, E-Blade, Cyclone. His itemization was on point, I would say, and going for that earlier Manta style to be able to like tank things up and also dispel the silences, easy kill the Grimstroke Phantom. The way this like game started, I was like, man, he's gonna have a good time. Like I like this type of a move. He gets Chronosphere 6 minutes in, comes to the mid lane and gets a kill on Queen of Pain. I'm like, this guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah, no, totally. And it was right after they had just killed her as well. So like those back-to-back kills on the TP back in, it's just devastating for a mid laner. And they needed that because bottom, like there were some problems going on bottom. I don't know what happened, but Drow combo together with Spirit Breaker just like completely wrecked Michael and Sacred there. And yeah, I think that there was this really interesting thing that was happening like around the mid game where consistently when they were going for these smoke plays, Infamous would like constantly get like just run into the Shadow Demon first, and Shadow Demon would die. And this was the turning point right here. The normal punch came out, they get the vacuum wall onto a couple, and then they managed to blow them up afterwards, and Chrono was sick.
Do you like how I did not mention Darkshire at all when I was talking for a minute and a half, Gabe? Like I was like,
I appreciate that.
He knows, like he knows everything that this hero is about, and some well executed combos. It wasn't all the time. I'd say it's very difficult considering what they're playing against. Queen of Pain gave them a lot of trouble. Same goes for Kataro on the Drow, but it's like itemization, getting that refresher, picking up the shard from Roche, getting the Aghanim Scepter from Roche on Faceless Void, which means that you have enough mana to cast 2 Chronospheres, and he did it. He did it a couple of times. He was not afraid to drop those. Like sometimes you see, Chrono, he's inside, but I think he did a very good job using his items, like not misusing BKBs or Manta styles. There were a couple, but you can't expect a perfect game, like considering what he's playing into. It's a tough situation. It's not an easy Faceless Void game. Maybe if they had like one save other than E-Blade inside Chrono, this is something that we touched upon before this one started. It's in the super late game, it gets really hard play into that, as we could see. Like he goes on a target, locks on one, and just dies.
Yeah, and that's really like one of the things that I think set this apart in the late game was the answers that they had. And then I'm gonna harp on it one last time because I never get Darkseer games. Nobody picks this hero anymore. But you mentioned the Queen of Pain as like one of the really nice one of the problems they had to deal with, right? It's hard to track her in the fight. If you do manage to get in and get a blink punch, awesome, that's great, whatever, nobody cares. It's Queen of Pain, she's gonna blink away in a second anyways. But it's amazing like anti-carry against these like heroes that just want to sit in a place and punch, because they either have to move out of the wall if you drop it right on them, or they're going to be killing their own team. So it's just like a really good hero that's an answer to Drow at like most of the stages of the game. And you can see in this fight right here, like Taro has to leave the wall. It ends up still looking pretty good for them because they decided to feed 4 heroes, but that's fine. Those things happen normally. And yeah, we haven't talked about Alone at all, but he had an amazing game on the Lesh. Really impressive performance from him carrying the early part.
I actually love that you mentioned the Darkseer point that towards the end, because I did feel like when it came to the role of both offlaners, it's actually kind of similar. You had a couple of, honestly, game-winning Cyclones almost from the Brew. Much of the Darkseer was distracting Drow, Brew's job was just to stop Lumiere. But then after this happened, you still have the 2 carries both being alive because you haven't killed them, you just distracted them, and Lumiere would win that matchup as, like, 35 minutes onwards every single time. Like, he would never lose it. What a reliable guy that has your carry. Like, it must be a really nice game to know that you've done your job as an offlaner, your mid laner did the damage they need to do, and here comes Lumiere to clean up. Even against 5 heroes, doesn't matter. He was good enough. It was really impressive performance by him. That's why he's the rising stock of Lumiere in SA.
Pretty much. A late game, Dota becomes chaotic, especially with like tier 4 items, people getting more items. Like we've seen even Faceless Void struggles against E-Blade plus Phantom. On top of him, he's like, man, I know what this does. How do I get rid of it if I don't have a BKB? A lot of track to keep on, especially for the buybacks, but him understanding like who doesn't have it, and he goes for a Chronosphere, even though like the buybacks would be available in less than 2 minutes. Especially with the pauses, you lose a bit of track of time if you didn't ping it out. So we gotta give him credit for that as well.
Now, as we close the first series of the day, I would like to mention that Infamous now puts themselves in a position where they could qualify to whatever. They could be in the top 2 spots. That's good. As they now tie with Beast Ghost. It was really funny because I was checking Wikipedia yesterday, and they already assumed that Beast Ghost was top 2, because I'm assuming they think Beast Ghost 100% will beat SG.
No, so what it is it's not guaranteed number 2. It's that they're guaranteed not relegated. That's what I think that's supposed to show. Also, your face looks beautiful, Avo. That was great. You had a wonderful freeze frame.
There we go.
You're back.
Sorry. There we go. Oh.
So yeah, for a second, I also thought I'm doing math incorrectly, which I do a lot of the time, but not this time. So they still have chances. Like they can even directly qualify to something that has been canceled, but the Beast Coast can also like get a 3rd spot if they lose their 2 matches and Infamous wins, which I don't think is going to happen. Beast Coast still has to play against Thunder Predator, so they could lose that one, but I don't think they're losing to SG.
Yeah. Well, and Infamous, on the other hand, the last match they have is against Epulze Kings, which is the biggest coin flip. You honestly don't know with these guys. They might wake up, have the best games of their life, or have a really terrible performance. That's been the story for them. In fact, talk about Epulze Kings. They're coming up next, guys. They're up against Hokori and the next best of 3 of today. And this match, very similar to the one we just witnessed, will determine if Hokori can get out of the elimination range. They're in the lava position, right? And Epulze Kings will be the Infamous for this match, where they're really trying to get those potential points to go to whatever event, to get top 2. Let's just call it top 2 from now on. So very, very exciting match. Before that, though, we're going to take a small break, and then we'll be back with a panel, talk about Hokori versus Epulze Kings. See you guys then. damn it. You always surprise me, Winter. Somehow he manages
There it
to
is.
change his position every time. How you doing, my man? How you? Yeah, there you go. Nice. What a good cosplay, Lyrical.
Thank you.
We
I'm good for
have
now.
we have the next match of today about to begin. Hokori versus Apple, King of Kings, about to begin. Very similar to the match we just had. One team vying for those top 2 slots. One team just trying to not get relegated. That is Hokori in this case. One team on the rise, Hokori. One team actually having a bit of a, I want to say slump, but not as good as the start, which is Apple, King of Kings, with the recent losses. I mean, again, as Apple, King of Kings, none of the losses or wins seem particularly like they're one-sided anytime. But they didn't look as good. So can Hokori do it? We'll have to see. What does my panel think? Lyrical, what do you think?
I think that Hokori should lose this game so that way the last game of the season for all of them is Lava versus Hokori. Loser gets relegated. That sounds amazing to me. That'd be the most hype thing ever.
That is really hype, actually.
But I as far as like
no
who's
ping.
actually going to win, I don't know.
No ping is still there, right? So
Well, yeah, but they're playing Thunder
nope.
Predator.
yeah,
Playing Thunder Predator.
Yeah, exactly. They're losing for sure. They're most likely gonna lose, right? So
Excuse
no
me?
the other
Right.
person.
What the heck?
What?
I guess that there would still be a. So you're right. So the loser has to get not relegated, but like battle it out in tiebreakers for relegation. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And then you'd have the matchup that everyone wants to see, which is a Peruvian team versus a Brazilian team for relegation. That's always wonderful to see. Anyway, we have a draft in front of us, so let's talk about the draft a bit. Winter, you're the master of the draft. Weaver,
No,
would you expect
not-
this? You would never.
No, you are the master. I'm just an observer here. Here
Really?
to entertain you, yeah.
I-
Buy you some lunch and dinner occasionally, Sorry, Gabe, you're far away, so I can't get you one.
I mean, you could order me something if you wanted. If you really wanted, if you cared.
What's your address, Gabe? You can say it.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. Been down the
No,
street
can't I just
before.
order Grab food? Like I get your address and I order some Grab food from your area and send it to you.
There's no Grab in America. It's got to be like Uber Eats or something.
Yeah, something terrible. Oh my God! Look at the
going
bug
on?
draft. It's all the bugs.
So they need Undying
Alright.
mix? Is that what's the next hero? Undying, Brood, Weaver, you have everything and then Lycan.
Oh man.
Oh, for all those small units.
Yeah.
What about
I was
MP?
thinking insects.
Have they done this before? Is this the first time they're picking in this order?
I think so.
Let me see.
There was a brood recently that one of them picked up.
But I
gotta
don't think
check
it was a
back for
first
it.
pick Brood, right?
I think it was first phase. Yeah, it was Apu King of Kings, Tree Brood, first 2
Oh,
against
okay, okay,
Salachipa,
okay.
but this was in the Epulze.
Salchipapa, my friend.
Sorry, that's what I,
I don't
said,
even know what team that is, and I knew exactly what you were mispronouncing. It's a very popular food with its sausages with fried potatoes. It's very
Okay.
good.
Well, yeah, that was their last match though. They ran the Tree Brood, but this time going for Weaver Brood.
Okay. So what are the? Why would you pick up Brood so early? Is Brood good again? Is she viable, or? I genuinely don't know. I'm asking my knowledgeable panel.
Winter, I'll let you take this one. There you go.
I don't play the hero, man, and I know the hero. The hero is kind of, for me. She has always been like a situational pick, or you have some guy that in your team that just spams him 24/7. Just give me Brood anytime, any day, anywhere, and I'll win you the game. And then you just pick the hero.
And do you think Balki is that person now?
I don't know, man.
So I think one thing is Radiant side is probably a little bit better because that I've seen a lot of the takeover, obviously the tier 1 tower, but then you can start transitioning into owning the Roche area too. And with already having Weaver here as well, maybe we could see something that could turn to an early Roche lineup. I don't know. That's something to think about.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Park and Mars, they're already very good against the Brood.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like the opponent pick 2 heroes that sucks against the Brood and then you pick the Brood right away.
Yeah, that's weird to me. That's why I'm so interested in why the Brood picked so early.
Yeah, there must be some hidden agenda. You know, the brood is not actually the agenda. The brood is a distraction. You know.
Oh, so you think the brood is the distraction cheese? Is this
Usually-
the Husker game we've been asking for?
Usually brood is like
10 seconds.
you pick the hero, so the enemy has to focus a lot of resources to deal with the brood in the game, and then you have a carry like an anti-mage, you know, some kind of hero like this to win you the game. The brood is just there to be to entertain the opponent for 20 minutes, and then your carry is farming the whole time.
The brood's like the clown. I see. Okay.
Yeah, draw some attention. Maybe like, but I want to see something that comes online pretty quickly, to be honest, because I think this stuff starts to eventually fall off. So maybe like a Luna or something eventually for Apu King of Kings, and that could be a cool way to like push around that or something.
Usually when you have brood in the old patches, one of the combos I like is brood spirit breaker or brood with the MP. So you have someone to instant TP to you when you're fighting, with the spiderlings. That's kind of what I feel enables brood a lot when you're running around the map, because you're so mobile. You're running around with your spiders, and you want someone that can be there instantly.
Radiant team pick.
Wait, there's still a spirit breaker?
There is. But they're not gonna pick it though. They pick Tide and Ember instead, which means
Which means
is Brood carry? Is Tide support?
no
I
lah,
think this
Tights plus 5, I think.
Tide plus 5? Okay.
Yeah, minus armor plus 5.
Can you
Tide, plus
support
5
with
rebirth.
Brood? Is that a thing?
Oh, no, that's definitely not a thing. I mean,
Yeah,
Brood
yeah,
has
okay.
to be carry, surely.
Yeah, I'm sure you can support
Or core,
with
you
Brood.
mean, right?
I'm sure you can support with Brood if you're trying to lose the game.
Look, I'm just asking questions here, Winter. You don't need to flame the team, right?
Actually, there's a point in time where Brood was a support. It was a long time ago, where I remember what you would do is you would pick Brood plus 5 in a safe lane, and then you put the webs, and then you just run behind and harass the offlaner. Back then it was a 3-1-1 meta, so the offlaner would always get left alone. And people would come up with this kind of ideas where you have this kind of plus 5 that can just zone the offlaner away so badly, like the Husker. I've seen Husker and Brood Mother position 5 back then. That was the only time I saw Brood plus 5.
Were those the times that you would recover jungle afterwards with Brood because you had the insane jungling ability once you got levels? Is that the idea?
Radiant team
Yeah, you get
You would take over the enemy jungle?
Yeah, you zone the offlaner until he cannot play the game, and then you just bye-bye, I go jungle, and then your carry can already 1v1 the guy. Yeah, that was the idea.
Okay, alright.
Dude, I don't know about this draft from Apu King of Kings. This thing's kind of crazy. I think
You know,
the
Gabe-
Luna would
It's
have been
Hokori.
great.
You know, Gabe, we don't need to know anything. We just need to sit back and enjoy the pick sequence. And then when they pick the last hero, you got, oh, that is why.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate this. This is good. This is good notes.
I love this because, you know, whenever a pro player comes on panel, they'll always they'll break down the whole strategy. But Winter, the true pro player, comes by and says, "You just gotta sit here and enjoy what they draft."
Dude, Winter
Not
Unleashed
pretend
is
like you
something
don't.
else. He is a
Yes,
monster.
sometimes it's really hard to, get into their brains. You just need to, sit back, and then everything just makes sense at the pick 24. And then, oh, that is why they opened the draft like this. We were guessing every single detail from the first pick to the to the second last pick, and then when the last pick comes out, then everything makes sense. Sometimes the draft just goes like that.
That makes sense, especially for teams that are like not, because all these teams might have strategies that while seem good, you gotta question if they're optimized, right? So when you're at TI and you're analyzing the top teams, easy to find out what they're doing. When you're in this level, yeah, there's a lot more creativity. There's a lot more things you can do, and might be a great strategy, might not. It's hard to tell because they're not as polished, and that's why it's so fun. Hokori is usually a team to do this, though, so I like that Apu King of Kings is flipping the script and saying, Hokori, we'll take one of your trash drafts. We're gonna do it ourselves. Don't worry.
Dude, I don't know though, because Apu King of Kings, I feel like they would rather switch drafts right now. They have used like 2 minutes of reserve time over the last this pick. They're like, oh my god, they banned our Luna. What are we going to do? They're not even gonna ban a hero right now. It's over. It's done.
No, they're gonna ban. They're gonna ban. Do not worry.
Dude, they're not gonna ban a hero. Watch it. Okay, they banned.
Said watch, immediately got picked.
I think if I'm Apu King of Kings, I'm thinking Terrorblade, but I can't Terrorblade because it's Morphlane, so they're gonna Drow. But then you're playing against Mars, so it's also bad. But I think Drow is the play.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Do you
Draw
agree with that, Winter?
is pretty good against Morphling, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
But the Mars is also pretty good against the Drow.
Doesn't
But in lane, you do beat him though. So
Yeah,
you
in
can
lane
kinda
you do
snowball
beat.
off that.
It's just in the game it's very annoying for you to
Yep.
fight against the Mars.
don't you
he cannot-
multi-shot go through it?
Yes, it does. but
Yes,
not
yes,
the
yes,
actual
yes.
attacks.
But not your normal right clicks.
Okay.
I mean, in general, he's
Okay.
just very annoying because if you don't have multi-shot on and trying to hit, he can just turn his passive on and he just stand in front and he just absorb all the right clicks.
Okay, I did not have a revelation
Hey,
or a
wait,
catharsis moment here.
what's going on? So,
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
oh no, the Tide and the Weaver are the
Hokori
supports.
is winning. That's what's going on. that's what's about
No,
to
the Brood's the
happen
off lane, right? So Brood is off lane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's brutal. It's a brute awfully.
I love Benny Wraith King though. I gotta give
Okay.
you that. So they have a very very high DPS lineup with a lot of minus armor, with a lot of physical damage from the Brood. I think it's actually a lot of synergy. You have the Bucks and the Gush. You have the Bucks and the Gush, and you have the Brood Mother Spiderlings. So the supports are gonna die very easily if you catch them out in the fights. And they have a lot of like small disables from the Wraith King and the Ember Spirit. So I feel like the whole draft is centered around enabling the Brood with the spiders. It's gonna be very very easy for him to play the game with these kind of heroes around him.
No, lyrical. Are you on the brute train?
Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna go with Morphling Spirit Breaker and
Boring!
Nags, and they're gonna own. It's gonna be terrifying all the way.
So that means Winter that you do support Apple King of Kings, right?
Yeah.
And you think
at
they're
the
gonna win?
draft, look at the draft. It's amazing. It's fun.
Yeah. Easy. There you go. Well, who's gonna be right on this panel? There's no way we're gonna be wrong. That's for sure. Or sorry, there's no way at least one person isn't right. No cursing this time, as we send it over to our casters. It's Epulze and SeekNStrike. Thank you, Avo. I really appreciate that throw. Richie, nice to see you again. Hello.
Who's Richie?
Sorry, SeekNStrike. My bad.
Thank you, Alvaro. And I wasn't gonna do this. I was gonna wait a little bit, but since we are paused, I might as well take this moment now and tell everyone in chat to please wish Mr. Epulze here a very happy birthday. It turns what are you 25 already now? It's the 15th. It's the 15th, my friend. Today's the day.
I'm
You didn't
older.
even know. Happy
I
birthday,
didn't know.
Mr. Epulze.
I didn't know. I think I'm
yeah.
25. Thank you,
Yeah,
thank
I
you,
think
production. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, he's 25. So just
I
go
think
ahead and
I'm
drop him
25.
a tweet at Mr. Epulze, where you can show him a little bit of love today. Even though he doesn't really care for birthdays, as you can tell, he didn't even know it was his birthday today.
I don't know
We
what
are
day we
getting
live in.
underway now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know when you wake up at 3 a.m. for these games, isn't it? It's a little bit confusing. Something that is a little bit interesting, though, that I don't think I heard you guys comment on, and I actually wanted to get
As
your
we go into the game.
opinion on this, Avo, to see if this has happened before. On the Argentinian servers, so we're going to be in Argentina for all 3 games.
Yes. It's something that doesn't usually happen, but it depends on where Hokori is located. I actually don't know that. You actually might get more decent ping to Argentina than, say, Brazil, right? And a lot of people have started to vouch for Argentina as the more fair server between Peru and... because it's a newer server, right? Between Peru and Brazil. So it might be that that's why they agreed to it. I know that the only person... Benny is literally the only person living in Argentina, even though he is Peruvian. Wikipedia for some reason says he's Argentinian. He is not. Ask him to show you his passport, like you did to me, and you'll see that he is not. He's Peruvian, but he's been living in Argentina for like 10 years, and so that's why he's portrayed that way. So he's the only person with a real ping advantage. It might have been Hokori just wants to play fair. Honestly, I know all these guys to a degree personally, and they might be one of the most wholesome teams I've ever been with. Like this is a team full of people that they always want to play a fair match. They're very self-critical. They don't tend to flame others. Yuma also came off to me because he's the only person I hadn't really met. In the interview, he came off to me as that exact person. So it is a team that it's hard not to love. In fact, Hokori actually reached out to me. If you allow me to tell me a small story, they reached out to me when the supporter packs were coming out, and they asked me if I could write voice lines for them, right? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll give you my voice lines. And one of them made it is the Dotalaraco line. But at first I was like, so what does Hokori mean? are like, oh, it's Japanese for honor. And so I looked it up, and I was like, no, it's Japanese for dust. And like not even like a cool dust. It's like the dust you find, like a dust bunny. I'm like, what? Why do you call your team this? And so after much research, I realized I was wrong. It's actually a code of honor that samurai people used. But I wrote like 15 lines all about cleaning things because I thought that the team was just based on dust. So none of those got included. Yeah.
See, I mean, maybe it's one of those things, you know, where like Ajax, he used to be like this very mighty, powerful gladiator, right? And now he's just, you know, you can find him in your kitchen drawer for cleaning. You know,
no, so apparently the
like
kanji, if you pronounce it slightly differently, will mean either dust or the samurai code of ethics. Yeah, it's like, I mean, look, I don't speak Japanese, so I don't know. But I did submit over 10 Japanese voice lines that Valve all promptly struck out. It's because my accent was not very good.
It's like the TI Battle Pass as well. Well, you know, Spanish has a couple words like that as well. You know, you drop the tilde on año and year, and it turns into something different, doesn't it?
That's true.
Different letters, different pronunciations, but hey,
I thought you were saying Spanish has some words that sound like Japanese. I'll say año is Korean, my friend. It's like hello.
Well, let's talk about the game a little bit, shall we?
Yeah, let's go. Let's talk about the game.
Position 5, Tidehunter down bottom. It is going to be a dual melee lane here with a critical strike eventually for Benny for some just real big damage in. Already some decent space created, though, I would say. Benny is kind of struggling to get in here for the side waves a little bit. At least Vitali, so far, not super bothered too much by the presence of the Tidehunter.
I think the Tide pick, now that I see the double melee that you're expecting, is actually pretty clever, right? Because Tide is probably really good against double melee. They're also, like, Spearbreaker has he has really good HP. His armor is good, but not to the level of his HP, right? He's on an Agi support after all. And Mars actually has relatively low armor, so Gush is also pretty punishing. So I'm more sold on the Tide pick as the game progresses. I'm having the moment that the Winter was talking about.
Yeah, these heroes, Spearbreaker, the tankiest hero in the game at level 1 without any items. Decent amounts of armor, right, to start with as well. So if you can get through that, then he's going to be taking quite the beating earlier on.
So the way that's calculated, in case people... Sorry, I just want to clarify. Because the way people... That's calculated is actually about effective HP. So it's a combination of HP with armor, right? So the moment that something like Gush comes into play, that changes a lot. Like, if you actually Gush him, Ogre's tankier if they're both Gushed, right? So that's a big deal. Just a small caveat I wanted to add.
And this is something I was going to point out here. As Serum might take a death. Oh, he did get pinned to the tree, and he is going to go down.
No,
That's
just
the
the
thing
damage.
is he does struggle to actually to get pulls off in this lane, is what I was going to say. Tide not too great at it. He can gush the creeps from a distance, but Ilmisho and Vitali, as we just saw, are going to have no problems either intercepting him.
Yep.
It's a dangerous time for a support 5 Tide. Doesn't carry a stun, has only a meager slow, and all he's got to work with.
I think Mars is just too strong a laner when it comes to these things. He has a very low committal... Like, a lot of off-laners, especially the melee tanky ones, right? If they want to commit to stopping a pull, say a Centaur, for example, you got to leave your lane and go and oh my god, I have to stomp him now, right? Mars just throws the spear and you're screwed, right? Like, it happens very often. That's why I think there's... Like, you combine this with Spirit that's why I think the lane is becoming so difficult for Serum. What are you supposed to do? When Mars can like, just slightly deviate from where the creeps are, all of a sudden stop the pull, be a useful offlaner, and still get the last hits that he needs, right? Because he has really good attack damage.
The rune ownage here by Hokari in the past couple of minutes, by the way. I think Guts was able to pick up his own bounty, went into the enemy jungle for the bounty. The only reason Mini has battle charges is because Tide TP'd mid lane to refill after he did take that death down bottom. So not too bad for Apu Kings, but just wanted to commend Hokori there. Sorry, it was very impressive.
I think it's Hokori. When I looked it up, it was Hokori.
Hokori?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, it's Japanese, so I am not the authority on this, but maybe we should ask the what was it, Haru? Anyway,
they're just gonna kill
He's
Serum.
gonna be dying quickly. Benny also in trouble. Here comes the Weaver though, and Misha could be in trouble himself. Swarmer set up. Misha will be bursted down by Hanses, and he's gonna continue against Vitali, but Vitali will be fine.
Yeah, and I suppose this is actually not too bad of a time for the Weaver to be leaving this lane. Brood's up to level 4, 2 points in the Insatiable Hunger. Will be taking quite the beating now, of course, as it's on a cooldown. But you know, Broodmother, one of these self-sufficient laners, wants to get the experience up, wants to get this level 6 to be able to, you know, do Broodmother things, and she can't very well do that when there's a Weaver Ant in her lane. Spiders and Ants, quite famously, they don't get along. So, you know, there was bound to be tension in this lane from the get-go.
Because Weaver's constantly looking at how can you eat the spider, right? And the spider's like, why? Ants find the spiders to be a big source of protein. Queens apparently love ants, or love spiders. I learned that in Penang.
You go into Buckingham Palace and there's just full of ants there.
Huh?
Queens love ants?
Oh, right,
Queen?
right, yep.
Yep.
No, sorry, I'm sorry.
Give you a second. It's okay.
Yeah.
Your
I
birthday,
don't
gotta
believe
go
in
easy on
monarchy.
you.
That's why. Guts. Mr. Jeans. Let's call it Mr. Jeans. I mean, look, I appreciate this game name change because I'm a big fan of Berserk, but Mr. Jeans is an unbeatable name. So I am sorry about this. He is being killed off by Mini though. He's very much beatable. Mini, there he comes. Nice.
Yeah,
Both
wow.
supports even rotate, and the Gush ends up landing the kill. Not ideal because Mini lost a lot of mana and he wanted to last it there, but frankly, a kill's a kill at this point, and it was right before his level 6. Bottom
Yeah,
though?
they're gonna lose Benny down bottom though for it. Is what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, you know, Brood's a little bit too tanky, a little bit too evasive top to really go down too easily. But nice job bottom. They immediately go for the charge and pick up the kill onto the Spirit Breaker in return. Sorry, onto the Wraith King in return. A good charge from the Spirit Breaker is what set that up.
Okay,
Now we're
Hans's,
brawling mid.
They see him. They know where he is. Yeah, they're just diving the tower. They don't care, but this minus armor is brutal.
Wow.
Garda can't tank it. El Misho is joined. They have a Dream Coil this time. They get a Dream Coil at least on the Weaver. No time lapse
Hit
just
Mini.
yet, but he can't stay. El Misho might actually die here. He doesn't even get the kill on Jupiter. Guts trying to come back in. He's really, really antsy for the skill, and he will get it with a slight misplay there from Hanses towards the end. Walking back when he should have. Could have just avoided that.
Space created though, they get so much chip damage, even more than chip damage onto this tier 1 tower. You know, nice job there by Mr. Jeans pulling them behind the tier 1 tower. Does allow the creep wave to fall, and the tower eventually will focus on that wagon. But losing a tier 1 mid lane this early on, when your puck's something like 15 CS behind and a kill or two, is problematic, as there was a bit of server ping there. I presume the players had that one as well.
Yeah, I got massive lag. I just saw the Wraith Fire Blast appearing out of nowhere. Since we're doing this, can I say something that a chatter said, which I think is the cleverest thing I never realized, right?
Yeah.
So, Ajax is called Ajax because Ajax fought against Greece. And so it's a play on words with Greece, like you eliminate Greece.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
You knew that Ajax is a play on words, and that's why he's fighting Greece?
Yeah.
I think that's
Ajax was the
incredible.
warrior. He was the he was one of the champions for Troy, wasn't he?
Right. I know who Ajax was, but I don't understand. I never got this play on words. I think this is amazing. I just thought it was named after him because he's cool.
No.
That's so cool.
No, I mean, Alvaro, I've got many more. Did you know that Batman is like this as well because he dresses like a bat?
I thought it was because he's afraid of the dark.
It's very similar. These things, you know, they go hand in hand. I was trying
This
to go
whole
with a better
time,
one
I
there.
thought Bruce Wayne was blind. Turns out.
Yeah, that's why he always screams, you know, because he needs the echolocation, like the bats to, you know, everyone knows Batman.
Right. I'm the darkness. It's just him trying to find where the Joker is. That's it. Right. That's why he has to. His voice goes low pitched. Easier to
Yeah,
bounce
that's why
off.
he's always yelling, "Where is she?" Because he doesn't know. He can't see.
Bottom.
Vitaly.
He's gonna TP though. There's no stuns. Nice little spear as well. No Wraith Fire Blast anyway, but still good, preventing the biggest source of damage, and he at least is capable of getting away. So for now, the lanes are. I mean, as long as the game is even, I think it's a win for Hokori because they don't like the Broodmother is always so scary. But we haven't really seen Balky get online quite yet. He just got level 6. He's starting to build up some spiders, but he's out of mana. No Soul Ring just yet, so I think it's coming up. Yeah, Soul Ring is on the courier. He's gonna have it now, and now we're gonna see the real threat of a Broodmother. Yuma?
Ember though, Mini's gonna be able to yoink that
is he just gonna
arcane rune.
Look at this. He's
Yeah,
just
push.
literally routing Yuma out of lane.
Yeah, and nothing can be really done bottom about this push, so instead it's going to be Mr. Jeans who rotates top. Yuma is going to be able to find the Spider Link. They don't snap the coil, but they do commit the arena here. So all three cores rotate to the top lane to alleviate some pressure, completely acquiescing the bottom tier 1 tower to Benny.
I actually think it's pretty funny that we expected Broodmother to be the first one to push, but it's inadvertently the Wraith King because they just can't deal with him. That Weaver plus Tide combo has been actually really strong. And I think Hokori are recognizing this threat. It reminds me a lot of the Beast Coast lane that they run, which is Snapfire plus Tide. Oh no, that's not Beast Coast, sorry. That was my bad. They run, I don't know who it is that runs the Snapfire Tide in the SA, but they do it very commonly. And they just destroy Gush plus Little Shredder and they wreck everything.
The advantage I will say that a Snapfire would have had, even though this is of course a Tide Hunter support and not a Tide core with a Snap, is this support duo, between the two of them, they have all but one spell that is considered to be Lockdown versus a Puck, and that spell is not going to be the greatest at actually catching a Puck. Your other source of Lockdown is going to be Wraith Fire Blast. Again, another spell that's not really that great at catching a Puck. So if Mr. Jeans can get a little bit of space and time here, I do believe that he should be able to have a pretty promising game ahead of him here. That's not really the case, though, as we see Apu Kings maybe perhaps identifying this, are applying a lot of pressure mid and bottom.
Yep. I think that's the appropriate way as well, because we're getting Broodmother Orchid, right? And that's always the rush, so Mr. Jeans is trying to rush himself a Yule Scepter, but most like you will get around the time of the Orchid, but if Broodmother gets even one kill off the Orchid, that's already worth, right, on the Puck. And of course, then you still have to play really perfectly with the Yules, not like that easy to do.
This tower is just going to go down mid.
Yeah. It's a kind of a freebie, this tower. They really don't have the best heroes to defend it, unfortunately. You don't have a hero you can just plop, and especially in the early game, just put down in front of the tower and be scary. The Mars doesn't really fulfill that role. He's more of a ganking offlaner.
I'll tell you what oh, hold on. I think... Okay,
Yeah,
I thought he was going to continue that.
Oh, he is. He's going for Serum, and minus armor for the Medallion. Serum was going to die.
As well.
Well done.
I think another big problem is, like, normally, you know, that's where your offlaner comes in, right? Like your I don't know, Timber Saws, Centaurs, right? They just stand in front of the tower and defend it. And so here we go, fighting a little bit more. Yuma's here for the Ember Spirit, just giving them a little bit of a walk around. Almost bash there to break the coil, but at the end of the day, it's not going to make a difference. They find a bash and they get the kill. And Misho, he's going to go down, though, however. Hansis is going to turn around and chop him down with the Geminate attack. Dolly top lane, and here's the offlaner I was talking about that normally likes to do this. But the thing I wanted to say is that I think one thing Apu Kings do have, even though they don't have a lot of stuns, Avo, or lockdown, they do have a lot of long-distance poke and harass, just like this, right? Look how many spells they're able to throw from a relatively safe distance. But finally, you can God's Rebuke them. But they're just going to kill him underneath, well, is his top area. I don't know, the Tinker Ward spot. Down he goes.
Do you think if ants could, they would eat the pig?
Yes.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. I would agree. So... In that fight, I agree. I think that you see that I actually max God's Rebuke before Spear of Mars, which is, I guess, a way to deal with Broodmother. Though, from my understanding, the Broodlings don't have the magic resistance anymore, right?
Ooh.
Didn't they buff the HP and then they take the magic resistance?
Good question. Let me see. They've got 25% magic resist, no physical resist.
Okay.
Oh, that's the spider right though. Hold on. Let me find one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, I mean the spider and spiderlings, yeah. Because they used to be 50%, it used to be ridiculous. You need like physical damage, right? So 25% is more. Right. So yeah, it's like okay. I think that the problem though was that Mars is not like a Tide, right? He can deal with a Brood Tick in the first tower, but once they can gank you as easily, and especially with all the minus armor, I don't think Mars is the easiest hero to just stand his ground. And Hokori's been doing a good job at least finding kills elsewhere, making sure that they can at least get farm from somewhere. But this is the difficulty you always have with these kind of lineups where you don't really want to fight them head on because they're a bit too strong in the early. You know that. But they also have a lot of push. So your best bet is to... You can't really defend the tower because that's what they're supposed to do. So you don't really know what the best option is. And now as well, Apu Kings is going to dominate the map with these spiderlings, which this has just got patched as well. Now you can do this actually legally without using any sort of special files. And yeah. Anyway. After the complaint tweet.
What is this non-controversy? You can just tab through now and move individual spiderlings. Is that it?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yep. And they should commands in the same group. It just made it much easier, essentially. I mean, because with heroes like Naga, for example, that was physically possible to do like with your own hands. But with Brood, with so many spiderlings, it's just too difficult to do without the tab.
Yeah, you had to be a retired StarCraft 2 professional player to do it.
No, even they would struggle. StarCraft actually has really good. Like, if you play StarCraft, you play Warcraft 3, and you play microwing in Dota, you realize that microwing in Dota has a lot of issues with the controls. Like, there's a lot of missed input sometimes. There's a lot of issues with, like, the tabbing properly and getting the right control groups. Sometimes control groups will deassign themselves, though it's
Onto
getting better over
Spider.
the years.
Ellie. Reno's ready. Got vision with charge. Out comes the arena. Trees are
Nice.
down, and so is the spider.
You know what I appreciate a lot? Elmisha did not attack the Broodmother afterwards. First of all, to steal the kill, of course, but also because you can actually push through the walls and then you lose the arena damage. So you have to be careful with that.
It was a little bit embarrassing whenever that happens. Gardic in the river here ought to go down. Serum so tantalizingly close to death, but he's going to live. Instead, there's a charge for him, and if he ends up walking up here, they might actually continue this. Yeah, no reason not to. Oh, okay, he's going to get ravaged. Why not?
Yeah, he's going to die.
Yeah, taken down at a fair rate. It's a full vessel already here for the Weaver.
Yeah, that's really good, actually. I think that's a fine usage for the Ravages on a 5 tide, right? I think that's perfectly fine, especially because the greediness of Elmisha not activating the Bulldoze as he was charging in was palpable. Yeah, he was not expecting the Ravage there.
And now they're on the hunt for Yuma, who was scouted pushing pretty far. Did get the tower. Will be scouted. No Ravage here, so just the Wraithfire Blast if they need to cancel a TP.
Yuma.
On the run. They have him.
I
My
think
goodness.
So, Morphling is actually here that struggles a little bit. I mean, if you have enough catch to like put him in place, he struggles a little bit against these minus armor lineups because when you're full strength, you have really low armor, right? So these minus armor lineups amplify the damage on you immensely. Valky in top lane, they're going for him as well. This Vessel already doing work though, Vitali's struggling. And they are going to fight, they're going to commit Dream Coil. Valky's already dead. Here's the arena. Vitali also wants to kill this Weaver, but unfortunately he's going to die himself to the Swarm. Unable to finish off Hannesis as Mini chasing after Guts. He knows Guts is going to play around with him, so he's just going to let him go. Instead, they were looking for Elmisha, but not going to find him either. Roshan will bash him, so it's just going to be offlaner for offlaner. Much more resources spent, though, I would say, on Hokori, because they're not the team that can just initiate easily like the Weaver can.
Yeah, it's true.
But they're losing,
I mean,
so I guess
they
it kills a
they
kill.
can initiate easily, but they can't really force enemies to stay without Ravage, especially, right? And that's kind of the problem Apu King saw, just that top lane.
Yes,
I think
yes.
that was actually... I mean, they still get the Mars, right? Which is a one-for-one trade. I'd call that fair, and I'd be pretty happy with that if I were Apu Kings. But, you know, I feel like you rotate 3-4 heroes top lane to save your offlaner. You're expecting more than just a trade, right? You're expecting Hokori to think they're not going to, you know, bother rotating this many heroes. They can maybe overextend a little bit, but Hokori can already do that because Ravage was used, and again, there's very limited stuns. But now there is an Orchid online for the Broodmother. Perhaps they can look to threaten the life here of the Puck, especially because, you know, Guts here has decided to go for Boots of Travel first over the Yule Scepter.
Interesting choice. I mean, look, the usual build these days that we're seeing very often is Witchblade into Boots or just Boots straight up, because that, I mean, it's like every mid laner, right? Oh, I want to buy a Midas. Oh, that's trolling. I'll just buy Boots of Travel instead, right? That's essentially the thought process of half the mid laners. It gives you a lot of space over the map. The movement speed's actually really well utilized in the early game. It's great with Spirit Breaker for obvious reasons. Talk about Spirit Breaker. I'm going to find the Weaver. We have Dream Coil, Weaver. They didn't even need the Dream Coil because the Spirit just destroyed him. As a Yols does stop poor Elmisha. Elmisha has charged in 6 seconds. Tanky.
Again,
is he tanky enough,
very
though?
low
Not with a
catch.
Gush.
Good him. Good him.
That
Good
minus
moves
armor
with
is
those-
brutal.
Yeah, if they can connect this Gush and I mean
Bottom?
Gush especially because it's a long move speed slow. Ooh, doing pretty good. Now get through the Ogre. So many summons here between the spiders and the skeletons. Oh my.
Yep. And so Zerg versus Protoss here, essentially, we're watching. Hokori has no extra units. And what I was talking... I lost my train of thought, actually, when I was saying earlier.
We were talking about the Puck BOTs, I believe.
Oh, the Puck BOTs, yeah. Now you finally got the Yol, so it's actually didn't end up being too bad for him, right? Because you get the Orchid. I think the real counter to the Puck this game for the Brood, and I'm assuming this is more like a 30-minute item, is the Scythe of Bison, which I'm expecting to see later. Because you do need that extra bit of catch, and it's going to be really useful for Puck, and also for Morphling. So I would really like to see a Vice here on Brood.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what I also like about the BOTs first, even though, of course, there was a window where he was potentially very vulnerable here to Valky, is that you've lost all your tier 1 towers, you're playing against a Broodmother, and an Ember Spirit, you know, some very mobile heroes that are going to want to continue pushing their advantage. You're going to have to take some dangerous farm. You know, it's already a pretty good Puck game. BOTs is going to allow you to do that, give your Morphling especially the more safe farm. And, you know, I think that's relatively paid off, right? Yuma's farm has been pretty much unimpacted. He's almost the richest hero in the game, keeping even with Benny. Guts, Mr. Jeans, you know, doing not too badly himself. I think it makes sense. for all the reasons as well that you mentioned, right? Good move speed, synergizes nicely with Spirit Breaker, who is very likely to take another death here, as the charge is cancelled, or he was either just for Serum.
Misho, rooted, dead. So I don't think Mini understands that the Roche line is not supposed to be used for your own team, my dude. You gotta use it for the enemy. And if you have actual courage, he'll use it while you're Roshing, not when you're finished. All right, come on, put some spice into this game, Mini. So right now, what I'm looking at Hokori, I'm thinking, what plays do they have to make besides just stall and hope Yuma gets farmed enough, right? It's a really tough position because Benny's already online, and now I'm assuming once he gets Blink Dagger, which is 600 gold away, he'll start fighting with his team and forcing objectives that are a bit harder to take with just a Broodmother.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right on that. And now, especially with Aegis on Mini, he's going to be empowered to do plays like this, where he's pushing just outside of a tier 2 tower range, and Hokori, they're not going to TP heroes this time. It's just not worth it. You know, he's already a dead man. Instead, Alicia will just run on in. I think he's in a bit of a rough spot, though.
Yeah.
Just might end up going down as well. Yes, he will.
Misha is struggling a bit on the Spirit Breaker, honestly. It seems very much like he's always going in, and stop is important. So that function is really useful on Spirit Breaker.
That it is, right? The hold position or the cancel, whatever it is in the hockey, is a very, very important keybind to make sure you have. Here's a potential play, though, is they're going to snap the coil on Valky, and he is going to be killed off. Kings, they're smoked up and swooping across the map, hoping to try and maybe get someone else on the retreat, but they're all a little bit too far gone, and again, they're very limited on their stuns. And that's kind of what I was going to be getting at there when you said, what plays does Hokori have to make? I think this changes now that the Blink Dagger is about to be, well, in 40 seconds, it's going to be on the way for the Wraith King. But I would like to see them use, actually, the BOT's Puck and the Spirit Breaker kind of quote-unquote combo here to go for a couple more of these solo kills. I think, you know, Il Misho dying as much as he is okay, as long as he's getting, like, a hero every single time he goes down and Puck's getting some gold. I would say that's a worthwhile trade, but unfortunately, that's not really coming. Not really happening for the most part. He's kind of just charging in either a little bit too early or a little bit too late.
There's a charge here. This seems like the right time. You know, this Baby Bear. He actually stopped it right at the right time. That's good, too.
EKB from Mars.
Benny is going to keep pushing this tower, though. I don't think he's afraid. I mean, he has Reincarnation. BKB's not going to do much to him. And Misha now regretting being in this position, but using that ultimate for a little bit of extra movement. Going to be worthless. Good attempt, though. But Mini has been just a monster this whole game. The combination of poke and prod plus these 2 minus armor, now 3 actually with Solar Crest, has been, well, 4 with Desolator, has been just a brutal technique at dealing with Hokori, and especially the Spirit Breaker, who does not scale very well in terms of armor. So he's always vulnerable to have physical damage.
Warrior snipe there. That's going to be Hokori without the Enchanted Quiver, or pardon me, the Grove Bow for some time. On its way to Guts. A little bit annoying. That 10% magic amp might have helped him out here quite a bit. Just because he has taken 15 talents. And for a second, Davo, he did queue up a Dagon 5. I'm glad he changed it into the High Scepter instead.
Who queued a Dagon 5, sorry?
Mr. Jeans queued up a Dagon 5.
Okay. You know?
But it's changed. It's changed tags.
He played Dagon? Against Wraith King? What do you want against Wraith King? Burst damage. That's what I think about when I think about how to deal with Wraith King, right?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You don't want to hold him down or anything. You just want to burst him.
Wild. Yeah, if you burst him fast enough, you get through most of his lives, right?
Yeah.
Easy.
That easy.
No, I'm glad he changed to an Ags too, honestly. Especially because once Brood gets BKB, you're the biggest way to deal with Brood. El Misho.
Goodbye, Spirit Breaker.
They did stop Mini, but he has an Aegis, so there's no point in committing to this. However, Mini's gonna die, I think, to the tower. Oh, very close. If they could time this properly, Vitali's he really wants to go for it, but unfortunately, no Blink Dagger means he can't really rush it.
Yeah. Forced to go for the BKB a bit earlier, and there's the Blink Dagger for Benny as he's going to assault him from the rear. Benny's going to actually lose his first life on the reincarnation, as Yuma has shown up to fight with a full Scotty finished up here. BKB active. They trap 2 inside the arena. There is a Ravage ready to go here. Now they're going to go ahead and pop it. Not going to find anyone, however, as Aegis is now reclaimed. Benny a bit low on HP here on his second life. Armlet toggling through the damage that Guts has for him. The charge now from Lisho, covered by the Shadow Blade. They've got the kill, but in trouble is Yuma. Affected by the Vessel, he's unable to escape. Whipped to death. A 2-for-1 trade. Not that bad from Hokori, but it's not going to repel the siege. The Bapu Kings, they're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, the problem is I'd argue that Mini is more impactful in these team fights than Benny, right now at least. I feel like Mini's doing much more. I feel like this lineup is much better with Mini because they have a good lineup at avoiding damage, right? So as like literally kiting. So Wraith King is actually having a tough time. It's easier to force Wraith King to have a tough time, right? And to make the minus armor not seem so useful. But Ember always hits you with Sleight of Fist. It's super hard to avoid that spell specifically, right? Even as Puck. Right? So I think that. Well, I'm not going to disagree against their choice because they took the enemy carry, that you should always do that. Oh no, not if Mr. Jeans dies here though.
Oh, he heals aggressively. He doesn't have one for himself.
That's okay. They were trying to set up
good.
for the kill. Yeah. So even if I understand their position, maybe in hindsight it might have been better to go for the Ember instead. Ha! Good Shadow Blade.
And Mini even with a pretty nice play there as well. He was dying to the tower, would have died and lost Aegis to tower, which wouldn't have been that bad, admittedly, right? But he decides to, I mean, it's a little bit better if enemies take it from you, as they were forced to, or actually just let it reclaim. And use Sleight of Fist to dodge a tower attack, and that reset the aggro, and then he continues to fight a little bit longer, and it's just a bit more annoying for Hokori. So, you know, it all matters, all these like little small things that mention. Because, of course, Mini is going to definitely take advantage of it, as they are going to be looking to try and find Mini here. He's got his own Yule Scepter for himself, however, and a Battle DD rune. And of course, plenty of teammates willing to TP over for him, so Hokori will not make that dive. Wait. BKB for Weaver?
Yeah, I was just about to point that out too. So what's the use?
I saw Ogre X. Hold on,
Wait,
Yuma? I think he's okay.
Yeah. So the point of this would be what? You can get out of the arena. That's pretty useful, right? I would say that might be the major thing. And until the axe comes out, Dreamcoil is not as big of a deal against you.
Yeah. Okay. But my question is, like, naturally, right? The question is, okay, you can get out of Dream Coil, you can get out of Arena, the puck doesn't insta-kill you for what? For more minus armor? For Swarm?
I guess Swarm is just that valuable. I really do think
against Morphling?
I do think the Vessel and Swarm is enough, honestly.
But okay, I mean, those are valid points, but, you know, you look at what Yuma has, he's already got a Manta, right? Not much he really needs to Manta this game, like, or maybe Manta dodges Dawn or something like that. Hold that thought. Who have they caught here? Vitali in the mid lane.
Well, the Orchid, right? The Mantas for the Orchid are the best.
Orchid, yep, Orchid, okay.
No, I agree. Look, I think that... Because what I don't like about this, not so much that I think it's a bad pickup, is that the timing you got it is just as you saw Puck. Oh, I guess you didn't see him, right? I guess you don't know that Mr. Jeans almost has Ags completed. So that's the advantage of Mr. Jeans not buying a single item on Ags, which is usually considered a mistake, but pretty good. Now he's going to see it. He's going to,
yeah.
I regret my BKB now.
Pretty much. Guys, do you think Puck is going for a Scotty? She's got a point booster. No, probably not.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chin showed nothing, and you're like, he must not be building Ags. He must be really poor.
Good patience here. I mean, somewhat as Hokori. I think they're still going to end up losing the Spirit Breaker.
And the
home, though, they are losing a bit more. Yuma's going to make the jump in. Wants to get through Mini, who's a bit lower on the mana. He's stunned up once, but... Nope, he's going to be a bit too tanky. Yuma bouncing around here, of course. The Spiderlings.
Time to buy Battle Fury, Yuma. Battle Fury, turn to Ember every single fight. That's how you deal with this Broodmother. But, yeah, I think that that is actually more credit to Jeans and his itemization and choosing not to reveal the Ags until later than issue for the Weaver. Because now this Ags actually has cancelled 2 BKBs, I believe, right? Yeah, Weavers and, well, the bugs. It's canceled the bugs.
Yep, and Embers, who he's got the money for it now. I mean, I think it's still worth buying.
Yeah,
because they've got a lot of magic burst, but you know, it's gonna feel a little bit worse for sure.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is
item?
on point.
Oh, go ahead.
Sometimes I just want to point out that sometimes it's actually useful to not reveal your items. That knowledge is actually a very big deal. Oh, so much gold from the spiders. That feels so good to see.
Benny now with the full AC on top of his Deso, so lots and lots of minus armor here for sure in case there, you know, there's not enough already. I have a little bit more. I believe this is what, -5 in the aura? Yeah, so lots of minus armor here at the ready for Apu Kings. So where they do lack in lockdown, they do not lack in minus armor. At least.
Yeah. I think maybe there's a point where it's too much, but I guess I see it's not bought necessarily for the minus armor. I don't think it's that relevant anymore because you have so many sources of minus armor. I think the difficulty now for him is honestly going to be catching up, or like literally getting to the morphling, right? Because he has Scotty now to slow you down. Once he gets BKB, it's going to be really hard to stun lock him. And I think the big turning point here for Hokori is actually the 2 waveform charges. That's going to make it really, really difficult.
Agreed.
No, where's your BKB now?
Oh.
Yep. They just got a free kill there.
They are doing Roche though, so it is space, right? So no more coil for this Roche attempt or retake, so to speak, if they wanted to try and contest it. They're not, because they don't have vision, and they're going to be a little bit too slow. So Apu Kings are going to snatch this second Aegis and the Ag Shard to go along with it.
Ember,
Aegis,
yeah, makes sense.
It's time for Benny. Of course, he's going to be hitting the buildings, and Ember's got his new Fire Remnant Shard. They've caught Yuma? Trouble? Stunned?
Yeah.
Maybe even killed? There's a Ravage? They don't need it?
Okay, I was not expecting that at all. I think Yuma overstayed his welcome. I think they canceled his TP while he was there, right? He TP'd a bit too late.
Yep. Took the tier 1 tower, tried to get the utmost of space. But of course, as soon as you hear that jingle from Roche, you know that they've got a very short run to make to just kill you.
I actually think these experiences are very valuable to carries because you understand how much to push the envelope, right? So, especially in competitive, I think when you get killed just barely like this, it's a very good educational experience. It's really good for the replays later. So, bad for the game, obviously, but Hokori can learn a lot from this.
Very good for the replays, good for the tapes, but not so. It doesn't feel so good in real life when you gotta wait 30 seconds. On the replays, you just fast forward a little bit. You're good to go.
Look, when you get 2-0'd, it feels nice that at least you're like, I can learn from this. That's the mentality. No blink on Vitaly, by the way. He's gonna go for Satanic, so they acknowledge they need a secondary carry, or maybe just a tank, right? Because Satanic is gonna help them tank more than anything. El Misho cuts lanes. Benny's still scary. They get rid of the skeletons with that God's Rebuke. And as the cobwebs get set up, I mean, they can't kill Benny 3 times. There's no way. They kill him once. That's reincarnation.
Oh, I almost got charged through. There's a shard, by the way, now in the Brood Brother. Normal, of course, build, but I just want to remind people now this is another thing that Morph is going to be very eager to dispel. Because it's an 80% mischance or something like that?
40%. Got reduced
40%.
heavily from the, what was it called before? Incapacitating Bite. Oh, okay, they're initiating still. Yeah, they broke. They're going for Tide. They want to get rid of the Ravage, and they almost did. Oh, no! He's 1 hit away! Tide's alive! Guts is coming in! He's like, get out of my way, Wraith King! I'm here to break open the Watermelon. They kill both supports, actually, now. BKB immediately used on Mars. The Shard is coming in. El Misho, he wants revenge. This is going to be the second life. It's going to be the Aegis. And he still has 15 seconds to the reincarnation. They have a chance for the 3rd life as well. Will able to accomplish it. Yuma acting as his own BKB. They're going to go for Wraith King, try to burst him down. 5 more seconds. Benny just needs to last a bit longer. And there's not enough damage. Benny won't get reincarnation. No! 1 second away. He barely dies here. Yuma does get ravaged though to his face. Does he have enough attributes? Apparently trying to escape just with one last waveform. He will be able to do so. Wraith King's the main source of damage. Take on Puck just to surprise this Ember. He does Yols himself upwards, trying to get away. Has the Illusory Orb in a second. Can they still root him? Oh,
what a blink.
That was a great blink by Benny, though. He fought back for this. He knows. He saw the opportunity. He died 3 times. He's ready to die 2 more.
All right. This is dangerous. He does have that second life. As you said, this time Hansis is going to be able to get off the BKB as it's turn 2 of this team fight. They will force back the Weaver at the very least. And they get Guts! Mr. Jeans! He's torn apart! Got eaten alive by Benny. And now Vitaly is going to be easy pickings. 5 heroes in the base for Apu Kings. It's a dieback on Benny. On Guts, pardon me. Now it's up to Yuma and Gardic.
You bought the counterfeit pants, and that's what happens, Sometimes they just fall apart. Gardic's down 2. Yuma in trouble. He's been silenced again. He can't dispel. They're just trying to gain time because they know they have enough pushing power with this. They have so much minus armor with between Assault Caress and Desolator.
Yeah. Not Throne's exposed, and it's just Yuma for at least 15 seconds. BKB at least online, but he cannot fight through. There's too much physical damage.
Ignore Yuma.
And
just go for the Throne.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. Just wow. What a game, frankly, by Apple King of Kings. I think Hokori did an excellent job at recovering, honestly, in the mid game, particularly like 25, I think like 22 minutes onwards. It was just really well done for them. But in the end, you got to commend King of Kings for being able to close off what was, again, as close, like it was really close to getting out of hand. And they managed to, I would even say made a mistake. They almost used the death effectively to actually force out the buyback, force out too many resources, utilize the Wraithing really effectively there. I thought it was really impressively played, those last two team fights. Just congratulations. King of Kings played a wonderful game.
Agreed. I actually want to commend King of Kings as well, and I do want to also, give my commiserations to Hokori, because I do think they played well in that early game, all things
They did.
considering. But something that the panel, I'm sure, is going to talk a lot about, because I feel like the Broodmother pick was vindicted quite a bit there, right? So much space early on. They had to commit 3 cores top lane, which means that they couldn't defend mid. Bot tier 1 was the first one to go, of course, because they were focusing this Brood so much. Maybe because they didn't feel like they could kill that bottom lane, given that it was, of course, a Wraith King and a Tide and then a Weaver, so that's a lot of pressure. Mid lane as well. Mini was able to provide a lot of pressure, as he did win his lane pretty nicely over the puck. But Apu Kings played a great early game, and they managed to play up and aggressive, taking all the tier 1s and just kind of outfarm and outscale Hokori a little bit too quickly for them. Despite some good efforts there from Hokori, but it doesn't always go your way, even if you play the mid game pretty nicely.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what our panel has to say about this. So let's go to them now. Avo Plus, please take it away. Thank you, Avo. I'll never get tired of this bit. Hello, guys.
So
Welcome back to the panel. Lyrical. I see you smiling. I see you happy. Did that game excite you? Did that game make you tingly inside?
It made me question God. You first to Broodmother, and you still get away with the victory. It's it doesn't feel like it should be. We see like all this movement that was done early on, and I just gotta give a quick shout out. This Weaver absolutely wrecked. You can see the early Spirit Vessel pickup, and then just sort of like not enabling Yuma to have the type of game that they wanted. You need to go into the spell, but you also need damage. And it felt like, at least for me, it made me reconsider this matchup of like Wraith King versus Morphling, how quickly you come online as a Wraith King and how little you need to be so effective. I felt like I learned a lot this game about that.
Okay. Winter?
Yeah, the Wraith King has been like one of the talks, of the town about being in the carry role, but right now he's so fast. Before, he used to be the carry that you buy Midas, then you get Radiance, or you get Armlet into Radiance, and it's very, very slow. And now, nowadays, the hero just plays at a pace where it's very difficult for the opposing carry to follow his footsteps. Yeah, sure, you outscale him like maybe 30 minutes into the game, but before that, he already took like all your towers. He took Roshan maybe twice, and he's already banging on your high ground. It's really, really hard to deal with, and I think overall, we didn't really understood how they opened their draft and why they picked certain heroes, but eventually when they have the 4-5 heroes in the pick phase, we understood, there's this huge minus armor combo. They have a lot of summons. It's very easy for them to kill stuff just with in a non-committal way, just gush, throw bugs, and the summons just do their thing. Your heroes are just standing and watching, and people are dying.
Yeah. I actually love that point, because not just the summons, right? They even had the non-committal of the Ember, which was poking from afar. I think Mini particularly had like just a bonkers game, honestly. What an Ember performance. He has been the pillar of King of Kings, but you just surprises me every single time. He is looking so good. Are you becoming a bigger and bigger fan every time you see him as well, Lyrical?
I think so, and I'm glad that you point him out also, because I don't think that Valky can do what he does without Mini playing there with him. I don't think that Benny gets the, granted again, limited time that you need, but at least that little bit of time before he really gets into that like first armlet and, Death or whatever the item is that he wants to go for. Like that sort of timing and Mini being able to come out of the laning stage looking solid, being, one of the top net worths. It was what they needed from him. And then the mid game play in particular is the thing that really stands out to me. Apu Kings controlled the map. They did it around this Broodmother, constantly keeping pressure on. It was just a really impressive performance.
Yeah, they have the right heroes playing with the right people in the right part of the map. And I kind of feel like overall they didn't started the game well. Like the Brood and the Wraith King kind of didn't do so well in the laning phase, but during the mid game, the way they played as a team just sums everything up. They made each other rich. They made relevant rotations around the map. That I mean, you laugh, but it's a nice thing to see that a whole team moving together, and they started the game not in a very commanding way, but they were able to move and do stuff together on the map and just get rich together. Then they got Roche, and everything was just smooth sailing after that.
Look, I laugh because it's such a wholesome analysis, Winter. That's it, right?
Oh, really?
It's really nice to think of a team being rich
I
together.
smell sarcasm,
There is no sarcasm. You're very paranoid about this. So I'll give you some time to analyze it though, because we have game number 2 coming up, and we're gonna take a small break before that happens, and then we'll come back with the pre-panel so you can talk about more what's gonna happen in game number 2 between Hokori and Apple Kings. See you guys then. Hello and welcome. We're here with game number 2 between Hokori and Apu, King of Kings. Very exciting. Game number 2, hopefully looking a bit better for Hokori. It's all going to be up to the draft. Hokori's like, never again, banning Broodmother first phase.
Get
so
outta
it's
here.
going to be a different strat this time for King of Kings.
Yeah, but they still get the Weaver to start. So that's a nice little win. I still think this hero is like so incredibly strong. Bane, the other one that got completely ignored the last series, but I feel like this support is like mega strong also.
Spirit Breaker? Ignored? Again? Oh, the Brood replacement, man. You don't have spiders, you go with your boss.
Yeah, honestly. It's kind of similar. You're kind of right. Because the impact was not necessarily the Brood the whole game, right? It was the combination of everything. Minus armor plus the poke plus the summons.
I got a feeling we're gonna see the same thing, some tight support again.
The,
well, that's why they banned the Ember.
The Orchid is like a poor man's roar too, right? With all the spiders on you. You know?
The Ember is replaceable. The tight position 5 with the Gush is not replaceable. I mean, the other
So what do you
support
replace?
here, the other support is like bench, but it's not as good as a tight.
What do you replace the Ember with then?
Anything, just Storm or Void Spirit, the brothers, man, they all do the same thing.
Yeah, but Ember pokes physically, right? Storm doesn't really poke that much. He kind of commits when he goes in, and Void Spirit doesn't poke.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the Ember is better with this draft, but I see them as they are the catch, you know. Either one of them.
Okay. I hope they pick
Because-
Tight and then they pick a Spirit. I really want to see that.
Because their draft is very reliant on the Ember to start things out. In the previous game, the other heroes, they are like, what, the Tide, the Weaver, the Brood, nobody has any single stun. Then they have the Rave King.
Well, and the other problem that I'm seeing here is that I feel like Hokori might be over-indexing trying to deal with the draft that they dealt with last game. And like, if Apu King of Kings wanted to, they could completely switch this over and do something different, right? Like, Weaver Beastmaster is such a dynamic opening that it can go into like mass physical damage, trying to take down Roche early. You know, you can just go to play the map and have like Weaver cut waves and get like a super late game carry. I don't know. I feel like if they put too much emphasis on trying to stop what Apu King of Kings was doing last game, and like,
I mean,
worry
it could
about that
it
so
could
much
be
falls
just
apart.
they didn't really want to change their own draft a lot, and they felt like their setup couldn't really deal with the Brood. That's why they're just removing the hero, and then they have quite a similar opening compared to last game. Last game it was what, Puck plus what was the other hero? Puck plus it was Puck, right? Puck was
Mars.
yeah, Puck plus Mars in the opening duel.
Yeah. They are banning the Spirits though.
Oh yeah, so
maybe-
they actually open up with both cores, yeah, the last game.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
they
was a
just
bit
went in.
weak. They were also second pick last game, right? Much
Yeah,
like this game.
the pick order is the same.
Yeah, okay.
But I think at this point, if I'm Hokori, I mean, they have the next round of picks. I think you need to try a flex here, maybe a 4 and a 3, or you can just take like a hard 4 that pairs together with it. Snapfire still in the pool? Kind of like that.
I think you could kind of pick your carry also, because you see Beastmaster and Weaver. Your lane is Beastmaster plus Weaver, the carry's lane.
Or you can Alk off lane as well. You know, like that's another option.
Oh my god.
Alk was banned, right? The last time. Right, last
Yeah, it
game
was.
Alk was banned. It was...
They have it this time, and they have a Bane. Alk Bane is actually a really strong lane.
It was the end of the second phase. You're right. What the
Yep.
heck? The dream.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they Alk Bristleback here, and GG.
Okay, if you do Alk Bane,
I agree.
why aren't you doing just Bane Mirana off lane if you're doing Bane Alk for
Because the point of the Alk is he builds an Ags for someone else, and that carries the
fine,
game.
Fine.
I mean, the ban of the DK and the Ember though don't really indicate to me that they want to Alk, because they usually Alk Bristle if they can.
I mean, DK is just good with Beastmaster Weaver in general. They fight,
True, 'cause the push.
fight well. Yeah, because of the push, you fight well together.
You could also Rubik here. It's a really good Rubik game.
Yep.
But then
Nice
even
Weaver.
it's like Bane Rubik is a little weird, but
I mean, it's
It's
okay.
weak, right? It's very
I
fragile.
mean, considering because there's a Weaver in the game, I would give that a pass. The Rubik is just nice. It's like when the enemy picks a Shaker, and then your post is like, give me Rubik, and then your post is like, but I am this hero. It doesn't work with Rubik. But it's a
Right.
really good Rubik game.
just take it. This hero's so broken. What the heck? How is this a
Is
thing?
this hero more broken than Tinker?
Yes. What are you
No.
talking about?
No.
Tinker's broken?
Tinker
Yes,
is
and-
more broken than Spirit Breaker.
Yes, I agree. Not in pro games, I think, because people are coordinated. But when you're playing with 4 other headless chickens like myself, yeah, that's rough.
That's fair. I don't know. I've seen. Well, I mean, I've been watching a lot of Eastern Europe, and it's like every game Spirit Breaker picked or banned, and it feels like it just keeps winning.
Yeah, but certain heroes they are much better in the pro game, you know, in a coordinated game. Like I
Yeah.
would say Corp
Like
is
global.
also Corp is also pretty good in competitive games, like a little too strong.
It's like
But-
MP as well, right? MP traditionally is always good at competitive, but not so good in pubs.
Yeah, but in pubs, you know, Tinker is one of the most busted things.
Yeah, because people are stupid. Yeah.
Dude, to be honest, who's playing pubs anymore? It's all about Ag's Labyrinth. The real hotness.
So what's
play
the
pubs.
push? What's the push? No, he's lying. He doesn't play pubs. Every day he just lies down on his bed, snoozes until the sun comes up, and then goes up for food. And then goes
Yes.
home after food, continues his soap opera, whatever he's left behind the previous day. And then after the soap opera, he goes back to snooze again and wakes up.
It's the most
Wait.
racist statement. Is that because I'm Hispanic? What is this idea? that
No,
you're
Dude, I
creating?
was gonna
say Death
It's nothing to
Prophet.
do
Oh.
with you being Hispanic, you're just lazy.
Right. Just a coincidence.
Guys, I was gonna say Death Prophet, and then Winter went off on a crazy tangent.
Sorry, my bad. My bad, Gabe. Sorry.
Sorry, Gabe.
Oh,
So why were you gonna say Death Prophet? Explain it to be lyrical.
because I feel like they don't have that much damage on Hokori right now, and if you just tank up and like put your DP up front, have a Beastmaster ready for counter initiation, you're
Oh, that's
taking
your hero
towers.
again.
Yeah, it's gonna lose. This is rough. Maybe not actually. They have Spirit Breaker Darks here. That's actually sick. Oh shit. That's really good. I like that a lot. All right, I like both drafts. I think they're both gonna win.
No,
That's
no,
my
no,
high-level
no,
analysis.
you can't do that.
Yeah, you gotta side with one at the end, lyrical. You have one last pick to decide. So what are we seeking here? Apple King Kings picks first, right? Winter, what are they looking for here? Don't give me the hero, just give me the style.
I'm seeking and striking.
Thank you. Lyrical, what do you think Apple King Kings is looking for here?
10 seconds
Um, I kind of would like to see Ursa.
remaining.
I think that could be kind of cool. I think they have
That's why
the
we're
lock.
going back to Wraith King again. I mean, it kind of works, right? With it, they're same,
Yeah,
it's like similar lineup.
Team bad.
And I think that Wraith King is actually much better against Darkseer than he used to be. I always took him as like, don't pick that because you're gonna get Radiance, dumb stuff. But I think it's not as scary anymore.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
Oh,
look at
Ursa's
that.
Ben.
Fire team
I
Yeah.
agree with you,
Hokori.
Gabe.
Hokori agrees.
assassin.
Hmm.
So this is like what you mentioned earlier. With the Weaver Beastmaster opening, they can go for a more physical route
Mhm.
later. Can do Roche easily. I mean, DP is kind of also physical, even though
10
she's a pusher.
seconds remaining.
Right.
5
What does
seconds
Hokori do to deal with this? I mean, the
Terrorblade.
high armor carries.
Yeah, Terrorblade. Just go Terrorblade.
I was thinking the same thing.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. Later on, you can get like the Terror Wave with the Puck Coil.
Or
break
you
heat
just
or
go
something.
Wraith King yourself and try to, outpace the PA.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'd be down for Faceless Void.
Faceless
Why?
Void.
Because I really like that combo together with Darkseer, and it feels like even if they start taking a bunch of towers,
It's
you're
a
never
dream.
gonna
It's
be
just
out of
a
the game.
dream far away, Gabe.
It is.
There's a
It
Weaver
is
with
true.
axe.
Yeah, I don't think Void is that great either. Beastmaster Roar.
I believe in it.
Yeah, it's
No,
I
it's
mean, it was
terrible.
kind of too obvious, especially because you know how pro players think, right? You see a lot of physical damage, they go, "I need armor, I need Terrorblade, pick me Terrorblade." Otherwise, they think they're gonna die.
Then
If
your
Naga
captain
was in the
tells
pool.
you, buy your own plate mail, dude. Stop telling me to pick high armor heroes.
Buy your own plate mail.
So my only worry with this, and the reason that I didn't really like Terrorblade, is because it feels like now this is going to be a much more poor Vitaly. Like they kind of want to inhabit the same role in the mid game, which is like passively pushing out lanes, I think. And so it just means that Darkseer is going to need to be more active, and I think that it sort of limits their late game potential.
I mean, it can work
Slightly
Gabe,
in a
because
team fight.
he has a Spirit Breaker. I think he's going to
Yeah.
work a lot around charging with the Spirit Breaker and sacrifice his farm a little because the Puck and the TB needs a lot. And I mean, TB is going to win him the game anyway. The Darkseer is just there to Iron Shell the SE.
Listen,
and
Witter,
searching.
I always win my team the game when I play Darkseer. That's my thoughts
Yeah,
there.
it's never about the Darkseer, you know. It's always about the other heroes. So you have to pay for the TB mostly.
That's fair.
All right.
I believe in the Terrorblade, but I would have rather seen something else. I'm going all in on my Darkseer boy. Let's go.
Okay. Winter.
Game 3 is on, man.
All right. Okay. All in for the Darkseer. Let's see what happens. Let's go into game 2 for now. Let's take it away, casters. Hello.
Hello. I was gonna let you do the throw because I think it's better when Abo Plus throws to Abo Plus. You know, it just rolls off the tongue. It's a little bit easier, I think, for the viewers to follow. And I think this draft is going to be pretty easy for Hokori to follow as well, right? I like the game plan. I like how they have themselves this high base armor hero. He's going to be able to stand his ground and fight. Once again, not as free as a puck game because there's a built-in silence this time on the DP. But I do think Mr. Jeans, again, has the opportunity to pop off. Once again, his limiting factor is going to be how well Mini can play this mid lane versus him. Last time on the Ember Spirit, he got off to a great start. And Mr. Jeans had to kind of work from behind.
Did you see what just happened?
I don't believe so.
So Serum is asking Guts. He's like, goes, add me on Steam, Guts. And Guts like, okay, but don't come mid then. Like, we're doing a trade. I'll let you add me on Steam, but don't gank me mid, please. What a nice. I love these interactions. Genuinely, guys, if you ever get a chance to watch an interview with Mr. Jeans, because I never interviewed him as Guts, and I always change his name because it's disgusting that he changed his name. I do recommend. The guy comes off so wholesome. It's actually very cute. The other day when I was asking,
go ahead.
What? The other day when I was asking him for an interview, because like we need an interview, and the guy who I'm supposed to ask for interviews wasn't answering, so I'm like, hey, dude, can you like do us a favor and come by? He's like, oh yeah, sure. And then the guy finally came through. We got Yuma, and I'm like, oh sorry, we already had someone else. Like, thank you though for the time. He's like, don't worry, I love you very much. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. That's nice of you.
And I gotta say, it takes guts to change your name from Mr. Jeans now, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Look, the only thing that saves it is that this is Berserk reference, and it makes sense because the poor guy's dead, and I think any Berserk fan out there is super sad. What a manga, what a legacy. So, you know, the name is great. It's just Mr. Jeans is kind of unbeatable. Do you think they saw that word placement? Because this is... I mean, do you think he was checking inventory?
The answer is yes, for sure. Okay. I do think that ward was 100% scouted.
Okay.
I think that's why mid laners put down this ward to scout things exactly like that.
Is this a ward that's commonly used these days, like right in the dead middle of the mid lane?
I'll see it, especially if you've got a move speed advantage. I was surprised that Apu Kings were able to actually get it down, and there's a sentry just to prove the point. I suppose when you have a Weaver with Sakuchi and Smoke, he's going to be able to beat almost anyone to lane, including a Puck and an Earth Spirit. Usually those are the two heroes that can put down early early wards mid, pardon me. And perhaps that's why Guts was not expecting this, because normally the Puck is able to get there first, but I see this a couple of times. It's a nice play too.
Yeah, I do like it. I will see if he gets to deny the ward or not. Or if he realizes the sentry is there, maybe. We'll see if he buys a sentry in time. Because once he sees the ward dewarded, obviously, he can... Yeah, he has a sentry in his courier, actually. So, Mr. Jeans himself will be able to deward this. We'll see what happens later. Let's go to the lanes a little bit now. Because we've gone through a lot of the mid lane, of course. But there's interesting matchups elsewhere. Bottom, El Misho is getting crushed once again. In the early levels... Iron Shell is probably the worst spell in the game. Level 1 is really, really bad.
Level 1 vacuum is worse, but yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, but see, at least level 1 vacuum... Yeah, okay. At least level 1 vacuum cancels TPs, so, there's some use for it.
True.
Whereas this just tickles you. Look, I actually... My theory is that it might not even be that useful to use Iron Shell level 1. Like, you might just not use it at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the concept, but, in reality, you've got all that mana regen for a reason, right?
No, sure. So... Use 1 or 2 instances to push out the lane, right? But right now, for example, wouldn't Vitali be better off if he hadn't pushed out the lane? He was instead, like, near the tower, like, sapping experience, because the Benny pushed out the lane by attacking him?
Oh, well, there's going to be the Surge level 2 to get him out of the Nature's Grasp for now. He's going to look to turn, although I'm not sure why. Benny throwing another dagger. This could be first blood. Vitaly finally getting a little bit more distance, and there's not enough mana for a Phantom Strike. Lamisho with a couple of bashes has a level 1 Ion Shell on him. Will fight through this one, but of course Serum doesn't really mind. They even cancel the clarity as well of the Darkseer as they turn back for Ilmisho. He's going to Fairy Fire up. Benny will do the same. Battle for first blood. Ilmisho with another charge on in. Serum giving chase, and Ilmisho's going to live. Level 1 Ion Shell making all the difference there, Avo.
I gotta respect it though. That's impressive how much they actually managed to pull that off. I will say that Vitaly, here as you see him, right, before he was a Mars player, before he was forced to play a disgusting hero, he was the biggest Darkseer spammer in SA. He is really good on this hero. I think it might be one of his best heroes. He doesn't have Dota Plus, by the way. That's why he's still bronze level. So yeah, I'm not surprised he could pull something like that off because I think he actually knows the hero through and through. And I'm glad that we got Lyrical for this match because he's gonna be so excited to watch him play.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I cannot believe what I just witnessed. You know how he died? You will literally auto attacks. Literally just got hit 3 times because he was low on HP. He went into DP range like, oh, I'm dying. Left. And then died because he didn't have phase shift either because on cooldown. I cannot believe this. Oh my god.
You know what I was about to say as well is he's doing a much better job than last time. He was actually running pretty close to even in terms of CS until that death. Wasn't looking mid for a while, and Misho in more trouble down bottom. Once again, these charges very aggressive. Vitaly here to body block. Level 2 Ion Shell now doing a bit more damage. And that will force back at least Serum and Benny to lick their wounds and heal underneath the tower. But there is no regen currently for Ilmisho. He's calling a salve, but score is level 2, so that'll take some time. In the meantime, Vitaly taking a bit of a beating. Another charge in. Double level 2 Ion Shell here is a lot of damage, but Vitaly stuck in the Nature's Grasp, killed off by the Stifling Dagger, as Ilmisho will be next to follow.
Wow.
Full Orb of Corrosion here for Benny, fighting very well into this dual off lane. This dual, you know, a very aggro lane, right? Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, very classic combo.
Really good, actually, by Benny. I think that they underestimate a bit the Orbital Corrosion power spike, right? Something we don't usually talk about, but it is a small power spike in lane, and they utilized it beautifully. Well done by King of Kings. I also think that Twin Protector might be the biggest counter... Oh, sorry, Yuma in the top lane? No, the biggest counter in terms of supporting, or one of the biggest, right? Enchantress aside, of course, and Oracle aside, to the Darkseer, because he has really high HP pool, low armor, which you can't really abuse. He has a lot of healing as well, which can also be spread to the carry. Leech Seed particularly, a great healing for both you and the carry, so it's been really difficult for them to really calculate this properly because Twin Protector is just deceptively tanky in this lane.
Yeah, you know what? You've got a good point there. 32 damage a second, 50 damage a second right now on Ion Shell, which is reduced 25%. Hold that thought because we're fighting a little bit more. But look at this healing already. Healing, of course, not reduced by magic resist, so it's a full 32 a second, that second skill point. You know, doubling the healing you receive. So what, 50 minus 25%? I don't know, what is that? Like 12 and a half, isn't it, or something like that? So you're pretty close to almost taking no damage there. It's like 38 and a half to 32. It's like minus 6 HP regen a second if you have Leech Seed on and Ion Shell on. Of course, that's one Ion Shell, and the benefit is you can double up the Ion Shells, which is where this becomes difficult. But yeah, it's really good, actually. I think you've got a good point. Plus, the Nature's Grasp is super annoying because, if you have Ion Shell off cooldown like you do right now, you might just end up going down. Vitaly, taken away to the Leech Seed, will actually die to it as well.
Yeah. And you know, one of the issues that Darkseers actually are facing these days, I've been checking out a couple of competitive Darkseers, and we've been seeing a less dependence on the Soul Ring because they actually struggle a lot with Misho. Sorry, Misho might be dying here. Dream Call, though. And at least Mr. Jeans will get 1 counter kill. Can he get 2, though? That's the name of the game. Illusory Orb is ready. Benny will also die to Mr. Jeans. Well done. Good gank. However, they did lose 2 before, so ends up being just an even trade with a force rotation from Guts. And Mini will punish this pretty heavily. Bane's nearby. He has phase shift. He has 1 more second. Waning Rift as well. Can't avoid anything. Mini was too close by. There's a nightmare to set up for this potential counter kill, but I don't know what Ilmisho can possibly do. In fact, Hanasis is already here.
Yeah.
He's going for a Garlic.
Just take him away from the tower, man. Just take him away from the tower.
Nope, that's just right next to the tower. That's a tower. Yep.
No, that's the tower.
I hate when I end up with the tower by accident.
and that's the mid lane conundrum versus the DP, right? That's the problem. It's this gambit where you make the move bottom to relieve some pressure, help out your Darkseer, get a kill on the core, who's going to be likely farming this first item, Battle Fury, you know, really hamper her start. And then DP's already popping the Exo mid lane and gets the tower, and another kill onto you. Oof.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not looking
Vitaly, he needs to take advantage of the space, and it's still so hard for him because Benny's already up to level 6. Here's Serum as well. Nature's Grasp at the ready. 3 heroes bottom as well. Once again, Hanses making this rotation because the Beastmaster can play alone. Good vacuum into the charge as Benny will continue, and it's going to be Serum getting the kill. Yuma is going to show up down bottom. Has Metamorphosis in 2 more seconds. Guts as well with another rotation. Has the coil. Will connect it only onto the PA. That's going to allow at least the Weaver to live. But another kill here onto the Phantom Assassin of Benny.
Yep. That was a situation where Vitaly probably feels pretty ashamed. He's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Yuma, but I need to request for your aid. And Yuma's like, don't worry, I play pubs in SA. I do this all the time. Yuma, he doesn't have the Sunder, so he's just going to die. All right, that was easy. Mini rotation just killed off Yuma. Elmisho in a difficult position as well. That's Bird's and Max and Source Crypt Swarm. Hannes is trying to get vision on Elmisho. Meanwhile, Mr. Jean's also kind of hanging out, honestly. He hasn't really done much in the past couple of seconds. They do have an opportunity, but Darkseer with Iron Shell level 3. However, who's the target? DP, not really a great target to charge into, so they're going to let her go.
I don't mind this move, by the way, from Yuma. Yeah, they lost mid a while ago, right? But that's the problem, is that you've lost mid. Beastmaster is already taking over top. He's got the full helm on the way already, so this lane is his. But Apu Kings, they're very willing to fight into this. There's going to be the Weaver. He gets popped in exchange for Elmisho. Bane down here as well. He was soaking experience in the mid lane, but it was just a little bit too scary with Benny being there and no tower and all. Oof. But yeah, Apu King's just, again, in a position to defend and kind of even be fighting a little bit in this bottom lane. Is not helping out Hokori here, especially if Gardic takes a death here in the river, which he will. And with another Crypt Swarm in a second, gets the Surge, but just gets nicked there by that cone of damage.
They're struggling so much in this early game, and they don't really have the team to recover it either. Like with Darkseer, you expect to at least do decently in lane, right? So that you don't have to deal with a lack of force multiplier. You have like vacuum can be useful with like combos, but you don't have the greatest of combos here with vacuum, right? You know, obviously vacuum into like Dream Coil is decent. Vacuum into charge, I suppose.
Yeah. Overgrowth here casually, by the way, as opportunity for a kill is what Serum thinks, but Vitaly creates a bit of the gap. Level 1 vacuum, 1 minute cooldown, but good enough for him to live there.
Hannes is actually coming to kill Vitaly, but the charge inadvertently got him by accident.
He's already got an urn, and then back into the power treads here, and then he's going to go again for the Vessel. Not as crucial this game. Of course, TB's Sunder is one of 3 abilities, which is going to allow you to kind of ignore that Vessel HP, whatever shenanigans. Right bottom, though. That always sucks, losing your ward immediately. Gardic just achieved a challenge here as he was going to be woken up with another strike and a good charge to follow suit, but Vitaly just doesn't have the damage. Max Iron Shell, though, is going to be taken away here at Serum, and he will go down once again in exchange for Elmisho, but that's now Mini's 7th kill this game, Abo. Fiend's Grip for Hanses. He's going to go down. He didn't have the time-lapse anyway, and Yuma once again showing up to brawl. They snap the coil here for Mini's DP as he's trying to escape underneath his tier 1 tower. Has a full Yasha and the infused raindrops, but he still will go down. His first death. 7 kill streak, 500 gold into the pockets of Yuma.
Yeah, at least a kill, and this also means at least a tower, which allows you to recover ever so slightly in terms of the map space. Balki is still a massive threat, but he hasn't gotten the Helm of the Dominator incredible timing, right? We've seen like some really wild timings in Helm of the Dom, like 12 minutes I think we saw earlier today. So this is just okay. Sorry, Helm of the Overlord, I mean. 12-minute Helm of the Overlord we saw in a recent match, and it's kind of crazy. So you can at least leave the Beastmaster alone. He'll take over your jungle, so Yuma has to at least swap jungles. He at least has some space to farm. You're still on the back foot, but not completely down just yet, and there's still have options to just get kills with Puck. I think much like last game, Mr. Jeans has been doing a really good job of recovering, but they need a real gank squad to start being set up. I don't know if Vitaly joins this gank squad, though. I think it's just Puck and the supports.
Oh, Elmisho. Oh, no.
No?
I think he is dead to earn.
Did he? How did the Crypt Storm not hit him?
Parallax, perhaps, he was in the river.
I think if he goes near a tower, if the tower was there, he might have regent enough to save himself from burn. Actually, I don't know. It's only one regen a second, right?
Yeah, 18 damage a second there after reductions on Urn, so I think maybe not. But tough death for him anyway. At least he denies the double damage rune away from Benny, who I believe has the Battle Fury on our way already. Is this it? Yeah. No, it's not. Still needs Perseverance, right? Yeah, okay. So say that'd be incredible with Shreds and Orb.
Yeah. Set him. Charge him back. Yep. Killed off. Well done. Just small kills. I mean, you can tell exactly where Hokori's going to play in the map, right? I actually think Hokori's doing a good job playing from behind, much like last game. But it sucks that they're always playing from behind. And because they're doing the right things, they also become very predictable. You know they're going to dominate the bottom lane. You know it's going to be carry plus either 2 supports or support plus off lane in this bottom lane. And the other 2 heroes will try to cut lanes best they, or just like push out the lanes best they can. I like that Mr. Jeans is taking out the role of the dead laner, but there's going to be a moment where Balki will be able to just kill him solo once he has Primal Roar and the Helm of the Overlord, and then I don't know what they're going to do with that dead lane, because they just can't afford to lose the puck there.
Yeah, this is something I actually wanted to raise attention to as well, because I think by this time of last game, Hokori had already maybe tried to kill the Broodmother once or twice. Pretty key difference between the Beastmaster and the Brood. Although they both kind of do the same thing. Valky on the Beastmaster this game, his kill radius is a bit more limited than the Brood, because he doesn't have that much mobility. You don't usually go for boots until you finish the Helm of the Overlord either, so you're not too speedy. Hokori are able to ignore him for now, and instead they're going to smoke and go into the enemy triangle here. Try and find themselves a PA who is currently farming away. Really close now to this Battle Fury. A kill here would be quite punishing. She will be scouted here by El Misho. Charge is at the ready. Counter smoke, though, from Apu King is going to be broken by El Misho, who could not stop the charge because he was silenced, or maybe because he doesn't have the stop key bound. Either way, he's going to end up going down for 30 seconds.
I'm starting to consider maybe his keyboard is broken, right? Because he just keeps on going. And at this point, I think Spearbreaker's the second dead laner you can use. Look at this, right? Now Guts is in a difficult position because he's the one dealing with the dead lane. Yep, Valky.
Oh, he missed the coil.
He did. Primal Roar still up. Oh, nice silence, but he used all his mobility spells. That's the last illusory orb. He can't use it. He even saved Valky from misusing the roar. What a nice guy Mr. Jeans is.
What a nice guy, Mr. Jeans. A true gentleman there. He says, come on, you don't need this for the kill. Yeah, that was pretty disastrous for Hokori, obviously. Valky now is super close to this Helm 2, or Helm of the Overlord. And, you know, just basically ran a kill right into him after you failed to gank the PA. Now she's going to be able to safely farm up her Perseverance and finish up Battle Fury. You know, there's a top tier 2 push coming that's pretty serious because of the Beastmaster, and it has a wagon. And Apu Kings are playing up very aggressively here. They've got a ward behind this tier 2 tower. They want Vitaly.
And they're going to go for it. Swarm. Oh, silence does hit. Swarm won't, though. So they're on minus armor. Do they even need it? Exorcism used Mini. Has been vacuumed into the wall, but doesn't matter. Mini's just tanking this nicely. He's got a Spirit Siphon. He needs the help from the Spirit Siphon to heal back up. Only has Kai and Sanj. Doesn't need the Yol Scepter apparently as Mini.
Nice.
Ooh. Gonna be killed off there by the final hit from the tower. He did get a ridiculous amount of damage, though, out before that, and Hokori lost 3 heroes, desperately trying to create space for the remaining 2. However, Yuma did rotate towards the end, so not the best use of that.
That's still so insanely worth it. I mean, that's an EXO level 2 that was used there. There's a Beastmaster with a 15-minute catapult wave coming for your... Like, this tower goes down if you end up losing that fight. So 3 heroes just for 1. That's not good by any means, but your tier 2 tower is still alive, and TB desperately needs the space. He's still not ready to fight this game, and to be honest, neither is Guts. He's going for this Witchblade build, which I agree with this game, by the way, don't get me wrong. I think more damage is going to be a bit necessary, especially once we get a little bit closer to 20 minutes and PA gets her second item, because her farm's starting to explode. Benny's got Battle Fury online. So again, I just think this is, you know, all cascading things in Dota, a very complex game, but saving that tier 2 tower, I think, is really clutch for Hokori.
I agree. It looks actually pretty... Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good that they were able to say that. Fiend's game was really, really fantastic as well by Gardi, because his position was really, really on point. I still think you just keep on pushing, right? Because Beastmaster doesn't have like a timer or anything. He just keeps on throwing creeps at the tower. But I'm glad that Hokori is now even spending more resources, right? They realize what the objective of King of Kings is, and they're going, okay, we're going to make it difficult for you at least. Yep. And I would like it if Yuma just kept off of the team fight completely, and the one who maybe joined was Mr. Jeans. I think Yuma can just needs to recover and get farmed, because otherwise, what's your win condition this game?
Agreed. Yuma's almost has this Eye of Skadi. It's going to be a huge item versus DP. 50% move speed slow against her. Against a hero who normally gets a move speed buff that's percentage based from Exo, so that's going to be super punishing for her. Of course, not to mention the fact that it's going to reduce her healing from Siphon. So that's going to be a massive, massive turning point here from Hokori. I completely agree with you, Avo. I think you're right on the money with that call. And again, something I want to acknowledge again from Hokori, adjustments between game 1 and 2, although it's not a Broodmother, right? They are completely playing this lane differently. They've kind of more or less conceded that top area of the entire map to Beastmaster. They've not really contested him on purpose. There was that one time where Mr. Jeans ran into him and died. That we'll just call that an accident, right, basically. Compare this to last game where I think they tried to kill him 2 or 3 times, and they got him a couple of times, but at the cost of 2 or 3 heroes of their own. And so I like this adjustment between game 1 and game 2, because again, the heroes, you know, Broodmother banned, you pick the Beastmaster. Like Winter said, it's basically the replacement. But they're playing it differently. I love this adjustment.
Let's see what well, let's see what the King's choice to do is, or what their choice course of action is next. Sorry, after they take this tower, because now this has been their objective for the past like 5 minutes or so, or let's say 3 minutes to be honest. They got Exo up, a chance to threaten more things. Bottom is not very desirable. Mid is a bit scary. Yeah. Okay, that's the best option probably. I mean, what other objectives are there, right? You can't really go bottom, you can't go really mid. If you just keep on farming, I think it's a waste of your time.
Hey, never mind, they do it pretty quickly actually. Oh, there is a medallion. Who's got the medallion? Oh, Valky has the medallion. Okay.
Okay, I like this. I mean, it's good, right? For a beast, like who else? What else is he gonna buy, right? If you guys blink dagger, it's like okay, but no big deal either.
Yeah.
So become utility for your team.
Any?
Also,
Trouble. There's a Scotty. Oh, he's just
that's
dead.
brutal. They destroyed him. Did he get a Spirit Siphon off? He did not actually. That's why.
Coil as well.
Dream Coil.
Maybe here for Valky.
Yeah. They got wall on top of this. Vacuum back into the wall. Scotty and Valky has been brutalized. All right. Looks pretty good for now. In fact, Spurberger's going for more. We just caught him to Serum. Iron Shell.
Grip.
Hope for a bash.
Need it here for this kill.
Hope for a bash. He's not. There you go.
He's just taking
hope
it
for
for
an
a walk.
attack. Is Serum gonna get away? No. They have Nightmare, right? Oh. Oh.
They just need vision. There's a charge ready. They just need vision.
Nightmare. There we go. Okay. That took a fair amount though. And meanwhile, PA was farming. Weaver was cutting lanes. That's not bad actually.
Yeah, and I really like Hans's build this game. He does have the full earn, full powered shreds. He's actually building into the Orchid this game. They're realizing they don't have that same amount of pressure. And Puck as well, Mr. Jean's Guts, not feeling it either. He is going for the Yule Scepter, so he's going to be a bit sore to see that. But now at least double silence here, of course, with DPs, and that Orchid is going to present some serious issues here, not only for the Puck, but also potentially for the TB, who again does have himself a single dispel, but that second one could be a bit finicky until he decides to build a BKB. All right, I'd say we have a game here, Avo. We've got a game.
I do think so. I think Yuma is stabilized enough, right? I mean, to be honest, Mini has. I think his last two initiations are a bit too hasty, right? I feel like I mean, last one I guess got cut out, so I don't know if that's fair to say. But the one under the tower, for example, it just feels like Mini feels stronger than he is in this game, and they managed to punish that pretty hard.
I think it's kind of easy to do when you kind of owned it up last game, and then you started this game going 7-0, right? You kind of have all that momentum. You're not tilted in the sense that like you're angry and upset and you're going to destroy your items, but you're like kind of full tilt aggressive mode. I think he just needs to take a little bit of a deep breath and kind of realize, okay, they've got some pretty scary items. They're hitting their timings. Let's go ahead and play with the team a bit more. And that's exactly what he seems to be doing as they go for this smoke play.
Valky. You get silence, okay. That's getting rid of the Fiend Scrub. That's important. They didn't get Jeans though. It's a good Dream Coil actually.
Yeah, very good.
It's a very good Dream Coil.
Watch the overgrowth there with the phase shift. He's got the blink ready, and see you later.
Oh. All right. So for now, we got a game. The problem that Appleton Kings is going to start facing is how do you deal with TBSPA? Genuinely. I don't know, because usually the way that like physical damage carriers deal with TB is diversifying their damage by buying like Maelstrom or MKB, right? But Benny already went for Battle Fury. There is a build on PA where you go was it Falcon Blade Maelstrom, right? That was popular in the TI times, but he didn't go for that build, so he's gonna brute force it. Nice, yeah, that's the third option, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, genuinely, I don't really know what else they do here, right? Because you look at the other cores, and DP's got Spirit Siphon, but it's not going to do a whole lot to TB, relatively speaking. I suppose he's pretty tanky, but relatively speaking, that's basically all your magic damage here, unless he just beats a whole Nature's Grasp in a half. So
Not even
yeah.
then, it's just Nature's Grasp. Like, Axis, you go Ags on Beastmaster, like, this is really not anything.
You know, not a bad idea.
No, I'd rather Beastmaster goes Dagon. Oh, they found Guts, though. That's going to be a kill. Orchid on Hanesis. All right.
There it is.
This guy's been dazzling us with his builds.
Again, yeah, I pointed this out earlier. I was surprised how quickly he still manages to finish it off, though. Very nicely done for him. We'll lose the tree elsewhere.
And Misha does die super quickly. And so is Gardic. MKB now on the TB. He's going to diversify his damage, but more importantly, he's going to be able to deal with an evasion now.
Yeah, and this is where things start to get a little bit spooky for Benny, isn't it?
Yeah. I think Mini actually should build Shivas. I think that should be the item to actually add more magical damage.
Yeah, it'll help. Attack speed slow as well is pretty good as well. Not to mention, of course, and that bonus armor for your team. Great aura.
I think you build Shivas and Solar Crest on the Beastmaster. I actually don't mind. I actually liked. Look at the Trimpeter. He's going for Shard now, or he's considering the Shard. Shard usually not used in competitive very often because he's not usually in a position where you can utilize it and abuse it as much as you like. But it's an extra 200 damage. Honestly, everything counts against the TV, right? You just gotta get through this guy.
I think the invisibility is also just worth noting, right? It allows you to be super annoying in these trees and continuously cut waves. He has actually been struggling to do that a little bit more this game. Of course, this isn't Tree's bread and butter anymore. You know, we don't see Trees rush the hammer and just sit in the dead lane for 25 minutes. Not really how he's played. But he still has the option. He still has the toolkit for it.
The root is particularly useful this game to be able to kite the terribly, which might be your best option to the mid game. You still have a really mobile carry, in fact, a really mobile team in general, right? With 2 heroes that have movement speed, 1 hero with a blink dagger who also doesn't commit, and 2 heroes with movement spells.
Got vision, ward down. They've scouted Mini, Benny as well here, but Mini's gonna just BKB up. Roar is ready to go for Valky. Wants a better target though. He's gonna find himself inside of the Dream Coil, and he's hands off the keyboard. He's checking Facebook. He doesn't even care. Do what you must. I've already won.
I like that. Yep. Balky just giving up his life. I mean, that was a waste. I think the BKB was bigger than Balky's life, even honestly, because how do you... Without Balky, you could potentially defend, especially when he's like about to respawn, because Primal Roar is such a big threat. They can just blink in. But now without DP being able to face check the enemy team, then you don't really have that. So that's a big deal. We have Desolator on Benny, though. Well, yeah, now we have it. He just was missing the Blightstone.
Yeah. Hanzus actually snipes the core that had the full Yule Scepter for Puck, so they're not going to have that Dispel and potentially save for 2.5 minutes. Indeed, a big deal, especially because Roche could be up in that interval.
That's a big, big deal.
Oh no, the Thunderhide. Goodbye. No Jurassic Park here. Down it goes. Nullify the push, however, Apu Kings. They're going to smoke off the back of this. Benny now with the full Desolator online, very eager to show it off as Vitali reflecting a couple spells, throws down the wall and the Lotus, but he's still going to fall.
And he do not farm
will
the
simply
illusions.
charge away.
Yeah, okay. They're getting rid of the illusion so they can't cut lanes, so smart. Benny going to go for the anti-carry item now. It's going to be the Basher. Usually good to win the 1v1s, right? We'll see how strong it is against... I don't know if his brute force method is enough against his TB, because he is beating you by 5k net worth. So I think they're going to have to be really clever with these team fights, frankly.
I really have to commend Apu Kings. I'm very impressed by how well they play with the creeps, to be honest. Again, even though it was a bit of an overextension by Mini when he did dive tier 2s, I think the play made sense, especially with the Beastmaster. Beastmaster also had the Thunderhide creep, giving the attack speed aura in the side camp. Oh my goodness, they're just on top of Yuma. Okay, big jump in from Guts though, huge coil, catches 3, Benny's gonna BKB and kill Guts, however. Hansa's still in trouble, will get the kill onto Il Misho as the time lapse is there. There's a grip onto Benny, but he's gonna live through it. A buyback out from Yuma. Oh my goodness, the aggression.
How did he die that quickly? Yuma, 3k HP, 40 armor, dude. What killed him that quickly? Was it just Mini's Exorcism and the Spirit Siphon?
I don't know. I really don't. That was so... I agree. It was so much damage.
Oh my god. No, I lied. The brute force method is the way. Who cares about armor? Just the more armor, the bigger the mace you need. That's the answer. Like,
Yeah, that was
wow.
madness.
I mean, I was underestimating Mini's damage, to be honest with you. I was like, oh, you need Shivas to deal 200 more damage. Who cares? You have Exo.
He's at, by the way, something like 73% physical resist underneath that tier 3 tower. Probably closer to 70 to be honest.
How did he get bursted? I should have checked the death recap, but he popped back too soon.
Yeah, I bought back too fast. Yeah, I know. I was trying to catch it as well. Now this incoming Roche is going to be very, very crucial for Hokori. They're a little bit under the gun here now with that buyback, especially after they get basically nothing out from it and still lose their tier 3 and the melee barracks. Hell, they almost lost the range barracks as well.
So here's a little call to pro players. If you're listening to my cast right now, please, if you die like that, like in a very surprising way, don't buy back immediately. Give us like 10 seconds to check, okay? We would really appreciate it.
Or if you kill an enemy like that and you're like, how did we do that? I want the casters to check it. Just pause.
Yeah. We will never question a pause, honestly. Not here, not an SA. 4D is not even. They don't have an admin. Anyway, Serum. And they go. They're actually going to destroy Balki. And this is Yuma fighting back, going saying, "Hey, what? You think I'm strong? You think I'm weak? You think I bursted? Let me show you."
All right. Conjure image duration taken. It's going to allow him to split push the waves a little bit more effectively. Unfortunately for him, it's still 25 seconds left until Roche respawns. Meta is going to be just about ending by that time, so he won't have that to try and take Roche any faster.
That's awful.
Do they have any Roche enablers? Not really, right? No minus armor?
No, and then Apple King and Kings can fight it. Oh, and Gartic's going to die as well, I think. Orchid, you have Shukuchi, just commit it. Yeah, there we go. Committing the Shukuchi, and he got the kill.
I want Mini.
But Mini has Lotus Orb, BKB, activates exorcism, but he's getting bursted himself.
Oh,
Mini, how are you going to heal back up? It's impossible. That was the last bit of the metamorphosis, right? Just the last seconds before he died.
That beautiful from Yuma. And
mistake by Mini, though. Mistake, because if you had just done this, right, you had just exorcism now, like you have no meta, and all of a sudden Mini can kite the Terrorblade, right? It would have been a much different fight.
Once again, Hans is going for the same build as last game, by the way. Does have the BKB. This is to support Weaver. No full vessel, but has the Orchid. It worked for them last time. I won't criticize it this time. I was a little bit critical of it last time, I'll admit, but I'm a believer now. Rush falling low.
Whoa! There. He tried. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and 99% of the shots you take too.
I think he might have actually snatched the Ag Shard. No, he didn't. Sorry, TB's got it. He bought his own.
Who do you give the Ag Shard to? Darkseer, honestly?
I could see Pucks as well. Especially against a Weaver and a Tree now with Shard. Right? Just for the true sight it gives you.
Yeah, it's actually not bad, I agree.
I always forget that it gives true sight until all of a sudden you get scouted under Glimmer Cape and you go, what? Excuse me?
That's true, actually. I think they give it to Terrorblade.
Demon Zeal? Yeah. Sure.
Demon Zeal.
Okay.
Just a demon.
Demonio.
Now Apple King and Kings, they got their grandmas. They're like talking like, ¿Qué es ese demonio? And they're throwing holy water over the computers. That's currently why actually Hannes is stuck in the trees, because he can't see because his grandma is hunched over the computer.
En esta casa no hay demonios. And then she's gonna try and turn off the computer, but she just turns off the monitor and leaves. Okay.
Yes. And she comes back with like some sort of incense, spices / water.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I've had that one before. Yeah, for sure. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean this demon, he's gonna be swinging like he just came out from hell as well. I mean, he's gonna give him hell certainly with this satanic, this demon zeal, the Eye of Scotty, which is probably an eye from a demon or something.
I don't think so.
MKB, so he can actually hit the PA, not to mention.
I think it's a dragon thing.
Well, it's guarded by dragons, right? According to the lore.
It looks like a dragon, right? It has a lizard. It has a lizard eye. Yeah, it has a lizard eye.
I mean, cats also have an eye like that too.
But cats aren't made of ice.
well, my cat's ice cold, so her name is Winter after all.
That's true. Actually, that's the name of our panelist. You must be confusing them because they're so similar.
Yeah, that's true. They are very similar. You know.
I can't believe Sarum bought a Veil Discord now. They're like, guys, we need more magic damage. Right, I'll buy a Veil that will amplify Crypt Swarm. We got this, guys. TV is now toast.
Amplifies Crypt Swarm. Nature's Guise is dealt as magic damage as well. So, you know, that's an extra 50 damage. Sure. Extra damage to Roar. I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll add up. You need something to help nullify the difference of this Dark Seer Ags. Okay, Overgrowth. Serum, you madman.
Yeah, I don't. That was him trying to retreat. That was like the Overgrowth where you like, you're embarrassed because you were laughing too hard and then you like fart on the way out. Like that was what it was. You know how when you laugh really hard, you like fart by accident?
This is is this like a something you're trying to get out here? Like you can tell me about that time in 8th grade, Abo. It's okay.
Yeah, it actually did happen. The teacher called me over to the principal's office. And he was like, "Why did you fart?" I'm like, "I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's my body."
It just slips out.
It just slips out. They didn't believe me. They also called me an old man for some reason, just like my girlfriend does these days. Anyway, Yuma takes down the tier 3 here.
25. Happy birthday to Abo, by the way, in case you weren't here at the start of game 1.
It was actually 8th grade. You're completely right, by the way. What a coincidence.
I know you too well.
El Misho, he does charge for El Mini. Sorry, for Mini, not El Mini. But there's no follow-up here. Now this is the question of what do we do against TB? How do we kill him last time? They needed the death summary. They needed to check. That's why he bought back so quickly. I'm actually unsure, honestly. I don't know how they brought him down before. I don't know how they will do this time. Because they only have physical damage, and this Veil is not going to do enough.
I mean, what's PA got now? Asher into Abyssal, sure.
I mean, she's 7k below the TB, right? That's why she looks so bad compared to him.
Yeah, and normally in a lot of PA games, you go, guys, it's okay. She's got Dessa. We have minus armor. You got literally a force multiplier with the coup de grace. But not really so much against the TB. I mean, she's even not really doing too well against the illusions.
Yeah. I mean, they have the same amount of armor, so...
Yeah.
I think the Shiva's pick up a mini will help this a lot, honestly.
Aegis is reclaimed here.
Oh,
they're fighting
okay.
more even.
Vitali. Aegis is reclaimed, and they kill Vitali in the beginning. That's a pretty big win. He did not. Weaver's BKB should be fine here. Oh, there is Axe on the puck, though. Weaver just discovered it by trying to break the coil. As Mini, Israel and Yuma, they join in. Benny, Fiend Script. They stun on the silence. Overgrowth from top of it. They got Yuma in their sights. Yuma doesn't have any Sunder. They stun him with a Basher. They got him. Yuma's down. El Misho dies as well. Gardic in trouble. Silence and killed. Hokori. They just lost 3 heroes, and they took none? They took none.
Took none, and they buy back as well. They're on the Dark Seer. Does not get off the vessel, the Lotus part of me.
El Misho, no!
He's out of
They
there.
have no vision. Never mind. He had a plan. Shadow Amulet the whole way. Chappy way.
Yep. The Chappy way. He was out of there. By the way, check the death summary now. Maybe that Veil actually does make quite the difference there, Avo. 2,400 magic damage done by a DP over the course of, I don't know, a Spirit Siphon or 2? 4 Crypt Swarms, pardon me, doing 1,000 damage?
Okay. I will never make fun of the Veil again. That was on point. And he did go for the Crypt Stroke Home reduction.
Yeah.
Alright, you know what? Yeah.
Just like that, 8k net worth lead, 9k now for Apu Kings. They might even force the buyback of Benny, because with this DD rune online and all the minus armor in the world, although you can't swarm the towers, these towers are not going to live very long. Benny with the what I like to call the win now item, full Abyssal Blade finished. Bashers before, I think. 30 seconds left until Yuma can buy back, or is respawning. He does not have meta, does not have either the Ag Scepter, but there comes the buyback. Arctic in trouble. They're going to hold through the PA as with Demon Zeal active. Benny trying to get the kill, but Benny's got the Phantom Strike back, throws the dagger back in. No crits this time around. As Yuma will go ahead and sunder up Mini, who is fallen here. It's going to be the wall replica illusions. Bane taken down. Had grip in 1 more second. We'll see if they could have used that in this fight as El Misho. This time he'll cancel the charge. Didn't like the BKBs. Hokori will hold on to this top lane of barracks.
Okay, Hokori manages to hold on to the last resource, last option they have in this game, right? Yuma can still carry this, but they gotta be really careful with his initiations. Maybe it's time for Hokori to start buying some save, right? We talked about Vitaly not being able to get the Lotus Orb off last time in the last team fight he got, but he's like the only save they have. We don't even have a Glimmer Cape on the Bane, for example, right? So it would be nice to get some sort of help for Yuma. If he gets gone on, it seems like all they can do is pray that he can tank it.
Ooh, fastest Roche could be up within 10 seconds.
We'll see.
That's going to be the powder keg here for sure.
Yeah, if that happens, that would be really unfortunate. No, okay, it's the longest Roche. Or not longest, but it's long.
Longer. Minute 45, up to 2.5. As short as 10 seconds, so, you know, the Goldilocks of Roche. Giving Hokori time to do what exactly? TB will be hard-pressed, even with his farm rate, to get a full BKB up in that time. Still needs about 1,100 gold. Sorry, make that 2,100 gold, pardon me. Gardic, you can dream about that, eggs. That's okay. Maybe more of a nightmare for him, of course, trying to farm on Bane. Full Shadow Blade for the Spirit Breaker. Is there anything else? Any other major items? I think Mr. Jeans is too far away from this refresher to make this a possibility. And just the full vessel now for the Darkseer. Okay. This'll... Benny could buy out for Satanic here as well. He's up to level 25. He's got 3 daggers now. Count them, 3 daggers that he's going to be throwing in.
I'm seeing this little debate going on. Veil does not amplify Exo because Exo summons units that deal damage. It's not spell damage.
Yeah. Also,
in case you guys
physical,
were wondering.
so...
That doesn't matter. Spell damage includes physical spells. It's not about the physical. It's about the fact that it's like Swarm. Swarm won't get amplified by spell damage either, because they're units that deal attacks. If you were capable of the like full console commands, you can actually click on the individual ghosts and see how much damage they deal per hit and stuff. Not that you can in an actual Dota game, but if you were to hack the game, for example, to see it, it'd be possible. So yes, Veil does not amplify the extraction damage, because I know there's a debate going on and a lot of misinformation for some reason.
Yeah, Dota's a bit weird, right? It's you got to remember this is the game where if you have a Lotus Orb but no Ags, but you Lotus yourself and, you know, reflect an Ag's upgraded ability, you will cast it, and you will cast the Ags version of it. So, you know,
yes.
It always depends on the local object doing damage. You know, if
exactly.
Witch Doctor buys Divine Rapier, unfortunately his Death Ward doesn't spawn with it. Sick as that would be.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good example, because Witch Doctor Death Ward, for example, would also not get buffed, right, by spell damage.
Nope,
I think that's a more obvious one if you ask people, right? Like, because that's very obvious. Like, why would that get buffed, right? So Exo similar.
Yeah. You can turn it into Machine Gun though with Jen. That's fun. That's fun stuff.
Yeah, because you can't buff it. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm still waiting for. Every single time I queue ability draft, I'm always hoping. I'm always praying for. What is it? Penitence and Death Ward. Oh boy.
So you know what's interesting is that ghosts technically can't do that because of how they like. They have an attack speed, but the attack speed is dependent on how far, like how much they can move into the unit, right? Right, it's more dependent on movement speed. But if you had spells that if you attack someone, you would get more movement speed, then technically the ghost could actually be buffed and you would deal more damage. It just doesn't. I can't think of any.
So what you're saying is if you have a Darkseer on your team and you take the 25 talent of AoE Surge and an LC with the press the attack AoE talent, these ghosts are going to be zooming.
I don't think you can target them, but if you could target them, right?
That'd be sick.
That would be sick, actually. That would be really cool. Search the ghosts. Anyway, he's searching himself because he's got to leave. Oh, they left the Bane to rot. No, they're going to find the high ground, though. Hokori got the best of position. Yuma's in the low ground here. And he still wants to fight this, apparently. Mini is going to be the one tanking it. Betty's still stuck in the Dream Coil. Maybe going for the easier target. But here comes the Bane with the Fiend Script. They can't cancel it. Okay, they just hit barely with a silence. Doesn't really matter, though. It was enough time for Betty to die. And Yuma will be bringing down Bulky as well. And this team fight goes completely the way of Hokori. Even though they fought from the low ground, that buyback on the Bane was clutch.
Oh, Apu Kings, they do not want to go to game 3, Abo. They want to fight over this Roshan right here, right now. Yuma's going to oblige them, though. He still has meta for a quarter of this duration. He's not going to be able to finish Roche with it. Will they continue fighting? No ultimates ready for Hokori. This is a bit scary for them. Everyone's alive now for Apu Kings. Fight number 2 breaking out.
Okay, Mini. He Lotus Orbed him. I don't. Mini, you don't have Exo. Mini's just kind of
No
tanking this
BKB.
one out. Demon Seal's been used. They actually kill off a Spirit Breaker in the backlands. There's a Sunder over for the Trim Protector, but he doesn't care if he dies. In fact, Benny
Yuma!
is going to just burst down Yuma. Goodbye to Yuma. Garlic dies for the second time here. None of them have buyback. This Roche is going to fall for them as well. I think this is game, Richie. SeekNStrike.
Yep, that looks to be about it for me as well. DP now going to pick up this Ag's Blessing. Benny taking up the Aegis, because of course he just bought back, but also buying back earlier in the game. You'll all recall and can see from the buyback status. DP bought back earlier. Still on cooldown here, Alva, for another 2 minutes. Had the BKB in that fight. It worked perfectly. It was swimmingly for Hokori. They knew that they wouldn't be able to contest Roche, especially after all the buybacks. They tried to fight into it, but good positioning and one hell of an overgrowth as well. Just leaves them absolutely nowhere to go. Apu Kings looking to close this one out 2-0 as they start to siege the tier 4s.
What a performance in both games, to be honest. Great plays by Benny in general on this PA, this game number 2. I think we've really shown the power of Apu King of Kings. This team, much like Winter was talking about, they're a team that plays like a unit. They're a team that plays like a full 5-man squad. They help each other out. And while singular players stand out at different times, like we saw Benny or, for example, Mini at different times, it's overall their teamwork that makes it work. And it's always so nice to watch teams like this. Hokori is actually a team in a similar vein. They're just, honestly, not as good right now. Like, maybe they need more time because their team has swapped recently. They're carrying their mid laner, whereas Apu King of Kings only has swapped their off laner here. So maybe that's it. Maybe they need... I mean, like, if you actually talk about Apu King of Kings, their core, which used to be Nomistas, the 3 players, Benny and the 2 supports, and Mini to a degree, have been playing together for, like, onwards of 2 years. They know each other very well. Which is more surprising is not that they play so well, but rather that Benny still doesn't speak Portuguese. That's what's that's what's incredible to me. So what a team, what a game.
What a game. I love the last 10 minutes of this game, I have to say. I think it was some good back and forth. You look at the Team XP and net worth, and it kind of looks like a little bit of a heartbeat. Yes, still trending always towards Apu Kings, but especially that last team fight, the decision, the guts to buy back on all of their heroes, just knowing, guys, they used everything. Roche is up. This is our moment. Just the ability to realize that everyone goes in full confidence to end the game like that. What a series from Apu Kings, man. They just played so well. They played well. And improvements from Hokori as well, right? Again, even between Series 1 and 2, acknowledging that they can't really just run at the offlaner like that. That's kind of playing into how he wants to do. Let him get his farm, play elsewhere on the map, get your items on your cores, take some good fights, and eventually still, again, it's just not enough. Apu Kings, they take the series 2-0. Well played.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the panel has to say about this series as we go over to them. Thank you for that. So that series goes the way of Apu King of Kings. The curse returns, as you guys believe in the Darkseer. It did not work out, but I'm going to ask... I see real pain in Lyrical's eyes. I want to ask you, though, Lyrical, because you're the Darkseer resident expert here on this panel. You got to see 2 games of Darkseer. I know you're happy about that. But the laning stage, it went awfully for them. Like, just
to be expected.
Atrocious.
I mean, I think that, like, there's a misunderstanding of, like, Darkseer Spirit Breaker. There's, like, a couple of really strong timings. Level 3 is a big one when you can either take, like, you get the 2 points in Ion Shell, or you get, like, a vacuum at that point. You can go for a kill. And then the other is, like, level 5. Basically, like, the 1 point vacuum and then the, second and third point in Ion Shell are really strong. And until that point, he couldn't do anything. You just see you're running him over and over and over again. And they had to bring down the Terrorblade to sort of salvage this lane at all. And that set Beastmaster up to get a good start. It all changed when Darkseer got his axe. That's when the game started to open up a little bit more. Terrorblade was getting towards Scotty. Things felt a little bit more coherent, and they could actually make plays on the map because their lanes were pushed out. But all in all, at the end of the day, it came down to some of that late game decision making. That's just where Apu King of Kings are better.
Winter?
Was it like a 90-minute Scotty, right? I remember he got it like pre-20 minutes.
He got it super early. His farm was ridiculous early.
I was watching the game like, what? He has Scotty. He has Scotty.
Yeah. I mean, his farm was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there we go. That's the... Was it actually 90 minutes?
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. That's incredible. Yeah, it was. It was a really good. I mean, his farm was ridiculous this game, right? But at one point, it was just him plus 4 other dudes. It was just Yuma really carrying the team. And the moment they realized how to burst him, it was kind of over. I was actually surprised how quickly they could burst him. I thought the armor would do more, but
Well, and this is sort of one of the things that I was worried about. Like the Terrorblade obviously had a really good game, but what that kind of ended up meaning was that like Terrorblade with Ion Shell doesn't really do that much to like amplify him, right? Like the best you can do is, all right, we're going to be like surging you so
No.
you can chase people down further or something, right? So you're not getting like the full value out of this pick in a way, I think. And if you look at Apu King of Kings, their lineup, everything works together synergistically. You've got, Treant to hold people in place. You've got maxed out physical damage, and then on top of that, like auras that bump it up. It was all solid stuff from Apu King of Kings.
No, I mean
Do
the
you feel-
Darkseer is like just mainly there. Like I think for the laning phase, I felt like the laning phase went too poorly for him. I felt like the first 2 levels they were like trying to fight so much and they were not really getting so much XP because Gabe, you mentioned that how important it is the level 3 for Darkseer, and I felt like it got delayed too much because they were constantly like fighting away from the creeps, and the creeps were dying because he cast Iron Shell on them and then he couldn't get the EXP. What I see some players would do in this thing, yeah, sure, maybe the first couple of waves will be really hard. It's like they would just try to cast Iron Shell and just run to the creep wave. It doesn't matter if you die or somebody, like preferably the SB is the one dying, not the Darkseer, so the Darkseer can get the XP. And you clear the first couple of waves and then you go back to the creep wave. I think some I've seen some players that would actually prefer to do that. Just go back and Iron Shell and then just use all your mana and just die. Get your level 3 die, come back to the lane. You have to die at some point so that you get your mana back and you go back to the lane. And what I saw happening in the lane was they were just constantly trying to fight the Treant, which I felt like it wasn't really the right thing to do. Yes, sure, they came close to killing the Treant, like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 times, but you think about it, right? If you kill the Treant, you use all your mana, what are you going to do to the PA in the lane? And you cannot go and creep skip and you cannot get XP. So I felt like they were not really playing the lane correctly in that matter. They were trying to go for kills instead of trying to just focus on kill the creeps and whatever. If you die, we die, and get XP.
Would you agree with that, Lyrical?
No, definitely. And I mean, it just sort of was building upon the point that I made that, like, I think sometimes what you can do too. So there's that's one route is like sort of go the suicide run in route. And sometimes when they do that, they'll play with like a bottle or something so that you can keep refilling the bottle as Spirit Breaker when you die. Opted to go for Arcanes instead. And if you go that route, the other thing that I've seen people do is go for like leaving Darkseer a little bit alone, double shell the first wave, go hide in the trees, try and soak up whatever XP you can, and then try and like stack up some camps later on with the 4, and that way you can clear them together and then come back in when you're actually strong. Because there's this like desire, like they said, that they're like they feel strong. Double Ion Shell, we should be able to punish the tree, we should be able to pressure the PA, but it doesn't come online that quick. It's tough.
Also, because he was kind of forced to get Surge at level 2, I feel like in this kind of lane, you kind of want the vacuum if you want to go aggressive. You want a vacuum at level 2 so you can kill them. But because they were fighting and then I think he was close to dying, then he had to skill Surge. And I felt like after that point, the lane was pretty much over. And Darkseer is like, I mean, I don't expect you to win. If I pick Darkseer, I don't expect you to win your lane most of the time. But at the bare minimum, I expect you to, get some good XP, get some decent farm. Because at the end of the day, you're a Darkseer. You're not an offlaner that can function without your farm and your levels. You need to have something from the lane. He was really far behind in that game from the start.
And to be fair, it wasn't all on him either, right? Like there was definitely like a lot of things that could have gone better in that game for Hokori. I think that probably like some of those early rotations that Yuma had to make on the Terrorblade. I kind of wonder like if instead he had been able to go off in jungle and they would have said, okay, we're just going to like make a team decision that we're going to sack that top lane and then Yuma doesn't need to fight. Granted, he had a great start and he got some kills, but like maybe a little bit more free time for himself or being able to try and shut down the Beastmaster so he didn't get off to such a hot start, getting that really early hum of the Overlord that kind of like set them up for some success from that point forward. It's just like it's one thing after another that keeps on leading to this big lead that Apu King of Kings had. And to be honest, all this stuff went wild because the end game, it just turned to insanity, right? So like all those early laning things don't necessarily matter all that much. But
Yeah,
the
but
game
you're-
didn't go
you're
how
s-
Corey wanted to.
Yeah, you're also saying that the Beastmaster got rich because of the TB that, but I feel like everything is a chain reaction to the Darkseer's lane.
Yeah.
Because the Darkseer had a hard time, the TB had to TP down, and I think in the I think pre 10 minutes the puck, I think there was one rotation he went bottom, he killed two people, but they already lost two people. Then he TP back mid.
Oh, yeah.
Because the
The
DP used his
DP.
ulti,
Yeah.
and then he TP down and he died right away. And then the tower still went down. You know how bad it was for his game, you know. After that, because he had no TP, he had to walk out,
Listen,
and
Winter,
he was really poor from that.
I just didn't want to bully the Darkseer player, okay? I want people to pick this hero. He's fun. That way he'll get
Yeah, I mean,
buffed
I
later.
get it, but sometimes because Dota is a game where, you know, it's not like you want to shit on that person, you know, but because
Right,
that one
of course.
small little detail, it causes like a domino effect. Everything just
Mhm.
became that way because of that small little detail. You might think, oh, it's so small, you know, how can you blame someone? But Dota is at a point where everyone is so good. So every small little mistake that you make is gonna cause like a huge domino effect in the game. Everything will change because of that small thing. So at the end of the day, when you're at this level, right, you have to make sure that bare minimum the first 15 minutes, the laning phase to the first few rotations, the catapult waves, you have to be able to, you know, master that mechanic properly. Everything needs to be at least break even, you know. You can't start the first 15 minutes of the game every time and then, oh, guys, we are 5k down. All right, I guess we are gonna, you know, play from behind again, and we have to play catch up. We have this TV, you know, speed pushing. I mean, yeah, sure, they kind of came back in the game, you know, but you don't really want to be in that kind of start all the time.
Oh, that's true. Would it have changed a bit, Winter, if they had offlaner that was not as dependent? You know, an offlaner that can always peak in the mid game with a bigger team fight spell than the Darkseer there, because the vacuums didn't really do much. You know, what if you had a stun instead?
I feel like sure maybe there's some better picks, but I like to look at it as from a point of view where I would try to analyze how we played the game first rather than go straight into okay, we could have picked something different. It's like dodging the problem, you know. Like the issue I felt like that arise is the laning phase. They needed to sort out the Spirit Breaker Darkseer, how they should have played the lane, how they could have overcome the first couple of waves and having the difficulty to get to level 3. If they got to that point, maybe the puck didn't have to go to their lane so early. Maybe he could have helped the TB with the first call, so Beastmaster wouldn't be so fat. Everything is interrelated, you know. And then at the end of the day, the game would be completely different just because of that detail that's being adjusted. So then it's a different game.
One other thing that I would add on to that, though, also is that if there was a hero to change, I think that you actually changed that last pick again. As much as y'all like the Terrorblade and the big physical damage, I think that if you're gonna pick this combo, like there's a lot of different heroes that can fill that role of giving you damage, but I think they needed to enable the Darkseer, particularly in the later stages of the game.
Would you prefer like a Bloodseeker carry so he can counter the
a Bloodseeker or a Faceless Void, like I talked about, or one of these other heroes? Because I think that what he really needed was space to farm into a Refresher. I think right now, if you're playing Darkseer, you need to get Refresher because there's so many early BKBs. So you need to be able to like get that first vacuum wall out, and then they're going to pop BKBs, run out, or take the fight, and then you come back in for that second round, and that's really where you win the fight. I think this item is just so clutch now on like every hero, and it really fits well with Darkseer.
But you would go to X. You go X first, right? Not right.
Of course. No,
like
definitely.
X.
Like Ag's Blink, whatever. But like it's like third item Refresher, I think, is really important, and he just didn't get the gold that he needed to get there.
Yeah. Well, there was someone that did have the gold they needed to get every single item they wanted to that game, which was just Helm of the Overlord. His name is Valky. He's the offlaner for Apple King of Kings, and we got an interview with him now. So let's move on to that. All right, we're here with Valky. ¿Qué tal, Valky? ¿Cómo estás, amigo?
Sí, emocionado por ganar el juego.
Claro, te daré la entrevista en español obviamente y luego traduciré tus respuestas en inglés, ¿vale?
Vale.
Pues nada, Valky, cuéntame un poco cómo está el estado de ánimo del equipo. Estáis muy cerca del top 2. ¿Cómo sentís?
Pues que estamos trabajando bien como equipo. Estamos ya desde que comenzó la temporada dando todas las ganas con el equipo, cada uno poniendo su parte, y eso me gusta bastante de todos los chicos del equipo.
So he says that he feels really good, obviously, because he just won a game, so that's fantastic. And he says that he feels really good. Everyone's put in their effort since they won the whole season. He feels really good with everyone in the team, and he's pretty happy right now. So now we're going to ask him a little bit about his inclusion into this team because he's one of the last people to join. Tú vienes, Valky, a este equipo como un equipo casi formado, ¿no? O sea, eran los binomistas y luego te añades un poco al final. ¿Cómo fue el proceso de integración hasta este equipo para ti?
Pues realmente me ha costado bastante los primeros meses, o sea, las primeras semanas, el primer mes, porque ellos tenían un estilo diferente, cómo se juega un poco más ordenados, tienen mejores ideas al llevar dentro y fuera del juego. Y he estado con la mentalidad muy abierta a escucharlos, a entender qué es lo que hacen, cómo les gusta jugar y tratar de acoplarme a ellos. Y sí, o sea, todo ha sido como que un proceso con ellos. Y ellos como que han estado muy abiertos a como que intercambiar bastantes ideas, conocimientos del mismo juego.
So he says that in the beginning it was actually really hard to integrate into the team. The first 3 months he had a really rough time because they had different ideas of the game than he did, right? And he says that they had more organized ideas of the game and in many cases higher level concepts than he was thinking, both inside and out of the game. And so it was a bit difficult to integrate, and he had to keep a really open mind, really understand. And they were also very open. The rest of the team was also very open to like swapping ideas with him and like helping him, through this period and teaching him. And now he finally feels comfortable because he gets through the process. ¿Cómo os comunicáis el equipo? ¿En qué idioma habláis? Porque yo sé que Benny él hablaba portuñol, ¿no? Me decía, ¿tú cómo hablas con ellos?
O sea, todos hablan portugués, ¿no? Benny sí entiende bastante portugués y sí, con el tiempo aprendí a hablar portugués y ellos hablan conmigo como que algunas cosas en español, algunas cosas como que ya voy entendiendo qué es lo que dicen en portugués y algunas que otras cosas que no entienden cómo decirlo en español me lo dicen en inglés, como que sí entiendo cuando hablan un poco en inglés así que ahí hacen la combinación, pero sí logramos entendernos.
¿Cómo es acostumbrarse a eso? Es la primera vez que estás en un equipo. Bueno, estás con Spitz antes, así que es un poco, supongo que es similar.
Sí, o sea, solo es acostumbrarse y echarle ganas también. Es lo más importante.
Okay. So I asked him what language they communicate in because, he's from Peru and he's with a bunch of Brazilians. And he told me that Benny speaks, Benny understands Portuguese to a higher degree, so he has no problems. But he himself obviously has issues because it is the second time he plays on a fully Brazilian team. And they talk to him in some Spanish words, some some Portuguese words, and sometimes they'll mix in some English when they don't know a word in Spanish, so he can understand it better. And he understands English somewhat. And I asked him, well, is it difficult to adapt? He's like, yeah, you know what? You just gotta keep at it. You just gotta persevere a bit, and over time you do figure it out. So it seems like he's doing really well. ¿Cómo ves tu progreso como jugador, Valky? O sea, la última temporada de la Latam Defenders tuviste temporada altibajos, ¿no? Y ahora por fin estás en un punto donde, quiero decir, puedes consideraros top 4 de la región actualmente. ¿Hay orgullo por esto? ¿Te sientes como que has mejorado mucho como jugador? ¿Cómo estás ahora mismo personalmente?
Siento que he encontrado personas que comparten las mismas metas que yo y pues les gusta trabajar bastante en equipo y me siento muy en confort con ellos. Y
genial.
Echarle ganas y seguir trabajando nada más. Porque sí, ha sido un largo recorrido realmente en todos esos años en el competitivo.
¿Cuál es tu meta para este año entonces?
Para este año, pues, dar lo mejor. O sea, no estoy pensando realmente, o sea, yo no estoy pensando que, este año, o sea, esta temporada de mayo o lo que sea, no. Solamente estoy enfocado en tratar de hacer mi mayor esfuerzo en jugar bien y apoyar al equipo en lo que se pueda.
So I asked him how he feels personally, right? How his personal growth was, and he said that he feels like he's finally found a team of people who share his same goals and his same perspectives, right? And then I asked him, so what are your goals then? And Valky says he doesn't have any specific goals, like any tangible goals. It's not about going to a major, going to TI. To him, it's the idea that he just wants to do his best. He just wants to improve as much as he can. He wants to be the best player possible, and he wants to stand by his team and be the right player by his team, right? And that's his goal. There's no need to put any pressure over any actual things he has to achieve, but rather just improve himself as a person as much as possible. Ahora, finalmente, Valky, esperamos que esta siguiente temporada traiga un nuevo parche, gracias a Dios. ¿Qué cambio te gustaría? ¿Cuál es el cambio más importante que te gustaría para este siguiente parche, Valky? ¿Algo que esperas mucho? ¿Algo que quieres que nerfeen? ¿Algo que quieres que bufeen?
Quisiera que bufen al Bad Rider. A mí me gusta bastante jugar al Bad Rider de off. Y con el nerf que lo han hecho, pues solo lo veo de media. Pero es uno de los héroes que a mí me gustaba bastante jugar.
Okay. So I asked the next patch if there's anything he's looking forward to buffing or nerfing. He says they need to buff Batrider again so they can play it in the offlane. He loved playing Batrider in the offlane, but right now he's just bad. Hear that, people in my pubs? He's bad as an offlaner. There's a pro player telling you. And he says he's only really viable as a mid laner these days, so hopefully he receives some buffs. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo, Valky, y felicidades por la victoria. Te deseo suerte en la última partida que os queda y a ver si llegáis a ese top 2. Un saludo, amigo.
Muchas gracias.
Adiós. Cuídate.
Vale. Bye.
But yeah, sorry, we're closing. That's the end of the interview. I apologize, producer. Yep.
Hey.
That moment where I realized I'm speaking in Spanish and our producer cannot speak Spanish. What a nice guy. It's nice because Valky was always known in the scene as someone with had some issues with people, right? Like a lot of people talked about his toxicity or his or they didn't really gel together, and it seems like he's found a team of like-minded individuals. Obviously, he came to a team like really young. He came to a team like at 15 or 16, so it makes sense. These players always have that same storyline. Yeah, exactly.
Toxic at 15. It's terrible.
Yeah, I was really glad I didn't have access to Dota as a 50-year-old. So yeah, I think that Valky seems just to be really happy with this team. So it's really nice to hear this kind of storyline, right? You like seeing players improve, but you also like seeing players become friends. That's the wholesome storyline. So
he doesn't sound like a brute player. He's too nice.
No, right? Yeah, he sounds like a good person. Yeah. But then in pubs, though. So final thoughts as we close the series for today. Anything you guys would like to say, Lyrical?
I just think that it's going to be a very interesting end to this season. There's going to be some tiebreakers playing for that bottom slot, I believe, off the back of this. And one team between Lava and Hokori are going to be battling it out and trying to be the team that doesn't have to play in those. So that's going to be the big match to watch, and then trying to figure out who between No Ping and the loser of that is going to get eliminated. It's just a lot of drama towards the end, which doesn't always happen. So I'm excited for that.
Mm-hmm. Winter?
Yeah, I think I like watching like all the games, like looking at how the teams are improving. Especially I enjoy the drafts a lot. Different teams bringing different ideas, like Apu Kings, Hokori. They all have very different ways of drafting and approaching the game, and I thoroughly enjoyed everything they're showing in the season.
What a nice way to close today. Well, with that, guys, we hope you enjoyed. We're going to have a break day tomorrow for Div 1, but you still catch some Div 2 Dota. If you are interested in more SA Dota, just click the follow button and you can get a notification whenever we're online. And we'll be back on Sunday with another double series day. We'll see you guys then, and goodbye.
Dire's top tower is under attack.